you had just incredible flooding and also incredible fire. There's been tons of different levels of analysis. There's now more than like 150 peer-reviewed scientific papers that really deal with the nuance and the detail of what is all of the evidence for this period of time. It has a lot to do with analysis of things like ice core samples, where we can drill down into the ice in places like Antarctica and Greenland and in Russia and places. Because every year as the snow falls, it gets compressed into ice, and it contains data about things like oxygen isotopes. We can look at temperatures and particulate matter, and we're getting very good at like drilling down, taking these cores out that go back in some cases hundreds of thousands of years.
I'd like to welcome to the show Ben Van Kirkwick. How you doing, Ben?
Good. Thanks. Yeah, Alex, it's great to be here, man. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you so much for coming on the show, man. I'm so excited to talk to you about one of my favorite conversations, ancient civilizations and lost history and all the stuff that the mainstream archaeology community a lot of times says that's a bug of hogwash. But I always like, to really dig into these questions. It's all about asking these questions that, well, really, was it made, the pyramids made with slaves? But like that doesn't make a lot of sense. And did we really start 6,000 years ago? Well, there's this thing called Göbekli Tepe that just showed up in the 1940s, for God's sakes. And all these kind of things are changing our origins, not only about our human origins, but also our spiritual origins, where we're coming from, all that kind of stuff. So you are up there in my eyes with Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, and
Thank you.
Those kind of guys who are fighting the good fight, taking the arrows in the back, as they say, as you're coming over the hills. So I appreciate the work you're doing, brother.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's high praise indeed. I look up to those guys greatly as well. They're, part of the reason I got into this in the first place. But I think you described it well in terms of a lot of this is really about asking questions. I think the other element to this whole field, or this journey of trying to discover and understand, is there, what is our past, what we've always said it was. I think a big part of that is really embracing and being open-minded to a lot of the new evidence that, particularly in the last 20 years, is really shaping and I think having an effect and changing the reality of our history, and particularly the very earliest parts of our history. Like we kind of have a pretty good grip on, the last 4,000 or 5,000 years in terms of what's happened. The problem is kind of what happened before that. Where did those ancient civilizations start? Where did they get their roots? And what has happened in the potentially hundreds of thousands of years before that, because there's been just a tremendous amount of new evidence that comes from adjacent scientific fields as well as within archaeology. You mentioned Göbekli Tepe, that's a big one, that I think should be having a massive impact on the story of our past. And as is the case with lots of different established scientific fields, change is slow to come, right? The very nature of establishment is to resist change and to maintain the status quo. But I do think now, at this point, there's an accumulation of evidence coming from these fields. We know an awful lot more. Cataclysm, the human timeline, the genetic complexity of the human race. We keep getting older and older. We keep finding older and older stuff. The further back we go, it seems like the more sophisticated the stuff is that we're finding in a lot of cases. This is true for what you see in South America, it's true for what you see in Egypt. Things like that. And I do think we're at the point where it's time to reevaluate those very earliest parts of the history of our civilization and of our race on this planet.
Now, I've been talking to so many people on the show about this great shift in human consciousness, that we're all becoming more awakened to what is just to what we truly are. And the information that's coming out and the questions that people are asking are becoming more and more broad and more open, where they wouldn't have 10, 15, 20 years ago. Why do you believe now that a lot of these questions, and it really, Graham really is one of the forefathers of this, of these asking these deep questions. But when Fingerprints of the Gods came out, which was what, the 90s?
95, yeah.
Yeah, about 95 is when that came out. it started kind of, more people started to ask these questions. Why do you think, in general, people are becoming more and more curious about our origins? And secondly, why are we starting to find stuff that just has no explanation? Like the evidence that we're starting to find is just like, you could argue the pyramids, even on a losing argument about, but there's certain things that you're just like, I'm sorry, man. The caves in China, the underground cities in Turkey that they're finding, go to Plekli Tepli, all of these things are being found and really analyzed at such a deep level. Why do you think it's happening at this point?
Well, there's a couple of questions in there. I mean, one of the reasons I think that this is I do, and I feel the same way. I feel like there's a groundswell of movement. There are more and more people interested in these topics. One of the reasons I think is that this type of information is much more readily available to everybody now. So you've had the rise of the internet, and particularly like video and new media platforms, YouTube, things like this, are helping to spread a lot of these topics, because prior to the type of content that we're seeing today on those platforms and its popularity, I mean, a lot of this information was out there, these concepts and ideas about, like, there is a lot of contradictions, there is a lot of new evidence, there is a lot of problems with the established narrative around our history. That type of data was contained in these books, you know, and you have to be really into the field, you've got to read these big books. And it's guys like, you know, Graham and his predecessors as well that have been talking about these topics. And if you go back further than that, it's kind of like the discussion and any of this data and the nuance that's involved in this discussion was really very much limited to the academic halls, you know, like it was the academics, the Egyptologists, it was them and their peers that were discussing this. There might have been some societies and organizations that were into, like, explorers clubs, but these are very select and kind of elite organizations. It's not really a public awareness thing. So we've seen this transition into this new media field. We've seen the rise of some of these alternative ideas and the logic, and I think the arguments and the cases that they're making from guys like Graham, you know, Robert Boval, there's so many, John Anthony, most of these people that have written these books, and, you know, and then that's translated then into new media, and we have the internet, and these ideas are spreading, and I think they make obviously they do make a lot of sense. There is a lot of challenging evidence, and as we've gone forward, particularly in the last 20 years, we've made these new discoveries, we've started to apply our modern technology to some of these discoveries, often in, you know, this is efforts of people that are well and truly outside of these fields. They're outsiders, they're engineers, they're just interested people that typically aren't in these academic fields, that are trying to apply, you know, modern techniques to uncover the truth about some of these new finds. And it's very, very challenging for that story. I mean, if you just look at Cataclysm alone, I think this is a huge piece of the puzzle, and this is not something, this is very much in the last 20 years we've discovered that the Earth has been through this tremendously catastrophic and cataclysmic period, and fairly recently too, very recently from a geologic or, you know, any other timescale outside of, you know, the way that we measure time with our short lives. But in the last 13,000 years, you know, the Earth has been through this cataclysm that was probably one of the worst things that's happened to it in the last couple million years, and it was a period of time called the Younger Dryas. It marked the boundary between the Pleistocene and the Holocene, which is the era we're in today. It was, you can think of it as the end of the Ice Age, and it was only 13,000 years ago, but there's a massive megafaunal extinction event. It would have been a civilization-ending event. During this period of time, sea levels rose, you know, 400 feet almost in a very short period of time. It was just a catastrophic event that was most likely caused by a series of cosmic impacts and airbursts, particularly over the northern hemisphere, and it would have ended civilization. So, you know, when you look at events like that are now being revealed through modern science and new science, not in archaeology but in other disciplines, paleoclimatology, etc., ice cores, all these different sciences are contributing to this knowledge. It should have this tremendous impact on history, because, you know, not only was there a megafauna extinction event where megafauna, it would have ended any civilization that was around during that time. It actually corresponds with almost every single ancient origin story, even our own modern day religions and our origin stories and these tales that are passed down through generations and generations, and often are just rehashes and reimaginings of older tales that came from older civilizations, like the flood story. The Noah flood story is often, people know this comes from the Sumerians and the Epic of Gilgamesh, a flood story. But you can't look at any ancient culture or religion and their origin stories and not find it just to be not. You'll always find like a great flood story or a great fire story, and this idea that mankind was ended through some giant cataclysm. And there was there were people that lived before that, but we went through this cataclysm and then we were sort of forced to start again. And I think there's a grain of truth in that now that's being revealed by a lot of this modern science. And for whatever reason, at this point, it's not really been acknowledged to any great degree by modern archaeology and the keepers of the tomes of the history books at the universities. But I think it's only a matter of time.
But also the other thing is that when people think of like, oh, the comet hit us and it's a civilization ender, it wasn't the Younger Dryas, again, to my rudimentary understanding of it, it was a huge event that took out a lot of humanity, but not all of humanity.
No, we survived it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's not like the dinosaurs. Like the dinosaurs, that's a planet killer. Whatever happened to them at that point, that was what I forgot how many millions of years ago.
65 million years ago.
Yeah, 65 million. That was a whole other conversation where it really just took over the planet and almost everything. Almost.
Yes, yeah. So you have varying degrees of extinction level events. Either the KT boundary is the one that is often associated with the dinosaurs, and it is that people think of that when they think of extinction level events, and no doubt that was a much bigger event than the Younger Dryas. And you have even bigger ones that go back in the past where you're talking about like 99% of all life basically being exterminated on the planet. That's crazy. I mean, you end up with just a few microbes and bacteria, and then everything has to start again from that perspective. That's happened.
And New York roaches.
And roaches, of course. Yeah. Yep. Yes.
New York roaches specifically.
Specifically, those things probably were fine. They might have thrived in that environment. But yeah, I mean, the Younger Dryas, look, it was, as I said, probably the worst thing to happen to the planet in the last sort of 2 to 5 million years. It was a big event. And if you look at what happened, I mean, it wiped out essentially half of the megafauna that was here at the time. So people, I think a lot of people aren't aware of these extinction events, but people are generally aware of things like, mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and, the American...
The giant bear, the giant bear.
The short-faced bear, there was the American cave bear, the American lion, there were armadillos the size of Volkswagens, there was a giant ground sloth that was almost the size of an elephant. These are all animals that existed in North America from basically from 2.5 million years ago up until about 13,000, 12,000 years ago, and they all went away. And if you look at the total of extinction of species that went extinct in this short period of time, it's a roughly half of the megafauna. Megafauna being anything that's, I think, over about 40 kilograms of body weight, including us, I guess. Certainly me. That's described as megafauna. So half of those species that were around went extinct in this pretty short period of time, right down to and including a couple of species of birds. And of course, the mainstream explanation of this is kind of this nonsensical thing that has to do with overhunting, by humans, and it really is nonsense. If you look at South America, for example, they lost something like 85% of their megafauna. North America is a similar number. Like, it's huge numbers of species went extinct in this real short period of time. So it was a catastrophic event. It was in various places you had just incredible flooding and also incredible fire. There's been tons of different levels of analysis. There's now more than like 150 peer-reviewed scientific papers that really deal with the nuance and the detail of what is...
No way, that is not true. That is a lie. That must be a lie. Why is that? What happened?
Things like ice core samples where, we can drill down into the ice in places like Antarctica and Greenland and in Russia and places. Because every year as the snow falls, it gets compressed.
Damn it,
into
you
ice,
caught
and
me.
it contains
You
data
caught me,
about
bro.
things like oxygen isotopes. We can look at temperatures and particulate matter, and we're getting very good at like drilling down, taking these cores out that go back in some cases hundreds of thousands of years, and we can.
I was wondering something like that.
What were the conditions? What happened?
Like tree rings.
Exactly. Yeah. In fact, tree rings are another we don't really have tree rings that go back 13,000
You got me,
years.
man.
But tree rings have
You
told
got
some
me.
interesting things about the climate in history as well, CO2 stuff like that. But if you go back down, so one of the interesting things that happened, it's not just you don't just get these massive floods, because what likely happened, you have during this period of time, sea levels rose 300 to 400 feet, like 100 meters, 130 meters, in a short period of time, and it's associated with these massive pulses, these meltwater pulses. And of course, that's all of the ice that was on top of particularly the northern hemisphere being melted quite rapidly and finding its way into the ocean, and that's the trigger for it. So you have these impacts and these airbursts that are probably going into the ice, these ice caps, the Laurentide and Calderian glacier systems that were pretty much over most of North America, also the European glacier as well. And these things are melting rapidly, tremendous flooding. You also have, just these airbursts and impacts are like, they're much stronger events than even giant volcanoes going off. Like it would cause almost like a nuclear winter environment on the planet. And in fact, we see this with temperature analysis. There's like an 900 year period from 12,800 years to about 11,600 years ago, where the temperature just drops it drops dramatically and quickly to like the depth of the coldest parts of an ice age. And it stays there for about this 800-year period, and then it just gets jolted back out again. So the modern thinking is that there were two events. There was
Where did we even go, man?
at the start of 11,800 or 900 years ago, and then something at around 11,600 years ago, which is particularly interesting because that's the date that coincides exactly with Plato's account of the sinking of Atlantis. Like that's a really interesting correlation with that date. But it's not, look, it's not just flooding. I mean, part of that ice core analysis also shows that at one point around 9% of the world's biomass was on fire, which is just an astronomical number.
A lot of CO2 as well coming out.
Well, it's just pouring it. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge fire. I mean, look, this is what you would call real climate change. Like this stuff that happened 13, 14,000 years ago. This is real climate change. This is
Rapid.
Catastrophic and rapid climate change. It's not a runaway event. Like the Earth is very resilient to these shifts, but it's pretty rough on the life. Like what happens? So either you don't get life doesn't go extinct immediately because it's like under the blast like that. There's evidence for that too. It's really interesting actually. There's these different places where mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and trees and everything just like mashed up together, where you've got like mammoth hip bones up near their head. I mean, it's just you can tell these things were hit.
I think I should shoot more at the door instead of before the door.
Ultimately, is that you have this dramatic and rapid climate change that affects the environment the megafauna lives in, and of course that's what causes that extinction. It's this rapid change to their environment and their food sources. That all goes away and they go extinct.
Not getting them stuck
in short order. And we've seen the result of that. Like Siberia, for example, was during this what you call in the Pleistocene was much warmer than it is now. Like Siberia is this tundra, cold wasteland, like this almost this frozen landscape. But we have examples of megafauna and the mammoths and mastodons that live there that show that their diets were, it was huge plants and a green place. Like the climate was very different during the Pleistocene. Generally colder overall, but the climate zones on the planet were very different, and those shifted rapidly as a result of the underground.
And aren't they finding now?
No fucking way.
Animals,
no way.
Like were frozen and now they're being defrosted because of the climate change that's happening currently, and they're finding them like with food in their mouth and like food in their stomach. So it was like a quick scenario. They froze like. Almost flash freezing in
some places. Sure, yeah. In some places, it's really interesting. Like there's the guys up in Alaska. There was a really interesting. I forget his name, John, someone or other, that went on Rogan's show. In fact, I've kind of had some halfway contact with him. He knows Randall Carlson. I know Randall Carlson. There's been some talk about getting up to this Alaskan boneyard. I mean, these guys, they're literally finding just everywhere these mammoth remains and skeletons and flash frozen where you literally have meat. I think the guy's actually eaten some mammoth meat, like this it's like been frozen for 12 or 13,000 years, and they've cooked it up and ate it at one point. I'm like, holy crap. that's a brave move. But
I was gonna say that's the smartest situation to do.
no, that's what you do, I guess.
In Alaska, right?
In Alaska. But yeah, there are examples where you have like flesh. You have these animals that are almost intact, like baby mammoths with food in their stomach and then food in their mouth even. So they were killed very quickly and then frozen very quickly as well. So I imagine there are some scenarios and results of this just catastrophic events where you have this kind of massive polar vortex that can happen. I'm not that familiar with that. It's obviously not everywhere, but certainly in some places, as a result of this, just. I mean, we have nothing in even the movies that try to simulate this stuff don't really do it justice. And you can get a sense for that when you look at things like the floods and what happened. If you ever go out to eastern Washington State, there's an area of eastern Washington State called the Chalmscabbins. And it's probably one of the most spectacular environments you'll ever see, because it is literally where the ground and the earth was just tore up, because that was the path that these floodwaters took. And you're talking about volumes of water, like 9 cubic miles of water per minute flowing through some of these environments. That's like, put it this way, it's about 100 times the volume of all the rivers on earth flowing right now. Like all of the flowing water on earth right now, you're talking about 100 times the volume of that was at the peak discharge rates of some of these floods. And so in a couple of weeks, essentially some of these events have carved these coulees that are miles and miles wide, and they're like 1,000-foot deep, and they just rip up this basalt and they just form these huge scars that are on the landscape. And today we drive through them. They've got these little lakes and stuff, like all the recreation area golf courses. Super spectacular environment, but when you look at it through the context of how did this form and when did it form and how quickly did this happen, you just stand back. This is something else. Like this is, I mean, it was catastrophic, and we've never experienced anything like it. Certainly not in our modern memory.
So with the sites that are being discovered now, in your opinion, were there any archaeological sites that we currently have excavated that were around prior to the Younger Dryas?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think the stuff in Turkey right now, Göbekli Tepe is probably the best example. Right. In fact, some of that goes back to during the Younger Dryas. Like literally, the carbon dating puts those sites in place during the period of the Younger Dryas. And in fact, Karahan Tepe and some of the other sites they're discovering in Turkey are actually older than Göbekli Tepe. Mm-hmm. What's interesting about Göbekli Tepe too is, and in fact, I can give a plug to like the Brothers of the Serpent podcast. Good friends of mine, they just put out an excellent video on YouTube about Göbekli Tepe that gets into the details of how they've done the dating there, because people kind of know that, Göbekli Tepe is carbon dated and pretty much established around that 11,000 years, 11,000 years ago, 9,000 to 10,000 BC. What's interesting about the dating there is that dating comes from material that are in these rough walls that are around those classic sort of T-pillared shapes, these big megaliths. And if you look at the site, what seems to have happened there is that those walls were built to repair that site. Those walls were made because they encompass some of these T-pillars. They actually cover up features of the T-pillars. It's almost like they were restoring and protecting something that was there beforehand. And all of the dating material and the dates come from this very rough and primitive cobblestone wall that is built around these enclosures, and it's an entirely different style to the T-pillars and the megalithic work, and I think that's a good indicator that this was probably a later period of occupation and building that happened there, which tells you that these T-pillars and these original enclosures and the more sophisticated work, the stuff that is like the 20-foot high megaliths, and some of them weighing 20 or 30 tons, was done at some unknown time before that, and probably fell into disrepair and had fallen over. And then during the Younger Dryas, you had a primitive set of people, Neolithic people, or I guess at that point it was Paleolithic or even Mesolithic, that came there and restored those sites and worked on them and did something to them, and that's where the dating comes from. And in fact, this evidence is backed up by the fact that in some of these walls that are built around these T-pillars, you actually have broken pieces of T-pillars being used as blocks in the wall. So it's as if those T-pillars were already broken, they'd fallen over, degraded, and then because they couldn't put it back together, they took that lump of stone, and they put it in the wall, and they built the wall. So people think and it is an old site, but it seems like it could be far older than that. We really don't know. I think it's a similar case for places like Egypt. I do think that some of those places which we attribute to the dynastic Egyptian civilization, say places like Giza, Saqqara, Abu Sir, Dashur, I think there's a very good chance that elements of that infrastructure existed during the Younger Dryas, if not before, and then it was later occupied and reused and integrated into the dynastic Egyptian culture as we know it.
Do you think that the pyramids themselves, it seems like that there was a kind of a pillaging of, like, let's say the Great Pyramids, of all three of them, of elements, to build other things throughout history. But to be honest, if you just come across that thing and you're primitive, like, there's only so much you can do. Like, you can't move those things, lift those things, work those things. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why they're still in the shape
shitty
that they're
laggy
in,
run,
because
man.
it's just such a massive. I mean, these blocks are how big each?
Well, I mean,
there's 2 million of them.
I mean, they're not. I mean, there's certainly bigger blocks of material. If you take the Great Pyramid, for example, it's something like 6 million tons of limestone in that, and 2.5 to 3 million blocks. So the average block size is around 2 to 3 tons, something like that. Which is a lot, yeah. I mean, that's a lot. But you have much bigger stones. Obviously, you have like 70, 80 ton single-piece granite stones and like dozens and dozens of them that make up the central granite
this is
structure.
completely less laggy. Look at it.
Remember, this is also like 150 feet above ground level. There's dozens of these massive granite ashbars and beams, 70, 80 tons a pop. I mean, you've got foundation tiles around. People often, I love taking people to Gyges because people go there and they look up at the pyramid, but one of the more interesting elements of it is actually looking down at what you're standing on, because it's not just bedrock. There was preparation work done into the bedrock, and there's actually foundation tiles locked together and locked into the bedrock in this. Like,
Yo, Jonesy, what's up? How are you?
Puzzle almost that is just perfectly fit together, and some of those stones,
What is up, Jonesy? How are you doing? Welcome.
Single piece stones that were put in there and shaped and placed extremely
You put a
precisely.
smile on my face.
I'm working on a video right now about probably what I think is
How
the
are you?
largest single piece stone that is at Giza that we found only recently. That's around 450 tons. It's kind of insane to think of something.
I'm good. I'm doing well. All right.
Yeah, the pyramids have been pillaged and used as quarries for stone for literally thousands of years. This is an activity that began, as far as we know, in the Middle and New Kingdom of the ancient Egyptian civilization itself. So you're talking about like 2000, 1500 BC. They were already taking stone from these monuments, and that has been an activity that has continued right up until about probably
What are
only
you doing on
60,
this Saturday
70
night?
years ago. Not even
In
that long ago.
Netherlands?
I mean, it's been well reported by
Oh my God.
guys like Flinders Petrie, who visited these sites in the late 1800s.
How are we doing
early
on this
1900s.
Saturday
There's
evening
just
in
camel trains of stone
Rotterdam?
visiting these sites every
Just
day,
chilling
which
in the school.
should tell you something, like this, because
Glad
how
you're here.
massive and how giant they are is that people have been taking stone and using these things as quarries for literally thousands of years. Yet, and taking something away and destroying it's much easier than building it. But the claim is that you could build the Great Pyramid inside of 25 years with nothing more than Bronze Age technology,
Glad you are here,
horsepower,
Jordan.
ropes, and sleds. And it's absolutely nonsense from a logistical perspective. It's one of the biggest problems I have with, I guess, the Orthodox story, particularly dynastic Egyptian history, is that not only are they saying you could build this thing in this short amount of time, which if you take 25 years...
Yeah, I did a
example,
weightlifting stream earlier.
and the number
I
of
like to play a
stones that
bit.
are in the Great Pyramid, that equates to one stone being quarried, shipped, finished, taken to the site, put in place, and perfectly set every 5 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 25 years. That's what it would take to finish that.
Perfectly,
That
and,
doesn't-
and perfect precision, like almost
well,
perfect
yeah, I
precision.
mean, yes and no. There is mortar. I mean, the superstructure of the pyramid isn't as precise as, say, the foundation. It's certainly not
Right.
as precise as the internal work. But that figure of 5 minutes doesn't account for the planning. It doesn't account for the foundation work. It doesn't account for all of the leveling and the tiles that go into it. It doesn't account for the sophistication of the interior spaces. the digging of the tunnels.
What is this? Why?
It's real nonsense. It's complete nonsense. And not only that,
How do they even miss them?
you
Like,
have
how
to
do
also
they miss
remember
them?
that these are supposedly amongst the very first pyramids ever built. It's like it's like we started with the space shuttle and we went backwards to like the horse and cart, because you don't start with the perfect sort of massive sort of technologically sophisticated product and then go
We're in
backwards,
March.
which is what seems to have happened in the Orthodox timeline of pyramid building, because the Egyptians, we all know about the
Stretch
Giza and
yourself.
the Great Pyramid and the 2 or 3 other pyramids that are there, but as you go forward in time, like the Middle Kingdom, they kept building pyramids, but they got
From
much
what?
less sophisticated. They were
I'm
made from mud
distracting
brick, and
myself from the
they're
fall of
much smaller,
society.
and there's still some of you can see today, but they're slowly eroding because mud brick erodes. But yet these giant stone monuments are eternal, and they're supposedly the first ones we made. And of course, there's endless precision when it comes. There's precision when you look at like how these things are aligned to true north. So it's one of the most accurately aligned and set out buildings that we've ever made. In fact, we didn't even match it, I think, until the late 1800s. We actually could build it something that was actually almost as accurate as the pyramid. It encodes all this data. It encodes, it's basically a scale model of the northern hemisphere of the planet to a ratio of, I think it's, I'm going to get this wrong, it's 43,200. So if you take the height of the pyramid and you multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth, so from the center of the Earth to the North Pole.
Pretty serious.
Take the perimeter length of the
Pretty
Great
heavy.
Pyramid and you multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the planet. It encodes the shape of the planet, the fact that it's an oblate spheroid. So by that I mean that the planet Earth's not a sphere, right? It's like a little further east-west than it is north-south, right? Because of the spinning. So it's oblate.
Slightly eggy.
Well, it's just slightly flat.
I hear you.
A little fatter around the middle.
Exactly.
And that difference, like that translates into a ratio of difference between latitude and longitude. So if you draw that grid line across the map and you go down and you look at like, okay, at the equator, I've got one grid square of whatever, 1 degree.
I have no
1
idea what
minute
that
of
means.
latitude and longitude.
So I'm gonna
It's
say no.
slightly longer east-west than it is north-south. It's not a square, it's a rectangle. So that ratio between latitude and longitude is also
Podcast? Yeah, I'm down.
precisely
Sure, I'm down. I was thinking, honestly, Jonesy, we should do a podcast. That'd be dope.
Socle, which is this 1 cubit wide and high platform.
Like one,
So
maybe.
it's like
or
this
more.
little ledge that it sits on and sticks out, and it gives you 2 ways of
That'd be
measuring,
amazing.
The perimeter length.
I would
right? You can measure the
greatly
perimeter
enjoy
length of
that,
the actual
Jonesy.
pyramid or the perimeter length of the socle. And if you compare the ratio of those 2 lengths between the socle and the pyramid, the perimeter lengths, it's exactly
talk
the
about
same
communism.
ratio as latitude to longitude on the planet.
Oh yeah, there's so much to talk about. Oh my god.
So then how? So
Global
when
cabal,
Mainstream archaeology.
the communism
confronted with
takeover,
these facts,
the
what
World
do they
Economic
say?
Forum,
Oops.
Well, the
the
answer is it's
Ukraine
coincidence.
war,
I mean, that's generally the response you get.
The
And I think these things pile up and up.
racist
There's many more things you could talk about when it comes to precision.
employment
and
practices held in the
pyramid.
West.
And I think all of them. I mean, it doesn't take very many of them to go, okay, that's not coincidence. There's obviously some more data going on here.
The
It's one of the
discrimination.
giant contradictions. It doesn't really get addressed, unfortunately.
By the woke.
I think there's another explanation for this. I think I genuinely, and I respect the dynastic Egyptians. They did tremendous.
And then there's the
work.
whole
They were
biological
extremely
aspect
capable
of the injections. I
civilization.
mean, holy
3,000
shit.
years. It was an incredible, probably one of the greatest
The
civilizations.
E. coli plasmid DNA that was found to
But
be
they simply
within
weren't capable and didn't have the
the
knowledge set
fucking
of
frame
achieving some of
shifts in the
things that we
sequencing
attribute
of
to them.
proteins leading to
For all of their
prions.
capability, we know that particularly
The presence
old
of the
period,
SV40
early
promoter
periods, we know
sequence,
very
which
relatively
uh,
primitive Bronze Age.
rapid brings DNA into the nucleus.
No metals.
The
other
RNA.
than bronze, literally bronze and copper.
The in
steel,
vitro
no
observation
no
of
lead, so no use of the wheel. There's no pulleys. There's no force multipliers. there's
reverse
no advanced tools,
transcriptase
there's no
into the
pottery
DNA.
wheel, there's no lathe,
The
there's no
presence of
nothing.
mRNA and
But
lipid
we have these
nanoparticles in the
incredible
breast milk.
artifacts and architecture that comes from that period that show all of this sophistication. And all of this encoded data.
The presence of graphene hydroxide found by Dr. Nowak in Germany due to spectroscopy. I think it was like sound resonance.
The Egyptians actually had the data that it seems like are encoded in
He had a
these
control of
artifacts.
graphene hydroxide that
You
matched
left, I think,
exactly
two
the
options.
spectrum observed from the found in the injection.
This stuff, the weight of evidence that suggests
And then he was murdered 2 days
but I
later.
think you ultimately left with two options. One is we have
Arrested
to
while
drastically
streaming live.
reevaluate what we think that the dynastic Egyptians were capable of. I think that's by far the least likely option. There's no evidence to suggest that they had advanced tools, that they had advanced knowledge.
Heard of the
we know what they
Ukraine.
knew. Like they wrote down what they did. They drew scenes on the walls showing how they did things, and we found their tools that are very primitive. The other option, I think, the one that the evidence supports
Yeah,
best, and I think all of
that
the
was a
adjacent
smoking
evidence,
gun.
cataclysm,
The death
genetics,
of Dr.
timeline,
Andreas
our-
Nowak.
is that the path of civilization is much longer. There's just more ups and downs, more cataclysm, and that's at some point in the past
Yeah.
there was a much more advanced civilization.
And that shows that
existed.
graphene hydroxide really
probably
truly
responsible
is
for this
in
knowledge.
the injections.
That probably started
And
these
it-
projects, even if they didn't finish them, and that probably manufactured a lot of the things that
What they want to do is they want to create
and integrated into their
cyborgs.
culture over a period of thousands of
humans
years.
connected
And
to
this-
the internet
this originating
through spike
civilization, this
protein
genital civilization,
antennae.
was probably one that spanned the globe. That was,
And they did, there was a
capable,
study that
the
showed
evidence
magnetic
for it.
resonance imaging of the brain
In Lebanon, in
was
South
able
America,
to
in Eastern
determine
Ireland,
exactly what the
potentially in
person was
China.
thinking.
All around the world, you have these similar.
Like it drew like
styles
an
of
image.
megalithic building. You have a pyramid building culture.
So I think they
You have
built 5G
the works
towers
of
to
people like George
insert
von Deutsch
thoughts
and,
into people's
um,
brains,
Dr.
especially as it
Tiller, who wrote
passes
Handbook
the
Mill that showed that,
blood-brain
there's
barrier.
astronomical knowledge encoded in
The
all
lipid
these cultures all around
nanoparticles,
the world
these
that-
little capsules
that
of
reflects
fats
a knowledge set
that
those
just
cultures
bypass
didn't
all the
have.
lipid
But
bilayers,
it is
the
this- it
phospholipid
does show
bilayers in the
things like
cells of
precession
every
the
body.
equinoxes, these sophisticated movements of the heavens.
It's
And it
insane.
all points to
The
this
confirmation
idea
of
that maybe there's
Pfizer
a
today
precursor
saying
culture
that yes, it does
might have been
create
responsible
prions
for
and it has
you
led
know,
to the
that
death of
initial set of
a
knowledge
person
that
due to
was
the
then
Crutz-Jacobs
spanned out through time and
Creutzfeldt
distance and
disease.
ends up in all these other cultures. There's
Mad
so
cow
much evidence
disease.
for this, I think. And of course, the Atlantis story with Plato, stuff like that. So I think that's the far more likely
You find aliens dead, you find Moses
scenario. I think
both
that's the
dead,
one that the
yeah.
evidence best supports.
It's crazy. Oh, it's so
And
crazy.
it's just, it's a battle to kind of get the mainstream academic community to kind of
It's
look at the
crazy.
past with a bit more of an open mind, because I think if we did that and we looked at these sites and we analysed these artifacts and we used our own technology, we'd probably learn something. We'd probably open up these doors and we'd learn a lot more about our origins and
Then we
and
get
the
into
history of
like
civilization.
9/11 and
Do
shit.
you think that when we say
The impossibility of an aluminum airplane busting
there
through
was an advanced
steel
civilization
beams.
in the past,
Mhm.
it's first of all the ego of
Potentially the
current
strongest
man,
steel building
of
ever
current
created.
human doesn't allow that, because and this is the one thing I think you would agree with me on. At every moment in time, man has always thought that they had everything
The
figured
free
out.
fall of World
Every
Trade Center
year
7,
that goes
Building
by, they're
7.
just like, nope, it's
That was
Zeus,
not hit
that's
by
the
any
way it
plane.
goes. Nope, it's the god Ra. All these kind of things. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why we can't comprehend it. But also,
The
I think
granite
we're looking
bedrock
at the past
of
through
New York
the
City.
lens of our technology today.
We understand
which
how
is-
hard
but
granite
the
is now.
ancient civilizations that you're
Like
talking
7,
about
8 on the
that
Mohs
might
scale
be
out of
more
10.
advanced, they could have been advanced
Blasted
in ways
away
that we can't really
The
comprehend
bedrock
because
due to
it's a
explosions.
different kind of technology than we are currently using.
So, you know,
Yeah, 100%.
I did. I
In
made an
fact, I
omelet
talk
with
about this
smoked
quite a bit.
meat
I
and cheese. It
think
was
this
really
is-
amazing.
It's a difficult
It was-
concept to grasp if
it
you
was
haven't thought much
amazing.
about it before. But I think that's exactly right. I think
6
all
egg
you have to
omelet
do
with
is look at
smoked
the
meat
last
and cheese,
30,
cheddar
40
cheese.
years of our own technological
It
progression.
was
The
amazing.
rise of the internet, the rise of devices. And think, okay, so, we didn't, if you go back in time, you could only have to go back 30 or 40 years to
Our lifetime, in our lifetime.
in our lifetime, for people not to have a clue what a cell phone is, like a modern smartphone.
Larry
touch screen,
Silverstein
internet, all that stuff. These are new concepts.
Making
I
like
often
$8 billion off of the
Like saying, yeah,
terrorist
you have to go
attacks
back to
from
cave,
the
but
World
say you
Trade
took
Center
this
when he
back
had
to,
an
like
asbestos-filled
cavemen,
building
let alone Victorian era or even
that
100
he
years ago.
recently bought
And you
rights
show
to
this
prior to
phones,
2001
they're gonna
September
look at it and go, well, it's
recently
like a shiny piece of glass or
purchased
something that
terrorist insurance
breaks
on
if
it
you smash it, it's powered off like it doesn't
before
do anything.
destruction
You have
months
no
prior.
context to understand what it is, but you or I You and I
Donald
couldn't build
Rumsfeld,
one,
September 9th,
but we
2001,
know
saying
understand
that
how it works.
Pentagon
We know how it
we
works.
know what
can't
it is. Like, 'cause we
account
have
for
the
$3
context.
trillion.
We know what a wireless,
Yeah.
what wireless networking is. We know what a touchscreen is. We know what the cameras and the internet and all these things that you need to put this thing into context and understand what it is. And in a lot of ways, I think when we look at some of the potential sophistication of some of these sites, I think we're in that same position as someone from Victorian era looking at a cell phone. We don't have the context to fully understand it because there may well be parts of science or technologies that were involved in what these sites, how they were made or what they were doing that we don't understand yet. And
Yeah,
as you
cool.
said,
How?
even though we think we've got it all figured out,
Fuck you.
we know that we're going to know more in 10 years. We're going to explore the boundaries of science
So
and
laggy.
learn more about the fundamental nature of reality and technology and the principles of the universe in 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. So that means that there are probably huge domains of technology and science that are currently outside of that, of our own perspective. And it's very tempting, and a lot of people do when they look back at the past. As you said, they look at it through the lens of our current understanding of technology. So it's as if everything in the past, we're the most superior man, the version of man that's ever existed, right? So therefore, everything in the past must be just a subset of what we know. And it's all explainable, and it can only be explainable within the context of what we know. And I just don't think that's the best way to look at it. I think we need to be a lot more open-minded about the possibilities of what was going on in the past, and consider the possibility that some of those answers might lay outside of our current perspective and our current knowledge set. And that's why I think also if we actually investigate them with that possibility in mind, and we apply ourselves and apply our technology, we might actually learn something. And we're starting to see that with some of the work that's been happening this year that I've been involved in. This in-depth analysis of these pre-dynastic granite vases, and they're just showing these degrees of sophistication and machining and precision that it's completely.
Of course, you always tell the truth. You always say the truth.
It's certainly not possible to have been done by hand, and it's revealing all of these interesting possibilities about their function. Or
you are very
how
based.
They were made, and we're learning stuff because we're being open-minded about how, investigating these things and what the possibilities could be.
And it's stuff I've seen in Egypt too, where there's these quarries where there were obelisks left behind, unfinished, if you will. They were like started to be carved out, and even like hieroglyphs are on them, but they're being almost scooped out of the ground with their scoop marks, and people are like, how do you?
Not you, Jeremy.
And there's even
I'm really
cuts,
direct.
like a laser cut or a saw
Cool,
of some
but
sort
truthful.
was cutting through it and stopped, and then like, oops, made a bad cut, went back, and you could see that they're like, how do you work up with some of the toughest, the densest materials on the planet?
Yeah, I mean, granite
hardness. Yeah, exactly. So hard that's not harder than diamonds, but it's up there with diamonds. It's insane.
Well, yeah. So that's one of the interesting things about a lot of the artifacts, particularly in Egypt, although this also applies to South America, is that they use some of the most difficult stones, most intractable mediums, if you like, that are available. I mean, on the most scale of hardness,
man?
Your fingernail's like a 2.5, and copper is like a 3.5, iron's 4.5, steel's 5.5. You have stones that are in the 6, 7, 8, 9 range.
Gotta be honest.
That are being used and just seem to be no problem in terms of how they're machining. Diamonds are 10, diamond being sort of the toughest stuff out there. So I think that's all. That they might have synthesized something these days that could be harder than diamond. I don't know. But yeah, you have all sorts of
nice
evidence.
to
There's machining evidence, like I said. There's saw cuts. There's tubular drills. There's evidence for very sophisticated forms of machining that isn't.
I'm not judging.
Can't replicate. It's never been replicated by any hand method, which is what they say did all of this stuff. You have the scoop marks in the quarries, which is really interesting. And I have a long investigation, a few videos looking at it on my channel.
How did he literally not die there?
That stuff is, the conventional explanation for it is, it's pounding stones. Is that they took these diorite or dolerite balls and they just pounded away at the granite, and it's what leaves these scoop marks. And there's all sorts of problems with that theory. Not the least of which is that I think it's and this is like a logical conundrum that you see all over the place in
I
the
know.
Orthodox story of ancient Egypt, but it's
You're
like,
nice,
well, okay,
you're a
this
sweet
is the
person.
most primitive method. Yet this is the method you see on the most sophisticated and largest artifacts. It's like, how can you correlate these two things? Like, if this is the most primitive method of quarrying, literally pounding on granite.
Yeah, that'd be great,
another
Journey.
time.
That'd be
Of
awesome.
course, you do progress over time to
That would be great. We do a stream.
where we chisel out divots in a line,
Holland
and we put
stream.
wood in and water it, and then hammer in these chisels, try to split the stone.
That
and
would
then
be
you develop
amazing.
Stronger materials like steel and other chisels where you can actually chisel in to the stone, and there's evidence for that.
I would
sort of
enjoy that very
relatively
much.
quarry. But they're typically they're getting off little small pieces off these giant.
Let's do it. I mean, if I had
giant
money, I would
artifacts
do it,
like the
but I
unfinished
don't.
obelisk, which is 1,200 tons.
I would
1,200
if I was working and I had
tons,
money.
the estimate for its mass.
But hopefully that'll be
But
soon.
it's also, they try to
That'd be
explain
great.
that with the most primitive quarrying method. It's nonsense. Plus, there's all sorts of other inconsistencies with how those scoop marks are formed. The fact that they run all the way down walls in a straight line, then underneath, and then up under the underside of these artifacts, and you wouldn't have these ridge lines in between the scoop marks. I mean, if you have a shift change and the next guy comes along after 10 hours of pounding, and he picks up the ball and he starts pounding, he's going to pound down those ridges that are on the in
That
between
would be
the scoop marks.
awesome.
I mean, that's where you're going to get the most traction and
What the
most
fuck?
material, but that's not what we see. We see everything in these straight lines as if there was a tool that came down and did this in a straight line. We see evidence for articulation, like they start straight
Wow,
in
insane.
places and they angle over. So you can imagine using like a backhoe arm. Everyone who's used a backhoe will see this.
Yeah, for sure.
It's straight, but as you rotate from that fixed point of reference, the angle shifts on the line that you're cutting. And we see evidence for exactly that same sort of thing.
Yeah,
in
you're
these
definitely
scoop marks,
welcome
that
to
the
visit
angle
Canada,
changes,
of course.
As if that tool was fixed in a certain spot, and then it was operating from there and it was articulated, and then it was moved later. There's all these. It's very interesting.
It goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
There's a question I want to ask you because I've been down to South America. I've been to Machu Picchu. I've been to Machu Picchu, Tulum, Cova, and you start looking at those structures, and they have echoes of ancient Egypt, no question. Which
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Why there's so many pyramids?
I was thinking going to
where
Holland,
these
but
civilizations should have never ever had.
if you want to come to Canada, that'd be
some
awesome.
sort of communication. So there's that one big giant question.
That would be
But
amazing.
there's some of these South American, I think in not Machu Picchu. Yeah, in Machu Picchu, I would say Chichen Itza, and Machu Picchu, where
And
the
remember the Bahamas
stones
streams? Oh my god.
almost look like they're out of molds because
Right.
they are so. It's not like one block on one
Unsure
block.
whether it was gonna get
In
back
Egypt,
into the country.
you have
Oh my god.
granite stone, granite
Just
stone,
stressed.
granite stone, and they're all
In
similar
paradise.
shape, if not almost exactly the same, give or take. But this
When you
is
were
like
there, it was awesome.
apple, orange, banana, and they all seem to fit perfectly, so perfectly together, like they're puzzle pieces that you can't even stick a
Like
piece
in chat,
of
I
paper in
mean.
between it. How in God's green earth did they do that back then, man?
That is a very good question, and it's one I don't have an answer
In
for
spirit.
because I'm as mystified by this as you are. You see. So you see with the megalithic work, I think this is one of the indicators of this sophistication, and you see a similar thing between Egypt and places like Peru. In the precision of the work. So in Egypt, you have a lot more straight lines and this almost linear megalithic work. Like you say, these are square. A lot of stuff is pretty square and certainly straight in the joinery, but very precise. You can't even sometimes you can't see it. You certainly can't fit a razor blade in between it.
Oh, wow,
you see
insane.
the same type of precision in Peru and this work, in the Sacred Valley and at Machu Picchu. But there's no straight lines.
Oh,
there.
wow.
Like it's literally these curved features, and it's one of the mystifying things to me is like how, you've got these giant stones. It's a place called Sacsayhuaman, just above Cusco, and you have some of these stones that are 150, 200 tons each. These giant hard.
That's
forms of
quite
limestone.
the
You have,
investment.
granite stones that are in the streets of Cusco that are multi-ton stones as well.
Sure.
And they just are joined together perfectly, but they have these flowing joins where it's just this
Dr.
perfect.
Seuss, almost Dr. Seuss style.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's not. And I've seen in some places, I actually documented this a few times, where through earthquakes or other processes the stones have separated, And you can tell, okay, they didn't just like make them look good on the surface, like as if they were touching on the surface. That consistent joint.
I am so lucky and blessed.
Goes the full depth of the stone. Like
Perfect.
it goes all
Perfect.
the way through that depth, which is incredibly difficult to make those mating surfaces match like that. So a lot of people
Like
speculate, okay, well these stones come out of a mold. Are they somehow like a Play-Doh or a toffee-like substance that is put in place and then it sets? We don't really have any evidence for that. We don't have any process that can explain that. Intuition tells you that. Like you look at it and you go, man, because the only other idea is, well, you know, they're lifting a stone, like they're looking at it and they're shaving a bit off it and they're working on it and then they put it back. Okay, it's not quite ready, and then they're just back and forth and you have to put it in and out 1,000 times to get it even.
Hey,
and
nice.
how heavy are these stones?
Well,
Nice.
stones are like a couple hundred tons. I mean, it's actually
That's awesome.
They're massive. And certainly multi-ton tones. None of this is easy. Like this is, it's really funny actually. You go to Egypt and South America, and
Sick
they're
as
restoring a lot of these sites in Karnak. It's literally like a 2 or 3 ton piece of a statue that they were lifted, they had to move in Egypt, and you can see how difficult, how much they had to wrap it in these massive, big, you know, strong cables, and then the winch and the machine they needed to lift it and stuff. It's just. It gives you an idea that it's difficult for us to do today. A lot of this work.
I'm telling you, man,
It
AI
seems to have been just much easier for people in the park. 'cause they
AI
did
is
it in
sassy.
South America. Egypt.
AI has
It's
the
just-
fucking
Yeah, people have very little appreciation for just how difficult. Some
AI
of this
is
stuff
just like
is.
Android
They haven't
18
done
from
it,
Dragon
so
Ball
people
Z,
haven't
strangely
seen
enough.
how difficult
Just
it
the
is for us to do
sassy
and move things around like that are, you know,
fucking
objects.
Tim Dillon
Funny
type
shapes.
humor.
It's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. The South American stuff is fantastic. There are
Just
there is a crossover
Just
there.
too
So
much.
you do get
Let's dance
you do
with the
in some places
dinos.
in
Come
Egypt,
on.
You have some of these
Like, come on,
flowing
man.
lines in some places, and in some places in South America you have straight lines and
Well,
more linear lines.
Yeah, Chichen Itza's pretty.
Yeah.
To my recollection of it, it's pretty. All the blocks are similar sides. They're not
Yeah.
like all crazy.
Not flowing, yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the Coricancha in Peru, the Cusco, is this giant megalithic structure that's, of course, it's a Catholic church today, but it's in the center of Cusco, and its origins are megalithic, 100%. But it's much more straight. There's a lot of straight lines in there. In terms, it's very very similar to Egypt. But then you go into the streets of Cusco, and you know they have this megalithic buildings, and there's this flowing lines, these green granite walls, just insane. It's just beautiful. Cusco is such an amazing place. If people haven't been, you should go because it's super unique. Like there's literally nowhere else in the world that I know of where you have these architectural styles stacked up on each other like this. You have megalithic, which we don't know how old this is. I think it all gets attributed to the Inca in the mainstream story. I think this is far older than that because you have the megalithic style. Then you have Inca building, which is very rough and very primitive, like local small cobbles and you know mud mortar and things. Then you have colonial Spanish on top of that. Then you have modern, and this is you just walk around the streets in the center of Cusco, and it's just all stacked up on top of each other everywhere you look. It's actually it's unique and it's amazing.
God
Have you
damn
ever
it.
heard
There was a
of
spider,
Coral Castle?
and I tried to save its life
So have you been to Coral Castle?
by
I have
putting it
not.
in a couple cups like I
So
did
I'm
to
from
another
South
one,
Florida.
but then it
So
like
I've been there multiple
ran
times.
away, and I should have
And for
just
everyone who
passed it
doesn't
away,
know about
honestly.
Coral Castle, please Google Coral Castle.
So now it's somewhere in this fucking
South
room.
Florida because it is megalithic construction in the 50s.
Yeah,
Out of-
Edward Lee Scarlett.
Australia, right?
That's right. Yeah, that was his name. Yes, and he was moving around coral rocks.
Yeah, it's a
Very-
limestone. It's a form of limestone.
Yeah, and it's everywhere down in South. I mean, that's why Coral Gables is called Coral Gables. It's because it was built on the foundation of these rocks. But he built an entire like town, like a little town, and giant table, 2-story buildings, and a 5-ton door that was perfectly aligned.
Yeah.
So he could. Oh, you have to with one finger you can move it. And he said when people and he did it by himself.
Yeah, he's a
himself at
very
night.
secretive guy. Yeah.
And he said, "How do you do it?" He goes, "I learned the secrets of how they built the pyramids." That's all he would say.
Yeah. Well, I have a different
It's pretty
opinion
amazing.
on Coral Castle. It is. Look, and that was one thing I would say about this. It is. Leith Scarlett was, I mean, a savant in this space. Like he spent it, and it was his life's work. Like obviously his
Yeah.
passion. And it's a tremendous achievement any way you cut it. However, there is footage that's emerged, I think, in the last few years that I've seen of him using block and tackles and massive A-frames, which have no problem lifting the sort of weights that we're talking about. I don't think it's as mysterious as some people put it. That's all I'd say about it. I don't want to take away from the achievement. It's an incredible achievement.
Right.
But I don't think it's this, like, people show pictures of his workshop and think he was using some sort of magical Tesla energy and all this other stuff. I don't think that's what's going on. I think he was very dedicated, very hardworking, very secretive and enigmatic in his answers and how he did stuff. But there is some footage you can see him using kind of modern materials and tools to do it. But you know, it's a lifetime of work, and he's very skilled. And I mean, I do want to go see it at some point. I've not had the chance.
It's pretty remarkable. It's a pretty remarkable.
That's my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very remarkable. It's remarkable, but I don't think it's like, I don't think it's as mysterious as some people make it out to be. Yeah.
Right, and I'd have to agree with you on it. I think when you're there and you start looking at things, and maybe your trained eye would look at it a little bit differently than mine, but I was there. I've been there probably half a dozen times in my life, and I've really just been I mean, you're fascinated with it when you're there. But when you see the construction of some stuff that he was able to do, I mean, there's a castle, there's like a 2-story castle that he carved out or did something with. Every hurricane that's hit Florida.
Oh, that's not going anywhere. Yeah.
It does nothing. Like every category 6, it doesn't matter. It just sits there and it doesn't even think about it.
Well, that's the reason. That's the reason why. I mean, that people say, "Why didn't they pyramids? Don't they build stuff out of other materials?" I'm like, well, if you want something to last, make it out of stone.
Hard stone on top of that. Yeah, a hard stone that's not gonna wear down in 5 years. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, a lot of the stuff that we have built today. I mean, if we left the Earth today, if we just, for whatever reason, humans just left the Earth today, what do we got? 1,000 years maybe before everything starts turning to dust.
Come on.
Give it a couple thousand years. It's nothing.
Yeah, like, I mean, the nature will take it over. There was a show. I don't know if you ever saw this show on History Channel. You know what I'm talking about? Like, if people left, and they would just take a new city around the world in the episode, and just say, after 500 years, after 1,000 years. The one that really got me, the structure that we have built, humans have built, that will last the longest before it goes, is the Hoover Dam. Yeah. And I was just at the Hoover Dam like a few weeks ago and you sit there and going, oh wow, the last place to lose power will be Vegas. Because of the hydroelectric. Until they finally crack them. So without maintenance, they'll eventually pop. Yeah. But the machine itself, they said it would take
come on, man.
Hundreds, if not a long
fucking
time
game.
Before it actually breaks.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? I love that theory. Like, so say we have a civilization end and we go away, like I said, I mean, metal and cities, that's all gone. 1,000, 2,000, no problem. Like, nothing remains.
Without a catalyst. Without a catalyst.
Without a catalyst, just assuming we just leave. Yeah. And all the people are gone. Yeah, it's done. And then, you have the Hoover Dam. I mean, you've got Mount Rushmore. That would erode eventually, but people might see that 1,000 years in the future and go, because I think it's granite. You know, they're looking at it and going, oh man, these are the gods or whatever.
The gods
on this carved into this mountain. You know, you've got. I love this idea, like the Hoover Dam, and then you'd have some trace of like the Panama Canal, or the Suez Canal.
Yeah, there'll be little things left. Yeah.
Well, those are huge construction projects. I think I can imagine an argument in the future. Like, imagine, we go thousands of years past, some other civilization they arise, and they have their archaeologists, and they're digging up the bones of our civilization.
Welcome back.
There's probably a bunch of people on whatever the version of the internet is in the future making this case of, these people were advanced, they dug a trench between the oceans, and then you've got all the mainstream archaeology going, no, this is just natural, this is nothing. And people on the internet go, no, the evidence is there, look at it, like this is a straight line between these.
And then they look at Mount Rushmore, and you barely can see the features, but there's something there that looks like a human face. It's like, obviously that's not natural, but that's natural. Yeah. Well,
the Hoover Dam's just like a ceremonial space. It was, they built this, but it was just so they could worship their gods and they could stand on it and see the stars. Like, that's why they made that. It wasn't technological at all. No, it had
I'm glad you're back.
They were just basic, simple people.
Simple, but what's really fascinating about this conversation right now is if you start looking at the lens of how another civilization would look at our civilization and argue about things that for you and I are just like, no, that's obviously the Hoover Dam. Obviously, this is a phone. Obviously, because we have context.
That's right.
But I mean, you bring a native from the Amazon who's never seen a white man before, and you throw them into Vegas, they're gonna be like, yeah, what? Like they would even.
Planet.
It's essentially another planet. So it's all about context.
Context. Yeah, I mean, look, even if we survive, like you say, we have a cataclysm, but it's a civilization-ending cataclysm. We are blasted back to the Stone Age, which is what I think happened to us in the past. Graham Hancock calls us a species with amnesia, and it's a great term because we have these echoes of the past that come down through these origin stories and these tales and these myths and legends. But say we do survive this, but we're knocked back into basically a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Within a couple generations, things like plasma TVs and cell phones are going to be these campfire stories. They're going to, you might find that people have this memory of it, so they find black rocks. Maybe they get themselves some obsidian. They polish it up and they shape it up to look kind of like this, and they dance around the fire with it and try to activate it through ceremony and ritual. And I genuinely think that's a lot of what's happened when we look at dynastic Egypt. I think they inherited stuff like that. They probably had a cultural connection to the precursor civilization. They got a lot from them. They got knowledge and information, but they just didn't have any capability to use it or the context to understand it. So it all became ceremonial. Like these sites became ceremonial sites. In the same way that we might go into the cities if we were hunter-gatherers, all the Hoover Dam, places like that, and start to worship them, and then as we grow and the kings and our warlords and our people emerge, like, I'm going to write my name on this. This is mine now. Like this is my site, and my name's on this now, and so therefore I made it. And thousands of years later, that's how we'd look at it and say, well, that guy's name's on it. He must have built it. It must have been made for him, and that's exactly what we did. That's because we look at the ruins and the megaliths of the past and the statues and stuff. I mean, if there's a dude's name on it, like then he had it built for sure. He had it built. That's how Egyptology works. That's the name, and there's lots of contradictions there too. Like some artifacts have 3 or 4 or 5 different names on them.
Because every time a new guy came over, he's like, oh, that's fine, I did that.
Yeah, Ramses II is notorious for this. Petrie called him the Great Usurper. He would literally erase people's names and dig his own name in really deeply. And you can think about it with these artifacts. I like the idea that these vases, these precision vases that come from pre-dynastic times, like a lot of them are in private collection. Imagine there's some rich private collector that builds himself a mausoleum and he wants to be buried with his vases in today's time. Yeah. But then we dig him up in the future, 4,000 years later, 5,000 years later, and he's found with these artifacts. Like, well, he had these made. That's right. What we do. That's how we look at that. We have no idea whether he had them made or not. And in this case, no, those things are probably 10 or 15,000 or 5,000 years old already when they were buried with them. I think that's entirely the case. We should be considering that possibility when we look at the bones of some of these ancient civilizations like Egypt that have all these contradictions in them.
And you were saying something about knowledge that they like the Incas and the Maya and the Egyptians, they were gifted with some knowledge and then kind of try to build upon that. But just in our short, let's just say 2,000 years, okay? Let's say in the last 2,000 years or so, how much knowledge has been lost along the way? I mean, the farther back you go, it gets thinner and thinner, but like, look how much information we have right now. I mean, we have a lot of knowledge and information about the way the world works, to our understanding to this point at least, the way the world works. But things like the Vedic texts, things like the Alexandria, and then let's not even go into what we lost with the Mayans when the Spanish came over and burned everything. I mean,
terrible.
Yeah, exactly. So there's so much knowledge that has been, but if everything goes away, all this knowledge goes away. And if a new human is born without another human to teach them, imagine it was you and I, we're the last 2 dudes, and there's like a new group of people who've never heard, we're the only ones that know anything about anything.
Right.
And people are like, and we're trying to explain to them the internet. We're trying to explain to them basic knowledge through story. Yes. We would be gods, essentially.
You would be, and you would probably, and that's exactly kind of, I mean, this is a good description of how knowledge is actually passed down before we had like writing and ways of storing it through oral tales and legends. And it's, you know, that's what ends up as the origin stories, and ends up being put in books. It's these stories that are, and it's an interesting analysis, like when you look at von Deschen, like books like Hamlet's Mill, that show you that there's this astronomical data encoded in these legends, and it's from Norse to, like, you know, Inuit traditions, South American traditions, like the even our stuff, the Middle Eastern religions. There's all this data that is similar across them, but they're tied up in these stories and these myths and legends. The same thing, I think, with recollections of events. It's not, you don't just tell people, here's the data, like, oh, in this year this happened, like the sky fell, or like, you know, the planets move like this. That data gets wrapped up in these interesting stories, and there's there's figures are created and stories, and it's deified, and there's all this information to make it entertaining and make it memorable, and then that's passed down generation to generation through time. That's how that knowledge is kind of preserved. So when we look at origin stories and some of the myths and legends from the past, you have to understand, okay, you've got to sift through the embellishment of this and try to get to the core of it. What is the seed or the truth, or the you know, the part of this that is probably true at its core? And there's a lot of that going on. Like, we, you know, science, more than we'd like to think, I think, in science had a bit of an overcorrection with the Age of Reason, right? Because if you go back before the Age of Reason and the rise of science, literally the explanation for our past and our history and our place on the planet was biblical. Like, it was the religions. Like, it's a 6,000-year story. You know, it's the giant floods. It's this cataclysmic story, and that's, you know, let's just take Christianity for the purpose of this. And then science comes in and says, okay, no, we actually want to get away from the cataclysm, like the catastrophism and the cataclysmic nature of religious stories and things like that. And they kind of overcorrected and shifted, and they just wrote off everything that's included in those origins and religions. And the truth's somewhere in the middle now. I think we're starting to swing back the other way, where it's like, okay, there might, you know, does erosion and gradualism, and can we explain stuff through and the world as it is through these, you know, through these gentle sort of processes we see acting on the ground today in terms of geology? Yeah, a lot of it we can, but there's also other features that are showing us the truth of some of the cataclysm that was maybe contained in these origin stories and religions, and we're coming back a little bit. But there was a huge overcorrection for a long period of time, that we would just dismiss this history that was contained in these origin stories, when I think in reality there's some grains of truth that are there, that you know, if we pay attention to it, we can find them. But yeah, I mean, no doubt endless amounts of knowledge has been lost. I mean, that's, people know about the fire of the Library of Alexandria, but you know, there was literally dozens and dozens of events like that where we had other repositories of knowledge that went up in flames. That was just one. I mean,
and of course the archives of the Vatican right now, we have a couple things.
Hidden knowledge is another thing. Yes, 100%. What I
there's
wouldn't
no
give to be able to go in there and read everything. Well, you mean, it's probably all in Latin, but a lot of it's probably in other languages and Aramaic and things. But it'd be interesting to know what's in there for sure.
Well, I mean, look, when I went into the Vatican Museum and we're just walking around, like, how much did they steal? I mean, they stole so much. It's obscene how much stuff is in the Vatican Museum. It's one of the greatest museums I've ever walked into, in the sense of just the scope of the collection. But as I'm walking through it, I'm like, this is literally 2,000 years of raping and pillaging of all of these artifacts and knowledge and books and stories that they're like, no, this can't get out. Let's just put that in. It's very Indiana Jones-esque.
Oh, for sure. No, I think there's a lot of truth to that. It's funny, you know, there is, if you get approved, that's a weird thing about the Vatican archives that I've heard, like, assuming you even get approved to be on the list to even request access to it, you kind of have to be specific about what you want. So you almost need to kind of have an idea about what's in there before you can even get approved. Like, there's no one gets.
I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, you've got to have an understanding of it.
I don't know who that is.
That might be in there, and then get approved to say, "Oh, I'm interested in this." If you've got it.
Is that a singer?
But no one ever gets approved to just. I just want to see what's in there. No. That's not happening. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's definitely, I think, a case to be made for a lot of like hidden knowledge and stuff that is it's in very select hands, and that comes to us from the dim, dark, distant past.
I should know
a few bits and pieces
now.
get out here and there that are really interesting to me. I mean, I've been fascinated by ancient maps. I mean, I think there's a lot of data encoded in ancient maps that are typically the ancient maps that we have were drawn from even more ancient source maps that are all lost, but they show massive sophistication in the fact that we knew where Antarctica was and Australia was well before these were supposedly discovered in our time. They were able to do things like map longitude very accurately, which is not something we were able to do until like the turn of the 19th century, James Cook's second voyage of discovery. Yet we've got longitude. I mean, it requires sophisticated timepieces to measure longitude and navigate with longitude, which we weren't able to do until around 1800. But you go back thousands of years before that, and there's evidence that they were very capable of doing longitude accurately. You know, you've got the coastline of Antarctica, what's beneath the ice today, is very accurately represented on some of these maps. Stuff like this is this crazy, very, very interesting data sets that can be found with analysis of ancient maps.
When do you think Antarctica was not under ice?
It depends on what part of it you're talking about. This is not an area that I'm particularly knowledgeable on. For sure, I mean, we do have glacial records of ice where we can drill down to bedrock to go back like 300,000-400,000 years. I think the ice core records, off the top of my head, I might be wrong, but I think some of the ice core samples do go back around 400,000 years. So we know there's
Alright, I'm gonna have to take a break for like, I don't know, 20-30 minutes, unfortunately.
In some areas,
It's gonna take a break in like a minute or two. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but it might be a while, and I'll be back, eat dinner. So I might not play it for like an hour. I'm sorry. But I'll be playing later into the night. I'll keep my stream on.
And, territory like this, and then that was actually confirmed by an Air Force reconnaissance squadron, and these literally guys that spend their lifetime looking at maps and analyzing maps, and they did the comparison. Like,
what am I doing? Why am I shooting so early? I should shoot late there. I don't think it's gonna work. Probably not.
What's beneath the ice, and this was confirmed by like
I shoot into the door.
Today there's ice on top of it, and they use these sonar and radar techniques or whatever to actually look at the land, and they go, yep, this actually matches what's on this map. And the Piri Reis maps made by Admiral Piri Reis, I think in the 1500s, that he actually says and writes on there that most of it he built from.
How is that even possible?
Maps that are all gone now. We don't.
How is this even fucking possible?
Where they came from? They're probably copies of older stuff too. But yeah, I mean, it's. So I don't know. I mean, that 400,000 years is actually not out of the realm of possibility to me, because one of the other things that's happened in the last 20 years is that we know that the human race has gotten older and older. I mean, you go back, obviously the biblical version is 6,000 years old, then obviously, and then it was for a long time it was suspected to be around 50,000 years, and then we found some after the advent of like C14 radiocarbon dating. I think there were some remains found in Ethiopia that put us at around 190,000 years. That was the oldest thing in the fossil record. Then, not that long ago, they found some remains in Morocco that put us back to around 300,000 years. That was the oldest, a jawbone that was the oldest thing in the fossil record. That still is, I think, the oldest thing in the fossil record.
What's Revolute?
DNA evidence and statistical
Revolution?
studies, like teeth morphology.
Yes. You can help join the revolution here.
Ancestor, like Neanderthals and us being cousins, we
PPC, People's Party of Canada.
Look at kind of our genetic past and DNA, and both the teeth morphology studies and the DNA studies put us in the 800,000 to 900,000 year range. So I think let's set a round number and upper limit.
I don't know what Revolute is. I have no idea what that is. I'm sorry.
Antarctica being free of ice 400,000 years ago isn't out of the realm of possibility for humans. And not only humans, but we're the last humans left. Like there's other Neanderthals, Denisovans, all these other versions.
I don't think so.
Essentially Homo sapiens that we don't know much about. And Neanderthals,
I never heard it.
Bigger brains than we had. Who knows how civilized they might have been.
But I'm a
time and
millennial
and energy and enough food
that doesn't know who Ray Williams is.
We used to think they couldn't speak, and of course speech is vital for civilization and for developing abstract concepts and communication. I think the nomenclature on that's changed now. We do think they could speak. So maybe they had language. Maybe they had communication. We just don't know. And I think these are all possibilities. And some of those species go back millions.
All right, I'm gonna have to take a break, like in a minute or
Do you
two.
think that
I'll be back in
our
a bit.
civilizations have
I'm
been
sorry, I have to do it.
built and wiped out, built and wiped out, built and wiped out, and started from scratch? This kind of cycling system has been around for much longer than we even can conceive, maybe even 100 or 200 or possibly even longer. I'm not saying that 500,000 years
My
ago that
sleep
we
soon,
were
that's cool.
advanced civilizations. Hey, as we've been discussing, maybe we were, and
Thanks for being
all the
here.
information was lost because there's no way that any of that stuff would have made it this long. So it's a fascinating
Always happy when
intellectual
Jernzit is in chat.
exercise in your head. But it seems to me that there's
Thanks
definitely
for
a
joining the
lot
Discord, appreciate it.
that we still don't know, for sure.
100%. That's I think the. I try to say that. I mean, I don't speculate a lot, and I'd like to say I don't know when I don't know, and I think that's
Alright.
what's missing a lot from.
Probably after this run, I'm probably gonna
Let's just
do
say
that.
the mainstream version.
I
Of
feels with
history.
it for
And I
no, I'm
think
gonna go
to
now.
some extent
I gotta have to do it
That's
now.
that's a product of the rise
Thanks for being here.
of the alternative
And then I'll play after.
authors and theories that are coming from guys like Graham Hancock and Boval, John Anthony West, these guys. I think that the response and the popularity of that and it has led to a much more authoritarian response from the academics who see.
Live with Ben from Uncharted X.
Thanks, mate. Great to see you again. Been a minute.
Yeah, the trip with you in Egypt was probably the most memorable experience of my life.
Really?
So
I love to hear it. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the one of the things I've grown to really love about doing those Egypt tours. Honestly, I mean, I got started because it's a good way to get into those special permission sites. I build those tours around these 7 or 8 special permission accesses that you can't get into as a normal tourist, and they cost thousands of dollars each. And I can't pay for that myself, so it's a great. You take a group and you spread the cost around, and everybody gets to experience it. But over time, man, I really enjoyed. I'm not the most social person all the time on my own, but I really do enjoy sort of getting a lot of like-minded people together that are interested, engaged in these topics, and then showing them some of these things and seeing the reaction to it. So thanks for saying that. It means a lot.
that's awesome. So you're not sick of Egypt at all?
No, not remotely. In fact, every time you go, it's you just sort of peel back another layer, or you find something else, and then you think about it when you're back here, and you're just like, man, I want to check this out or that out, and there's so much to see there. I mean, I'm heading over the next trip. I'm going to be there like 6 weeks, and I'm going to some places I've not been to before, and it also gives me some time outside of the tours to do a few things. Just like Yusuf and I will go to these sort of random, off the beaten path locations, and that's also really valuable. Not remotely sick of it. I love that place. It's like a second home now.
Wow. Yeah. For me, the trip with you was my first time, and I feel like all I could do is just sit back and look at everything in complete and utter awe.
Yeah. It's like that. I think people. I always describe it as like just do it at least once. Like it's kind of like I know it is a bucket list item for a lot of people, but you can look at pictures of the pyramids and Giza and things like that. But it has a different impact when you're actually there. There's also this. It's a left. I describe it as kind of like a left brain, right brain connection too. And when I was first researching it before I went there, I'm fairly analytical, I suppose, and I just thought I would just have that approach to it. But when you get there and you're standing, in front of these things or in them, there's a real emotional reaction to it as well. It's like you feel something when you're there, and that was a bit unexpected, but it's a huge part of it, and there's nothing quite like actually being there.
Absolutely. Well, for anybody who doesn't know who you are, you have the most awesome YouTube channel on ancient sites.
Thank you.
And I love how you go so deep into just like the precision and the measurements, and I don't know, when you leave Egypt, there's far more questions than answers.
Yeah.
And I love how you are willing to investigate these, because the mainstream isn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly, I guess at a high level, you don't get, not a lot of that mystery and the history of these sites is exposed. And I personally am fascinated by, obviously there's a lot of mysteries that we don't have answers to, and some of them are subtle and they take some context to explain. But there's also this extensive history to, our modern, when I say modern, the last few hundred years kind of exploration and excavation of these sites, like our rediscovery of them. So I get tremendous value from going back through history books and looking at, Victorian era explorers, the early Egyptologists, guys like Flinders Petrie, Colonel Howard Weiss, these guys that were and Salim Hassan, who was one of the major Egyptologists, guys like that who dug these sites up and documented them, and I think there's tremendous value in those things and getting into the depths of that research. I try to bring that out in a lot of my looks at these sites and provide like a comprehensive overview of what's happened, who said what, where the mysteries are, and then how that differs from how we see them today when we go there on the modern tourist site when they're all kind of cleaned up. There's a heap of value you can get from looking at these older books and kind of the history of exploration that's happened there.
Yeah, I love those older accounts of when they rediscover the old site. I just watched your video on the discovering of Machu Picchu.
Yeah.
And you read the book of the guy that discovered
Hiram
it.
Bingham,
and just,
yeah.
just him going through like the forest and so is there controversy there?
Well, it's tough to say that he discovered it, given that there were people living on the site at the time. In fact, the story goes with, as I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at that, but yeah, he was kind of shown that site by a boy in one of the villages. Like they'd known about it, and there were people actually living on the site when he went up there. But in terms of kind of your Western archaeology or explorer style things, he was the first one who had seen it, other than the locals who knew it was there. And then he began that excavation, clearing of the site. It's not really buried so much as it's just overgrown. And if you look at the early pictures of Machu Picchu, the trees, the jungle was overtaking it. It's in those relative sort of highlands of the jungle, not super high altitude like up on the Altiplano, but definitely like a jungled area. And then he was the one who publicized it. He gets credited with the kind of the discovery, but it wasn't. There were people living there. The locals always knew about it, and of course that's Machu Picchu's the most famous place in Peru, although I think far from the most interesting. It simply because the Spanish never found it, and they never got the chance to ransack it and destroy it, which they did to, unfortunately, to a lot of the other sites that we see. But Machu Picchu itself is, it's the biggest tourist attraction down there. But I actually think there's a lot more interesting sites in Peru. In fact, the place that you get on the train to go to Machu Picchu is a place called Ollantay Tambo. Most people just go there, get on the train, go and do the Machu Picchu day. But there's the site at Ollantay Tambo is I think far more impressive than what you see at Machu Picchu. But obviously Machu Picchu's great, but there's some other things around that Sacred Valley area of Peru that are just mind bending. Wow,
I need to get out there.
Yeah.
And why did the Spanish? Why couldn't they find Machu Picchu?
Well, so if you go there, it's a rugged environment. So I can show you pictures of it too. It's like these giant, very steep mountainous peaks that are very heavily, densely forested and canopied in trees and just greenery. It's spectacular. It's up in the clouds, and it's all these mountain peaks that are surrounded by these valleys, and there's thousands of square miles of this stuff. So they were looking, like they had heard rumors of this city where the royalty would live, and they were looking for it. But they apparently at one point they were passing through the valleys and they just couldn't climb every peak, and you can't really see it from down below. And they just never found it. They were looking for it, but they never actually found it. And it's just by virtue of its location and the environment that it's in, you can't, some of those peaks are they're super steep. As you'd see if you go there, the staircases are quite precipitous. Actually, you go up and down, and there's Machu Picchu, and then there's Huayna Picchu, which is kind of a nearby peak, and that's a special ticket. It takes most of the day to climb that thing, and it's very, very steep. But you still find all this stonework up there, like these carved staircases and stonework that was up there. These were, so I imagine, very, very fit people living in these environments. And that is one of the amazing things about the Inca culture, who were definitely there. And I think the core of Machu Picchu goes back older than that, but they definitely built and used that site. But they would use these the difference in altitude to farm at different levels. Like you can grow different crops in different sort of climate zones as the altitude changes, and that's one of the genius things that the Inca did when they had their empire or their civilization in that part of Peru.
Yeah, some people seem to be just so differently adapted to that altitude.
Yeah.
Like you have in certain sports, some people can just run forever, or
I know.
they just have infinite cardio, and they're typically from these like mountain areas.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I actually think if there's been studies done on like the Sherpas in Nepal, like these guys in the Himalayas, that they literally have like genetic advantages in terms of like just the ability to effectively carry oxygen from their lungs into their blood. They do really well at high altitude. I suspect there may have been something going on there, just an adaptation that happens over time. Because that's the crazy thing about Peru, and particularly as you go further south into Bolivia, at the bottom end of the Sacred Valley, when it goes up into the Altiplano, I mean, that's even higher. Like, I think Machu Picchu's in the 7,000 feet range. You know, Cusco itself is at 11,500 feet. And then Lake Titicaca is like 12,500 feet, and there are sites up to nearly 14,000 feet where you can find people have moved these giant blocks of stone up on top of these, these sort of mountains and hills and built these sites. And there must have been large populations of people there at some point. I mean, Tiwanaku, which is this incredible site in Bolivia, it's a little bit higher than the modern lake. It was likely at the lake shore in ancient times, but it's one of the great mysteries of that site is that how do you develop this like megalithic city at an altitude where it's very, very difficult to grow crops? You're above the tree line. There really isn't any vegetation, like big vegetation there. It's one of the big mysteries about that site is like, how do you support a population to enable you to build what you can find at Tiwanaku? And it's not really a mystery that we've ever been able to solve. I mean, Tiwanaku, Pumapunku is another part of that site that's often discussed with it, but we don't really know how old it is. I mean, I've done some videos on it. There's been archaeoastronomy dating done on that to suggest it's older than 10,000 years. There's been some interesting fossil finds found there that are of some extinct kind of late Pleistocene animals. Some of those ones that went extinct during the Younger Dryas they've found on that site. There may even be depictions of some of those animals in some of the artwork there. There's a lot of cultural indications. There's a guy named Arthur Poznański, who was Polish. He spent like 40 to 50 years exploring and documenting and effectively protecting that site. And he's kind of published the definitive works on it in a couple of books. Actually, I have his books. I've done some videos on his work and on Tiwanaku in the past. But yeah, I think there's a huge mystery when it comes to South America and that area. Like I think it has a megalithic history, and I think it goes back much, much further than the typical response that you get or what is attributed to it in the mainstream, which is that the Inca in general, at least in the Sacred Valley, were responsible for everything you see there. But I think there's plenty of evidence. In fact, once you see it, it kind of just hits you in the face. It's very obvious that they most likely they found what was a destroyed or an abandoned megalithic city in Cusco and all of these megalithic sites, and they made that their capital, and then they rebuilt and built upon those works during their time.
Because I think I was watching your video, and you said that there were 3 distinct types of building in that area.
That's right.
What are those 3?
So yeah, this does exist globally as well, I'd say. But this is I have to credit Jesus Gamarra and his father Alfredo, who are indigenous Peruvian researchers, been researching the Sacred Valley sites for more than 50 years. Who really came up with the nomenclature and the classification of this architecture. I think they're spot on. But you always see these 3 layers. They're in the same layers in terms of the older stuff's at the bottom. You have megalithic stuff on top, and then the Inca work on the top. But at the bottom, it's something called Hanan Pacha, which is, I describe it as the monolithic kind of living rock. This is the carved bedrock. This is some people describe them as Inca thrones. You see shaped, carved into the bedrock itself. There's all sorts of strange shapes. There's like curved shapes, like almost like as if it was melted and the water was running. You have places like, Kenko, Zonex, Temple of the Moon, all of these sites around Cusco itself that exhibit this type of work. It's at Sacsayhuaman, it's at Ollanta Tambo. You can even find it at Machu Picchu and all these other places. And that's like the what seems to be the oldest layer in a lot of places like Kenko and the Temple of the Moon. It just seems tremendously ancient, very eroded, like noticeably more eroded, and just looks weathered and ancient relative to everything else. And built on top of that, you will find what's called as Uranpacha, which is the very classic, famous kind of megalithic, polygonal, cellular work, right? So this is the walls of Sacsayhuaman, or the big, the big walls in the streets of Cusco. This is that really precisely done, no mortar between them, really big stones, all generally of the same stone type, classical megalithic architecture, very similar to things we see in Egypt and in Turkey and in Easter Island and other places around the world. You have that layer, and often you'll see that it's almost gently built on top of or around the Hananpacha architecture. It's like there's this theme of circular protection, as if they were respectful and they were like protecting the more ancient architecture. And then on top of that, and you see this everywhere, you see the Inca repair work, and in Jesus' system, it's called Icunpacha. And that's the Inca work, which is like small local stones, cobblestones, just local rocks. It's a mishmash of different rocks, usually often used with mud mortar, and obviously different and much more primitive style of architecture. And this is the work that the Inca does. It matches kind of the terracing that the Inca did. They would build these tremendous terraces for farming. And it certainly matches what we know of their technological capabilities as a civilization. And, I mean, there's even accounts from those early Spanish conquistadors and some of the guys that were writing down accounts of them seeing the Inca trying to repair and reuse this more megalithic stuff. So but the Inca would do the same thing. They clearly respected and built upon those earlier styles, and they followed those same themes of like a circular protection, and they would repair things where they could. And it gets in some of the the evidence that they weren't building this stuff is shown by when they couldn't find where like a big megalithic stone would go, they would use it in their walls. Like a lot of the lentil stones above doorways, for example, are typically like a megalithic stone that came. It's a different stone type, it's bigger and better made, and it came from somewhere else, and they'd reuse that. And that's, I think those are the three styles, and as I said, you can find those styles to lesser or greater degrees pretty much all around the world. I mean, it's very stark in Peru and the Sacred Valley. You can see the difference. It just hits you in the face, because the Inca as a civilization weren't, there's 150, 200 years old. It wasn't a very long-lived culture before the Spanish came in and destroyed it. But in Egypt, like, you have this 3,000 plus year civilization that over time, obviously developed significant capabilities for stonework. So those lines get a bit more blurred. Like, they became very, very good at what they did, and they did just incredible things with stone. So, defining that difference between like what's megalithic, what's beyond their capability, versus what can a giant sort of 3,000-year-old powerful civilization achieve over time, it's a bit tougher to tell. But in South America, in the Sacred Valley, it's once you see those layers and you see the way that the Inca repaired stuff, it's super obvious.
I see what you're saying. So in the Incan situation, it's very distinct, these layers.
Yeah.
They're very separated.
Yeah.
But in Egypt, it's a little more muddled. But I remember seeing what you're talking about in Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like the deeper we went and the older we got, the bigger the stones and the more precise and heavier they were.
Yeah, it's one of the contradictions.
So, yeah, Egypt had a couple contradictions, and I think your idea on the tale of two industries it just hit me so hard, because it's like, yeah, we're looking at two very distinct styles of building here.
Yeah.
So I'd love to get into that with you today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an observation that I've made, based on all these years of research, in that it's not just sort of architecture. I think that tale of two industries, where you have one industry that very much matches what we know of in terms of, and we're talking Egypt specifically here, but it matches the capabilities and technological, prowess of that civilization, right? Because we know what they did and how they worked, because they've had depictions of it. They drew scenes on the walls that show them working different materials, show them using different tools. We found a lot of the tools that they used, although not by no means all of the ones that they think they used. And there's artifacts and architecture that match those capabilities, right? So we see boxes made like this, vases, columns, architecture, slabs, statues, this type of thing, that very much match this sort of handmade Bronze Age, relatively primitive manufacturing capability. But then there's a whole category of these same types of artifacts that really don't. And these are these, giant megalithic structures, the Valley Temple, the Mortuary Temple, in some cases, certainly aspects of the pyramids, statues, vases, columns, boxes, these things. There are examples of these things that are just mind-bendingly precise and it really boggles the mind as to how these things were made, how they were moved, and they really don't match the capabilities and the technological ability of a Bronze Age culture like that. And nobody's ever really proven that you can in fact make these things with those primitive methodologies. In fact, the only way that we could do a lot of these things today would be to use our very best machine tools and computer guided manufacturing plants and CNC mills and things like this. And they're made from crazy materials like granite or diorite or extremely hard andesitic stone, stuff like that, or other types of just frankly ridiculous material. And they scale up in size to 1,000 tons or more. Like there are artifacts that in the 200, 300, 400, 600, 800 and over 1,000 tons, and there's like probably dozens of these examples that you can point to in Egypt. And so I think there's I'm a little careful about what I say definitely can't be done by the dynastic Egyptians, because you don't really want to underestimate the capability. But at a high level, I break it down into a couple of different categories. One is the evidence for advanced types of machining, and we see this at places like Abu Sir. We see it on statues and columns, obelisks, and boxes, where you have tool marks. Right, you have tool marks for these tools that we can't really explain within the context of a Bronze Age civilization. Things like tubular drills that show just a remarkable penetration rate into the stone based on the spiral striations that we see on both the cores and the walls of these tubular drill holes. In other areas, we see things like circular saw cuts or straight saw cuts going at a rapid rate through material like granite or basalt. And some of the diameters, if you extrapolate kind of the curvature of some of these blades, you're talking like 30 feet. With some of them huge tools that are evidently cutting, and very thin too, because some of them have kerfs where they were cutting. Very thin tools that cut right through this material. And then there's another category which really relates to precision and symmetry, and it's hard to eyeball that sort of stuff. It really does need to be measured and studied, and that's been the conclusion with the work that's happened in 2023 around the vase scanning. That I've been documenting on my channel, where we've taken some of these pre-dynastic artifacts. That's the other thing. A lot of these precision artifacts actually predate the dynastic civilization, and we've been inspecting them using modern metrology tools, things like structured light scanners, CT X-ray scanners, that give you a extremely accurate model of these artifacts down to like the thousandths of an inch, or in some cases down to the micron with the CT X-ray. And then you can go into GD&T kind of tools that are, geometric tolerance and design tools, where you can now analyze things like concentricity, roundness, surface flatness, symmetry, and essentially look at the precision within which this thing was made. And we're seeing these remarkable results where, your average deviation on the surface of some of these vases might be within 1,000th or 2,000ths of an inch, which is, a human hair is between 2 and 3 thousandths of an inch thick. And we've also looked at these tools in precision manufacturing workshops, put them on rotating tables, and put like these tolerance gauges against them. We did a whole inspection day out at Danville Metal Stamping with Chris Dunn and the vase scan team, and we were inspecting a bunch of these artifacts, and it's truly remarkable results, and certainly not anything that can be achieved by hand by people like rubbing on them with sticks and rocks and sand, which is kind of how they're explained in the story. This is one of the big mysteries. And we see similar things, and Chris Dunn has done some good work looking at symmetry and statues and things like that too, and seeing perfect symmetry is also an indication of precision. So that's another category of artifacts that I think sit outside of the capability of the known Bronze Age civilization. And then the last category that I kind of put these artifacts into is really got more to do with logistics. So anything I would say above about 200 tons is a significant challenge to suggest that an artifact that weighs more than around 200 tons, it could be more, could be less, but that's sort of an area. I think it's very difficult to explain how those things could have been moved. The long distances that they were moved, in fact, we've got examples of like 1,000-ton artifacts being moved 1,000 kilometers or more, and then put up and put into place wherever they are. And there's dozens of these examples. I'd also put into that category things like the Serapeum boxes, which are these 100-ton, granite or syenite massive boxes that are in this underground labyrinth where you literally have about a foot of clearance between the walls of the, these tunnels, these underground tunnels, and the width of the boxes. Now you might be able to move a 100-ton object around with enough people above ground, but moving those things around in those tight tunnels and those small spaces underground is a whole other ballpark. And it's, again, these are not any questions that have really been answered by demonstration. Like I'm not saying that I know how it was done, but I'm very skeptical that it was done with these primitive methodologies. And anyone claiming that they do know how it was done or it was done with primitive methodologies, it's kind of on them to prove it, to go and prove it. And as far as I know, nobody ever has. I mean, it's kind of remarkable to me that nobody's ever taken like a refrigerator-sized block of granite and cut it in half. Because, I mean, we've made a couple little cuts by rubbing the copper bars with sand, and, after a few days you get like a cut like this deep. But it's a different story to suggest that that's the method that was used on apparently an industrial scale, because you literally have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of tons of this sort of cut granite and basalt and very hard stones on these sites in ancient Egypt. And not only, not all this, I mean, a lot of this stuff comes from the Old Kingdom too, the very earliest part of it. And that's, as you said, like the older you go, kind of the better and the bigger the work becomes. I mean, people forget that the pyramids, the big stone pyramids, the Great Pyramids, they're amongst the first pyramids supposedly ever built. And it's as if these they appeared out of nowhere and peaked with all of these capabilities and then slid downhill over time. And that's just not the way technological progression works. I mean, look at our society. Like we didn't go from the space shuttle to the horse and cart, but we're expected to believe that that's kind of the progression that happened in ancient Egypt. And it doesn't make sense to me. I think there's another context under which these mysteries make a lot more sense, and that is longer timelines. Lost civilizations that had a greater capability and inherited artifacts, even inherited culture, and inherited architecture and sites that were then occupied and reused and renovated and built upon for thousands of years. And that's kind of the lens you've got to look at this stuff through and try and puzzle it out. And I do think that context, in light of all of the evidence, not to mention the evidence that comes from fields outside of archaeology and Egyptology, genetics, climate science, catastrophism, the extension of the human timelines, all of these things, I think all of that is supporting evidence that makes this a much more plausible hypothesis for what we're seeing.
Wow, that was brilliantly put right there. You just said it all. And yeah, the one thing that popped into my mind just now is the site you took us to, the unfinished obelisk. Uh-huh. How big was that?
So that's at Aswan. It's in Upper Egypt. It's in the granite quarries. Upper Egypt's the south of Egypt. It's hard to think. The Nile actually flows to the north, so Upper Egypt, the Upper Nile, is in the south. It's in a place called Aswan, and it's the granite quarries for a lot of the granite that we find in ancient Egypt. And that thing is still in the quarry, still attached to the bedrock, but it's estimated to weigh in at around 1,200, little less than 1,200 tons. So if they had completed it and pulled it out of there, it would have been a 1,200-ton artifact. It's one of the larger pieces in all of ancient Egypt, although by no means the largest. But it's an incredible artifact, and you kind of, the mind boggles a bit. If you want to see some pictures of it, I can show you that stuff. But it's
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's I'm sure.
Well, I just brought that up because it was pretty funny when we went there. They showed us that video of how they did it, and they're using just crude rocks. It's like a caveman built this giant thing.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I don't know. It's pretty hard to believe.
Yeah, and it gives it that. That's one of the reasons. One of the only sites, in fact, that they sort of indoctrinate people before they visit it. Because if you were just out there looking at it and somebody told you that they made this by literally banging on it with rocks, I mean, you wouldn't believe it. But I think I think their hope is they sit you down in a room and it's it's an official video and it's narrated by Zayuas and these other, it's the official story. You're more likely to believe that's how it was done. But yeah, I mean, any engineer, that's the funny thing about this work, and I take this kind of engineering approach, analyzing a lot of this stuff, and I can tell you that, and also consequently a lot of engineers actually sign up and come to Egypt with me, and the vast majority, in fact, I really have struggled to find dissenting opinions amongst engineers, construction experts, stonemasons, people that know what they're looking at, all right, and they understand what's involved with either the materials or the loads that we're talking about. They just shake their head and go, "There's no way." I mean, machinists understand the precision of these artifacts, and they just scratch and they're like, "Man, this is rivaling kind of aerospace precision that it's extremely expensive, takes our best machines to do." And then you have other civil engineers that are like, "That's 1,000 tons trying to get that thing up out of that hole or make that." They just shake their head and go, "There's no way," and that's why I think a lot of the interesting work and research that happens in this space comes from fields outside of archaeology. I mean, the unfortunate reality is, look, archaeologists and Egyptologists, they're not engineers and scientists. I mean, although, of course, they claim to be scientists as well. Although it's not really this. I think it's more closer to cultural studies. Like a lot of archaeology and Egyptology is focused on kind of rebuilding the daily life. Like, what was that civilization like? What did they eat? How did they operate? What were they doing? What was their cultural and social structure? And that all has its place, and there's lots of great work that comes from those fields, but they're just not engineering or machinist experts, yet they do claim kind of dominion and authority over those subjects. It's like a line that I've said, I don't know, a lot, which is that you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair that he's sitting in, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim that he's the expert on it, right? And I just wish they'd pay a bit more attention and work a bit more closely with some of these other disciplines, because I truly think that unraveling this puzzle is a multidisciplinary activity. Like, I think you need geologists, you need engineers, you need machinists, you need chemical scientists, you need a lot of different just disciplines to try and unravel this puzzle. Geneticists as well, for that matter. Like, some of the craziest evidence that's come to us now about the lengthening of the human timeline comes from genetics and DNA and studies on things like teeth morphology, which really have very little to do with modern archaeology. But the findings that they're getting in these fields should be having, I think, a significant impact on the story of history, but it generally just gets ignored. Like, it doesn't get acknowledged. It's like, no, we don't. And those guys who do those studies understand, I think, the danger of trying to extrapolate and say that this should be having an effect on history. So they typically don't go there in those papers, but yet their conclusions are out there. I mean, based on DNA evidence and looking at when we, split with the Neanderthals from a common ancestor, they're kind of like our cousins on that genetic tree. Based on the latest research into that, we might be as old as 800,000 years old as a species. The studies that I think came out in 2021 or thereabouts on teeth morphology, like how fast our teeth evolve, like our dental, because we can look at our teeth and our common ancestors' teeth, based on the rates of morphology and evolution of teeth and the statistical analysis on that, it might be up between 8 and 900,000 years old as a species, and that's a far cry from what we've always thought about the human race, right? We were like, well, we were 50,000 years old for a while, and then it bumped up to about 150,000 years based on fossil records and the first kind of carbon dating of human remains. And then there was a a skull found in Morocco that pushed it back to like 300,000 years, and that's, I think, still the oldest actual human remains we have. But now there's this other data coming from these adjacent fields of science that are pushing us back to damn near 1 million years old as a species, which is really interesting when you think that the mainstream story of history has civilization starting 6,000 years ago. That's it. Like 6,000 till now, boom. That's civil. Before that, we're nothing but cavemen and, you know, primitive hunter-gatherers in the Stone Age. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, I think. And also in that time frame, not for nothing, but you go back to other kind of warmer periods. Like, it wasn't just all, you know, this snowball Earth thing. Not that it even was that, you know, in the last ice age or the last glacial maximum. But I think given that range of time, and given the understanding of the climate history on the planet, the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas, the violence of those events, it's entirely plausible that there were civilizations that were on this planet that were then almost entirely wiped out through just rapid, severe climate change, catastrophic events, cosmic events, these types of things. And, you know, all that remained of them is the stone architecture, maybe the stone artifacts, maybe these cultural memories and echoes that are then passed down to the survivors of those events, because obviously we survived it, right? We're one of the species of megafauna that actually survived the Younger Dryas. The other half of the megafauna on the planet pretty much went extinct.
Yeah, I just went to a museum this weekend, and they had an Ice Age exhibit, and there they said on a plaque that all these mammoths and giant megafauna, the giant ground sloth, they were all extinct because of overhunting.
Overhunting, that's the story.
And, you know, when you look at a skeleton of a mammoth,
Yeah.
it's like bigger than an elephant. It's
Yeah.
so big, and I'm like, I don't even think you could kill this with modern guns with multiple guys. Like, that would be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that species, that list of people don't realize how many species went extinct. It's literally around half of the megafauna that was on the planet. I mean, not just the mammoth. You had mammoths, mastodons. You have the giant ground sloth, that's the size of a bus. You know, this thing was also like 10 tons. You know, the armadillos the size of Volkswagens. You had the American lion, saber-toothed tiger, the short-faced bear, the cave bear. These huge predatory animals, these savage animals. And, you know, this idea that it was an overhunting is ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. I mean, that list of species, not for nothing, also includes like 2 or 3 species of birds. So we tracked down every last of these 2 or 3 species of birds and killed them off as well. I mean, all you got to do is look at like the bison in the Americas. I mean, we tried. I think we tried to exterminate those things, and we had firearms at that point. And yep, we piled up mountains and mountains of skulls and carcasses of bison, but we still didn't get that job done on one single species with relatively modern, you know, weaponry. And you're expected to believe that this was a bunch of kind of, you know, Neolithic hunter-gatherer tribes chucking spears at mammoths and, you know, short-faced bears. I don't think we were at the top of the food chain. If you were a Neolithic culture, which certainly there were. I mean, we were running around at that time, but yeah, I don't think that overhunting hypothesis holds really any water at all. And all you have to do is look at the very short period of time within a same 1,000 of years or thereabouts, the same millennium, and that's pretty much where all these things went extinct. And it also just so happens to coincide with probably the most catastrophic series of violent climate change, floods and fires that the planet's seen in the last several million years, which is a period known as the Younger Dryas. I'm pretty sure that had something to do with it, but maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen those graphs where they show the extinction of, or the dates of when they found fossils.
Yeah.
And they just peak right at that point where the Younger Dryas ends.
Yeah. Yeah, right under the Younger Dryas boundary. And I mean, in places like South America, so we're talking 10, 12,000 years ago. Remember, according to the standard model in the Clovis doctrine of around that 13,000 years was when humans first hit the Americas, via North America, for that matter, as in coming across the Bering Land Bridge down into North America, and then eventually they would have gone through Central into South America. At that exact same time, the effects in that Younger Dryas boundary, you know, based on there's a whole bunch of different scientific studies, but they look at like the bacteria in dung and things like that to look at like the animal rates, but they estimate something like 85% of the megafauna in South America went extinct in a very short period of time. 85, like it's huge. I mean, it was obviously the younger dryas affected places around the world more or less dramatically, but that's a lot of species to go extinct at the same time when supposedly humans are just first appearing in the Americas from the north, like thousands of miles away in the north. And that doctrine's also been severely challenged, I think. I don't even know if it's still strongly held. Certainly not as strongly held as it was before, but there's plenty of evidence that there were humans in the Americas before that. And I mean, not for nothing, but not only that, but there's evidence that they actually took different routes to get there. There's an interesting genetic affinity study that shows that there's actually genetic indicators and an affinity that is shared between the peoples of Australasia, so Australia, Papua New Guinea, that whole area, and the people of South America. And that affinity does not exist in the peoples of Central and North America, which means that they couldn't have got to South America via North and Central America. You would see those same genetic indicators if that was the case. So what it's actually suggestive of is that there was at some point a very large Pacific migration. So across the Pacific from Australasia to South America, and it was a large enough migration such that it leaves, genetic indicators in the populations of people that we can still see today.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah. And did they stop at Easter Island on the way of that voyage?
Possibly. I suspect so. I'm not actually sure. I'd have to look at the study again to see if they checked that, but yeah, Easter Island's one of those very interesting spots, right, that seems to tie into this concept of a global megalithic civilization. Like 100% the walls that some of those moai stand on are megalithic. Like they match almost exactly what you see in Egypt and South America. And the moai itself, I mean, in some places these things in the quarries are just gigantic. And, there's huge similarities between the style of the artwork between Easter Island and Göbekli Tepe and in Turkey, which is 11,000, 12,000 years old, at least as far as we know. And then there's similarities between that site and what you see in South America. So yeah, I think Easter Island has a really interesting history. I would love, and I don't know if it's been done, but I'd love to, because right now it's kind of the top of a mountain range, but you got to imagine during those times, more than 13,000 years ago, sea levels are like 400 feet or 120 meters lower. So I think that would be a very interesting area to explore, from a marine archaeological perspective. And it's something that I've learned from Graham Hancock in his many years of diving all around the world, and I've heard him say it several times, is that these are parts of the world that we don't really look at, and nobody's explored them. Almost the entirety of marine archaeology is focused on shipwrecks, finding shipwrecks and treasure and all that stuff, but no one's really out looking at these continental shells that were exposed only some 12, 13,000 years ago. And that's there's like 10 million square miles of land that we've not really looked at, and it's all around the world. You had Sundaland in Indonesia and Doggerland in the UK and Europe. I mean, all of these things that are now underwater were above ground at that time. And I think it would be prime real estate to go and see. All right, are there built stone ruins or cities? I mean, there's certainly plenty of rumors of them. They found one off the coast of India. Obviously, there's Yonaguni off the southern coast of Okinawa in Japan. That's most likely man-made. I think it is, based on what I've seen. The Bimini Road, places like this that are today underwater and look like these are manufactured sort of human-made stone architecture that it's very difficult to explain, because the only time that area was above the ground or above the water was 13,000+ years ago.
Yeah, wow, you just brought up quite a few anomalies that I've barely touched on. Do we have new technology that is going to give us the ability? Like, I've heard of LiDAR.
Yeah.
Are we going to be able to just scan these areas at some point and say, oh, wow, there's a hotbed of civilization right there?
I would hope so. I mean, there's definitely sonar technologies, which I guess is the LiDAR equivalent, using that type of thing underwater to map the seafloors in that sort of resolution and detail. I would hope so. Not like we're talking miles deep here. I think we have the technology to do it. It's a huge, vast areas of land. I mean, one of the other problems too is, and I think this applies to the Americas in particular, and it's one that I twigged to on one of those Scablands trips. We're up in the channeled Scablands and looking at these giant coulees that were basically ripped up in a matter of weeks with all of the melting, the rapid melting of those ice sheets. And one of the problems, it's not like I would be surprised to find anything super pristine on those areas, particularly if they're anywhere near where these floods would have exited the landmass and gone into the oceans, because I mean the bottom of these coulees are like 200 feet of rubble. You know, it's just rock that's been carried as flood-borne material that then gets deposited in the bottom of these coulees. And if you actually want to get down to the bedrock to where the water was probably flowing originally, it's like 100 plus feet down through just gravel and stone. And I would imagine that same effect has taken place on these continental shelves as the water and these floods have hit them. There's probably not everywhere, but certainly if you think about where you would build cities or you would build structures, and during the Pleistocene and the glacial maximum of say 15,000 years ago, you know you would want to be in the temperate parts of the world, of which there were plenty. It wasn't all just ice and snow. You'd probably want to be at the coastal regions where it's warmer. You'd probably want to be near a river, whether that's for trade or for agriculture or anything else like that. And those also happen to be like the flood channels that probably got smashed up when the floods happened. So it's just like there's probably some remnants of stuff, but it's either been completely destroyed as an effect of these floods, or it's buried under sediment and just material on those continental shelves. But there may be exceptions to that. So I still think it's a worthy endeavour to go and scan those areas. In particular, I think Doggerland is of particular interest. Like that's the English Channel between France and England. Also Sunderland, which is the what is today the Indonesian archipelago. That whole area was a much bigger landmass, 15, 20,000 years ago. Gunung Padang, there's a what seems to be a 27,000-year-old pyramid in the middle of the island of Java. I'm actually working on a video about that right now. But yeah, I think those would be, you could probably find specific areas that would be worth focusing on, and I think that using that technology would be a great use of time and money.
Well, if you have any trips coming up to those places, sign me up.
Yeah, dude, yeah. I'm going to try to get to Peru. I'd like to get to Peru this year, if not for a tour, at least a preview trip with a couple other people. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe you might enjoy that too. Just to test out a few things. But I definitely have the intent of getting over back to Southeast Asia. I used to live in Singapore for a few years, and
oh wow,
and getting back to places like that, Indonesia, Cambodia, Japan. Very interested in hitting all those up and doing some diving. There's also fantastic diving to be had in that part of the world, and that's what I used to do when I was there, and I want to get back to some of that.
Are there any anomalies out there in Australia?
It's interesting. There's rumors, and I've looked into this a bit a few years ago. So there's rumors of these like pyramid-like structures in Australia, like 2 or 3. One's known as the Gympie Pyramid. There's others. All I've seen is like the Google Earth satellite footage, and and you can measure it out, and there's definitely like what's looked like the square foundation of things that are 100 meters plus or 300 feet plus per side. But I've heard differing accounts of what they are. Some people say, well, they're relatively modern, or it's something to do with maybe a vineyard or something. They certainly look like the foundations for something that could have been a pyramid. I don't know, though, and I would love to know if anyone out there's actually been to these things, and because I've not seen any pictures from on the ground. I've heard rumor of a megalithic wall that's somewhere up near Darwin that's now part of a church. But there's very little of what I know in Australia, and any of these pyramids, I don't know how legitimate those claims are. And as I said, all I've got is the satellite imagery to go from. What is interesting about Australia, I think, and this is also, if you want to get around to it at some point, I do want to do a deep dive into like the Dreamtime stories, so the Aboriginal legends and stories, because of course they've been there 50,000 years plus, and they have this rich culture of these oral tales and stories that are put down in legends, and I think you can interpret those such that they show you the effects of these giant floods, and I think they were witness to some of these cataclysms that happened, particularly to the northern hemisphere. It doesn't seem like Australia was that heavily impacted. Certainly there wasn't as much megafauna extinction or anything like that happening to Australia. It was relatively well protected, I think, from the Younger Dryas. But that whole area, I mean, there's definitely what seems to be megalithic walls in New Zealand. the Kamanaya Wall. I'm saying that completely wrong, I'm sure. But there's a controversial wall that's now... People are prevented from digging it up and actually investigating it any further, but there is what seems to be a megalithic wall, kind of like Sage Wall up in where is that, Montana in the US. It's one of those sort of things where it's like, is this natural? Is this man-made? It looks very man-made, but nature's kind of amazing, and it's hard to say. And I'm not going to say definitively one way or the other, but I've seen and heard a lot of things where I think these are the types of sites that are worthy of a bit more investigation with an open mind. Although I will say that in Australia too, you do have the Gosford glyphs. Now there's nothing, I think, megalithic or mysterious about it. I did hear recently that site was destroyed, that somebody went in there and actually destroyed it, which is a huge shame if that happened.
These things seem pretty hard to destroy.
Well, I mean, it's
giant stone.
The Gosford glyphs are like these Egyptian hieroglyphs that are carved into these walls of a very narrow sandstone canyon, and it's always been considered a hoax. Now I have a whole big video that dives into it. I don't think it's a hoax, but I don't think it's super like, it's not like advanced technology or lost civilization. It's simply a story about some shipwrecked Egyptians. Likely from the Ptolemaic era, so that the Greek-Roman period, kind of the later part of the Egyptian civilization, who from one reason or the other found themselves shipwrecked off the eastern coast of Australia, and were looked after by the inhabitants, and they lived their life there and died. And that's in fact the story that those glyphs tell. Now, I think for sure those glyphs were added onto later, like there's these big drawings of like an Anubis and stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's all relatively modern and done by people that were, these Egyptians things, so we're going to draw these big pictures. But the actual glyphs themselves and the story they tell is very consistent with the idea. I mean, it literally says they were shipwrecked, their scribe and their captain died. One of them died by snake bite, like they were looked after by the locals, and they just never, they were stuck there forever for the rest of their lives. And, it's not unfeasible at all. I mean, Tor Heyerdahl proved that you could sail across the Pacific in a reed raft. And the Egyptians, people sort of tend to think of the Egyptian civilization as just being purely limited to the Nile, but in reality they were seafarers. Like you go to the Temple of Hatshepsut over in Luxor, and you will find depictions of fleets of boats that are out in the ocean with ocean creatures beneath them. We know that they were doing trade. All around the world. They would go to Puntland and other parts of that part of the world. In fact, one of the earliest depictions of a world map that's in the Cairo Museum, I believe, it seems to depict like horses in America potentially, and it seems to depict like men with boomerangs on that map. And in fact, you go in also in the same museum, you'll find boomerangs. Literal boomerangs, and the word that they use to describe the boomerang translates as foreigner's weapon. So I think there's some evidence and potential that either they were doing trade that may have extended as far as the southern hemisphere, or this does happen. They're just a series of storms, and that's where they ended up, and they got shipwrecked there. I don't think it's implausible, and I think the authenticity of the Gosford glyphs is shown by the simple fact that it was discovered in the 1970s, and it's been known about at least since the 1970s. And everyone said, it's some dude who came back from World War II that spent some time in Egypt, and he must have been a savant or a genius, because trust me, trying to write or put anything together with hieroglyphs is like the study of a lifetime. Like, that's not a simple thing to do. And the story was analysed by hieroglyphic experts, Yusuf Aoun and Mohammed Ibrahim, and there's been others who have looked at it too. They put that story together. It's not just random characters; it actually tells a story. But here's the crazy thing: is that there are symbols on that wall that weren't added to hieroglyphic dictionaries in our time until after the year 2000. So I don't know how else you can explain it. It's like this guy must have been the biggest genius of all time to have not only put together a hieroglyphic story as some sort of long joke, practical joke, but he also had figured out figures that had not been recognized or translated by the hieroglyphic community at large, because they just weren't added to those dictionaries until, or even translated until after the year 2000, 30 years after they knew about the Gosford glyphs. So if it's been destroyed, I'm really sad to hear that. I would have thought it might have even if they thought it was a hoax, I thought it might have been a good opportunity for, say, like a university archaeological department to treat it as a site. Like, why not go and use it for practice? Like, preserve it, dig around it, like document it. Do your tracing of inscriptions with whatever crayons and paper, whatever, however you do it. I mean, this site was never officially recognized or protected. You have to like get the GPS coordinates and then go off in the bush and find it. But it's pretty remarkable when you do. It's interesting. I mean, that's it for Australia as far as I know.
That's incredibly wild to think about a voyage getting that far around the world, because like you said, you don't think about Egypt being a seafaring civilization, but
They were.
that story is wild. And to think that they made it all the way to Australia and then an Australian snake got them.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It's typical.
Yeah, this sounds typical. Yes, there's usually something out there in Australia that's either liable to do something nasty to you. Yep. Yeah, it's amazing how people survive.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I've written down a ton of notes, and we actually haven't even gotten to any of the questions yet.
I'm sorry, I
but,
keep talking. I'll shut up.
No. I mean, that's why we're here, to hear you talk. Nobody wants to hear me. I just do the visuals. So you brought some visuals.
Mhm.
I would love to take a look at some of those.
Which one do you want to get into? What? As I've got.
Well,
visuals on
I
everything.
think-
We've got the obelisk.
The thing that's probably the most exciting to me is just the evidence for the lost technology.
Okay.
It's pretty vague, but
Okay. No, we can do that. Let me.
yeah.
Let me.
I mean, I've thought about those tube drills quite a bit.
Yeah, we can definitely look at the tube drills.
Yeah.
Let me. We can jump right to the tube drills. I mean, this is a long presentation.
I mean,
but
yeah, we can start wherever you want.
But as I said, there is. I think this is not a bad place to start. So, one of these categories of things that I think sits outside the. Stop again. Go away. Go over here. There we go. One of the things that I think categorizes these artifacts for me as being beyond the capabilities of the dynastic Egyptian civilization is their advanced nature, be it precision, machining, or just sheer logistics. And you see a few examples of that sort of stuff here. Like we have the massive head of one of these granite statues that's Chris Dunn has shown to be perfectly symmetrical. This is one that you can find at Luxor, although today it's no longer on the ground. It's back up on top of the body, like 30 feet up in the air, so you can't get a good close look at it. But it's absolutely remarkable in its symmetry, and I can show you a bit more details on that in a bit. You also have artifacts like these in the museum. The schist disc is here. It was broken and it's been reconstructed. But this is one of those artifacts that comes from like a tomb in the first dynasty that's made from stone, and just shows remarkable geometry and sophistication in its manufacture. Like this is extremely difficult to make out of a stone like schist, which is very strong, very hard, but also very brittle. And this thing has these edges that have been folded over and not folded over, carved in this way, along with these, the stone gap behind it. It looks like it has a functional purpose, but it's obviously described as a decorative vase. This is a sort of somewhat of a notorious artifact, but people usually miss on the point that it actually came from it was found in the tomb of a first dynasty prince. So the very, very early times of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Yeah, the schist disc is amazing, and there's tons of these theories and studies that have been done on it about a potential purpose for it. To me, it screams something functional, as I think many of these sites were, and potentially even the pyramids, I think, had a function. I don't think you can classify everything that we see in ancient Egypt as purely ceremonial or religious. I think they had a function, as did I think the boxes. And this is an example of one of these precision carved boxes. This isn't in the Serapeum. This is a site called Lahoun, with just one of the most remarkable artifacts in all of Egypt. This granite box that's actually in a granite room, with an arched ceiling, all made of granite. And Flinders Petrie actually measured this thing, and you're talking like single-digit thousandths of an inch precision on flatness and length. And then, there's a real sophistication when it comes to these sort of single-piece objects, and that is it's not like it's multiple pieces that are bolted together, right? It's carved from a single block of stone, so if you make a mistake anywhere, you can't really just remove more material to correct it. So getting things proportional and making sure that, you know, this side is square and or perpendicular to the side down the other end, which might be 7 or 8 feet away, and keeping that within, you know, a thousandth of an inch of being perfect is just, it's an astronomically difficult task. So making these things from single piece artifacts and keeping them precise and proportional is one of the major challenges that we see. And in fact, I can get into a bit more detail on that with the quote actually from Petrie. Of course, there's the vases. This one in particular is remarkable in that it has a lot of corundum in it, and corundum being a 9 on the Mohs scale. So granite, you know, diamonds are 10 as essentially the hardest substance or natural substance that we know of. Corundum's a 9. Granite can be a 6.5. Flint's a 7. Steel is 6. Hardened steel's like a 6.5. Copper and bronze are 3 and 4. You know, they're very much, these things are harder than steel, and corundum.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and yet they've been shaped with precision. And
I just wanted to say that it looks like pottery, but it's not, right?
Yeah, a lot of people mistakenly do call them pottery vases. Even Rogan keeps calling them pottery. I'm like, they're not pottery, it's stone. Yeah, what the funny thing about these is, and I'll show a slide of it, is that they kind of exist alongside pottery, or they're found alongside primitive pottery. And when I say primitive, I mean not turned. Like, so they're found alongside what I would class as imitation artifacts that are made from hand-formed clay that then is hardened into pottery. And these are just leagues above anything made from pottery in terms of sophistication, yet some of these vases and hard stone vessels like this are amongst the very oldest artifacts we've ever seen from Egypt. Many of them are what you would term pre-dynastic, so before the dynastic civilization ever got
One of the most amazing memories from the trip with you was when we went down under the step pyramid, and we were able to just literally pick these things up.
Yeah.
And you took a flashlight and you put it, it's so thin,
translucent
and precise that the light goes right through it. It's incredible, but it's rock.
Yeah, it's rock, right? And these are, like, again, very, very hard rock, but also when you get it thin becomes very brittle. Like, think of like glass is pretty hard, but it shatters, right? Similar story with this type of stone. When you get it thin, you get it certainly thin enough to become translucent. I mean, you're talking. I think Petrie found examples of a dish that are down to like 1/40th of an inch thick. That's of diorite. And this is just is kind of unbelievable that you can manufacture that under any circumstance, let alone with using primitive methodologies.
So the only way to shape this would be with something harder, like a diamond.
Typically, yeah. So, you know, or a diamond dust or some sort of abrasive material that sits between, like, you know, that's just how a lot of modern stone cutting works, is that they use a slurry of material like a diamond dust or a synthetic carbide dust that has particles in it that are very hard, that wear away the stone. It also wears away the tool that's doing the rubbing. So even in the experiments that have been done, because this is how they explain sort of stone cutting, is that, they took a copper bar and they put sand and water on it, and the sand, of course, has particles of quartz and corundum. And, that friction is just basically a grinding. It's not cutting, it's grinding. But at the same time, you're also wearing away the copper at a tremendous rate, probably faster than you're wearing away the stone on the other side of the sand. And that's kind of how they classify, or that's how they explain a lot of this cutting. But yeah, that's the way that you do it. And that's the way, in fact, modern machines work today, with a lot of the big either circular saws or band saws or swing saws that cut slabs of granite for countertops and stuff. I mean, they are made from, like, hardened steel, but they often will use like an abrasive or a slurry to actually cut through the stone or grind through it. Of course, the obelisk is here. You can see George Howard standing there. Next to this is that 1,200-ton obelisk in the quarry, and then there's other, like, even large precision artifacts like this column. The end of one of these flared columns, which are again a single piece made from granite, and probably 100, 150 tons, if not more, when it was whole. But just this remarkable geometry on this, and precision and symmetry that you find in this stonework is it's kind of mind-bending to think this was done in any primitive fashion, and in fact I don't think it was. And then, of course, so when you look closely at these artifacts, you see all of this evidence for machining. And this has been analysed by a lot of different engineers and scientists. In fact, Flinders Petrie was one of the first people to go back and notice things like this, which you see on top right here. And this is like the saw cuts that you find on the basalt pavement that's out the front or to the east side of the Great Pyramid on this basalt floor. And over time, this thing's fallen apart, and you can find on the sides of these blocks these cut marks, which you can see how there's been a saw has been applied to this thing and then moved and reset, and it's made multiple passes at different angles to cut this stone. And he commented on the fact that there's evidence for these incredible saws, either straight saws or circular saws, because we see evidence for both. You see the example of a circular saw on the block beneath it here. This is a block of stone at Aberrul Wash. Actually a really interesting block of stone, because not only is it cut this way, it's also concave. It has a curvature to it, so it's been cut in two directions. It's been cut this way, and then it's actually got this concave nature to the surface. You can actually see the kerf, this little line here, this kerf of where that concave, that cut stops. So you can almost imagine a circular saw running this way, and then the block is pushed through it like this way to give it that dip in it. And it's very regular, and you can see the striations and cut marks from it. Again, you see more cut marks. These tubular drills, there's a whole other, we can get into that into as much detail as you like, but you find these all over, particularly Older Kingdom sites that have been made into extremely hard stone, diorite, basalt, granite. And there's a long history to the study of some of the cores that have come out of these holes. So these are tubular drills in terms of like that, a very thin edge. You can actually see the kerf and the thinness of the tooltip here. And in fact, this is one that's been a hole that's been split. Now these weren't originally split like this, but a lot of these blocks have since been quarried in later times, and they would be quarried by splitting the stone along the axis of these tube drills. So you find a lot of them that are kind of open like this, and you can actually see some of the detail. But originally this would have been like just a hole in a piece of stone. And then eventually once you run your tube drill down here, and then you sort of snap off the core that comes out of it. And they found several of these cores. Petrie found several of them. There's a whole bunch of them in the Petrie Museum in London. And there are tool marks on those tubular drills that show just a absolutely remarkable penetration rate into the stone. And there's been a lot of study done on this, and it's been 100% confirmed by Chris Dunn and the Petrie Museum, who did a latex casting of one of these cores, of this Petrie's core number 7 it's called. And he geometrically proved by analysing this latex casting that in fact the striations around that core are in fact spiral, like they're not these just horizontal striations or very fine striations that you might expect if this was nothing more than just a grinding back and forth sort of spinning copper tube with sand. They're in fact the spiral striations that show a penetration rate of something cutting into that stone at a rate around 500 times greater than what we could achieve today. So in terms of, if you unwound that spiral groove and you made it a straight line, the rate at which it penetrates into the stone is about 500 times greater than we can manage. And it may have been moving slowly, we don't know, but what's interesting about this is the actual signature of the tool and the penetration rate that it suggests that there was some form of technology used here to make these holes. And it's an ongoing debate. There's a long story behind that particular core and the response that Egyptology has had to it. And we can get.
Well, what's been the response?
Well, so they will tell you, and it's been claimed and endlessly stated that these are horizontal grooves. It's all about it's this nature of that. They will tell you that it's. In fact, let's skip forward to that a little bit. I've got that here because it is an interesting little story. Yeah, I mean, I go on and on about this stuff.
I find these tube drills to be probably one of the most fascinating things we saw on the trip.
Yeah, me too. I think I have an hour and 15-minute documentary just about Petrie's core number 7.
It's amazing how often I think about it.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of resistance to the idea that it's a spiral groove, but it's 100% a spiral groove. And I think that the problem with admitting that it's a spiral groove for archaeologists is that it really is pulling the rug out from underneath this whole idea that that this was a primitive civilization using primitive methodologies.
Because if they admit that it was a spiral, that
There we go.
implies that something incredibly advanced was able to put a ton of pressure on and rotate at the same time.
Right. Well, even Petrie commented on that. You know, so Petrie himself said that. Here we go. So this is it here. So, do you want me to go full screen on this again?
Sure.
So even Petrie himself, said that he couldn't explain it. He said because he tried to explain it within the context of a dynastic civilization. He didn't have the context of thinking about like, is there longer timelines here? Is there a more advanced civilization? He didn't have all of that contextual information about cataclysm and longer timelines and things to think about. So he was trying to solve it from the perspective of a dynastic Egyptian civilization. He said, well, maybe this is a bronze, like a jeweled bronze tube that had these cutting points embedded in it, and it was used. But he said even then it would have had to have like 2 to 3 tons of pressure on it, and it's just like that doesn't make sense. No bronze tube is going to be able to turn with that much force. It's just going to fold. There's nothing. Bronze simply isn't sufficient of a material to hold those cutting points and actually turn and give us the results you can see. But here's a few examples of the tubular drills made into granite and basalt. I mean, you can see the striations. You can see these spiral grooves, these deep grooves that are made in the surface of the stone where this thing was cutting. Now, if you're grinding, this would not show up like this. These scale up from very small, so these are probably 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch size, where it's kind of been almost drill pressed down right into this. This is part of the edge of a box that's actually in the Egyptian Museum. You can see all the evidence for it here. And they scale right up to very large. Like here's me next to a huge tubular drill, very deep tubular drill at Karnak in Upper Egypt in Luxor, and this thing's probably 9-10 inches in diameter. And they even get they get even bigger. We saw one recently in Luxor that actually at Karnak Temple that might have been up to I think 20 inches, and humongous tube drill. And I mean this is not. Even this one here is just like boggles the mind as to how this thing could have turned and cut, and then even how are you going to snap this core off? Like that takes, I don't know how you would snap. It's like a granite pillar that you just got to snap off somehow to make this hole. And yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about this hole in particular. But so you have those drill holes, but you also have these drill cores that come out of them. And this is a couple of really interesting examples here. This one is like a basalt tube drill that was probably enlarged. So this is actually a drill hole in a drill core. So they probably drilled this one first, then decided, all right, well, this needs to be bigger. So they just, and this very thin edge, and they drilled this hole around it and then snapped this core off, and it actually has a tube drill in the core. And then this is the piece that has generated all the controversy over the years. It's a debate that's been going on for like 150 years. Flinders Petrie, from the late 1800s, has been debating this with there's records of letters of him fighting with his peers about this, because there's no way, and he's like, this is a spiral groove, like I've measured it, it is what it is. And so there's been resistance to that idea that this is sophisticated evidence of or evidence for a sophisticated tool for a long time, and it's still, I think the case is closed on this, but Egyptology will never admit it, and this is kind of what.
Well, perhaps you could figure this out if it's one single groove, kind of like how you would play a song on a record. You could put a pin and then just rotate it, and if it gets to the end.
So that's what people have done. You can see here that with the cotton thread test. So a number of people now have gone in and under like a magnifying glass, put cotton into a single groove and followed that groove, and you can see that you get however many rotations down the core. Now that there is more than one cutting point, so there is more than one groove on the core, but you can follow an individual core and see how it actually spirals down the groove. And in fact, there's been accounts like Chris Dunn did it, a bunch of other people did it. There's even an account of one guy just like he said they just got bored. He said I kept wrapping it and eventually got bored because I wasn't going to do the whole thing. So yeah, this is what Petrie said about it. Firstly, the grooves which run around it form a regular spiral with no more interruption or waviness than is necessarily produced by the variations in the component crystals. The spiral is truly symmetrical with the axis of the core. The great pressure needed to force the drills and saws so rapidly through the hard stones is very surprising. Probably a load of at least a ton or two was placed on the 4-inch drills cutting into granite. On the granite core, the spiral of the cut sinks 0.1 inch into the circumference of 6 inches, or 1 in 60, a rate of ploughing out of the quartz and feldspar, which is astonishing. So it has this 1 in 60 rate. So again, if you straighten out that cut for 60 inches, it drops about an inch, and that's that rate at which is like 500 times greater than we can achieve with our modern high-speed stuff, right? It doesn't penetrate as fast, but it moves very quickly. It cuts the stone over time, and it can cut right through it, but it's spinning really fast. And that's the issue. And then Chris Dunn, I will say, Chris Dunn kind of reanalyzed this, and he said it's not quite 1 in 60, but it's close, so he kind of corrected Petrie a little bit, because obviously he's got access to better tools. And then, so what he did, and this is what the Petrie Museum and Chris Dunn did, so other than the cotton wrap test, is they actually took a latex mold of Core 7. And this is kind of not too difficult to explain or to understand once you look at it. So you have this tubular mold, right? So it's this mold that was made, and they sent it to Chris. And what he did is he sort of drew a line down it, and he notched it. So he cut out a square notch in 2 spaces, like this notch here above A, and this notch here around the point C, and then he cut the core along these notches. So he split these notches in half. So you know that this notch matches this notch matches this. Like, it's part of that same little notch. And so from there you can draw this, what's a straight line. So here's a straight line, right? This is bang on. This is the same notch at the same level of the tube drill. And then you can actually follow the spiral grooves and see where they start. And you can see over here at B, starting at the notch, it ends below the notch on this side. So it's clearly a spiral. Like, it is going down the core. You see the same thing down here at the bottom notch, where on the white line, it starts here at F and it ends down here at E. This one up here at the top of the notch starts at D and it ends down here at C. So he's geometrically proven that these are spiral grooves. It's case closed. Like, these are 100% spiral grooves. And that's exactly what Chris said. He said, moreover, this spiral groove travels the full length of the core, and any discontinuities are due to the ripping out of the mica, a constituent of the granite. Now, how this is explained by mainstream Egyptology, and this is in the book Giza the Truth and Dieter Arnold's Building in Egypt, is that, well, what they did, you see, is they got a copper tube, and they put sand and water, and they put a bow drill on it, and they went back and forth, and they cut this hole. Now, this is that grinding methodology. Now, I also like to point out that they've never found a depiction of this. They've never found a copper tube. There's no drawings on any Egyptian walls showing this is how they did it into stone. They've never found a single copper drag saw or a copper tube. And they often accuse anyone suggesting advanced tools of, like, where are the tools? Well, where are your tools? This is complete hypothesis. Like, there's nothing supporting that this is how it was done. However, this is an established method for cutting into stone. Like, you can do this, and many cultures down the centuries have done it this way, where you grind. You might use wood or hornblende or bone, and like, put sand on it, and you put a weight on it, and you slowly go back and forth. And there's a famous documentary that Mark Lehner and Dennis Stocks, so this is Mark Lehner, this is Dennis Stocks. Mark Lehner is a famous Egyptologist. Dennis Stocks is an experimental Egyptologist, that they put out, and they said, mystery solved, I've got this clip. He's like, they cut a couple inches in, they snap the core off with a steel chisel, for what it's worth, and they hold it up and go, that could be 4th dynasty. Like, that's mission solved. They never really take a close look at it. They don't really show you what they did, but turns out in the 1980s at Pennsylvania University, they actually did a study into this. Now, what's interesting about this study is that they not once in the paper anyway do they mention the word spiral. They say that they just literally say, like, the granite core published by Petrie was made by the ancient Egyptians using a tubular drill. Note the similarity of the concentric lines found on the core produced by modern masons' diamond tubular drill. So they're pointing at a piece that's made with a diamond tip drill, and you can see these lines, right? These are concentric spirals. And then these are obviously not, these are deeper grooves, and they actually do form a spiral, but they just call it horizontal or concentric. And then, so what they did, they took some granite, and they used different cutting abrasive materials, and they tested, and they cut these down, they put these things under like an electron microscope, and they looked at the results. And yeah, so you get what you'd expect from a grinding method where you have these very fine lines that you have to put under a microscope to kind of see, that are consistent with this abrasive grinding methodology. But they just say, see, it matches, and it doesn't remotely match. That's the crazy thing. And then what Chris Dunn exposed was that when they talk about it in those books I mentioned, like Gyges the Truth, they talk about this and say, oh, this was done with, you know, a grinding a copper tube. They actually tilted the photograph. So in the book, they took a photograph, they showed a photograph of the tube, and you can see here, this is the picture that's in the book, and Chris drew this reference frame around him in this frame A. And you can see how the straight edge is here, and then how it's tilted. They actually tilted the photograph to make the grooves appear horizontal on the page, and just called it horizontal grooves. And look, is it a mistake? I don't know, but it's pretty nefarious. It's akin to, so this is an example of like a threaded pipe, where you've tilted one image of it, and then here's the image of it actually straight, where you can see that this is actually a spiral with the thread. But they did the same thing in this book, and then that's basically the mainstream explanation for this and the excuse for it. And on the basis of that alone, they just will continue to say it's a horizontal striation. It's not a spiral groove, despite it having been geometrically proven to be a spiral groove. And you know, I think this just means they just are uncomfortable with the implications of that truth. Like it really does challenge everything we think we know about ancient Egypt and how these things were done. And they'll never admit that this is a spiral groove, despite it being a spiral groove.
Because what does that imply? If that is a spiral, what does that imply?
Well, so it's a deep spiral too. Like it's not. This isn't grinding. You can see the spaces between the grooves. This is cutting. This is something that's cutting the stone. It implies sophisticated technology, some sort of machining tool that seems like it might even be beyond our capabilities in terms of how it penetrates the stone. We don't know, but there was something being used here that was a lot more sophisticated than dudes using, like, you know, sand and water and a pipe and a copper pipe and a bow drill. Like, it really does upset the apple cart in terms of the evidence for some sophisticated technology. Now, the strange thing about this, as is the case for many other aspects of ancient Egypt, I mean, the megalithic blocks, the pyramids, you find these on the Old Kingdom sites. You find these on the oldest of sites. Again, this appears to be something that came out of nowhere. Like this was in evidence at the very earliest times of that civilization as we know it. I think it's far more likely that these sites were inherited and reused and renovated, and that these features already existed. Because I think we've got a good grasp on what the dynastic Egyptians were capable of. They tell us, like they draw the scenes on the walls of how they did things. We found their tools. You know, we found their evidence of their civilization, and it is a Bronze Age civilization. As far as we know, they didn't have any sophisticated technology, but somebody clearly did. And the thing that usually gets lost in the mix of this discussion that I always try to remind people of occasionally is that you also should take some time to remember what the dynastic Egyptians themselves said about their own history. They regard themselves as a legacy culture. Like they think they're just at the end of what was a much, much longer civilization that stretches back some 40,000 years. In fact, they even have kings lists that tell you about these different ages. I mean, they have origin stories that also talk about floods, global floods, everybody dying, mankind having to be taught civilization again. They talk about a time called Zep Tepi, when the gods themselves walked the earth. And in fact, they define that time as a specific set of rulers and a specific number of years. And this was supposedly, the gods themselves were walking the earth. They had these mystical capabilities. After that was the period known as the time of the Shemsu Hor, or the followers of Horus. Again, these semi-divine mystical beings with magical powers, which, you know, any technology that you can't understand is going to appear like magic. And then it's only then do you get to the list of dynastic kings that we know of, and then, you know, that's their history as they say it. And in our time, it's our archaeologists and our Egyptologists that have just determined that no, that everything before Menes and the First Dynasty, that's all just myth and legend. The actual civilization only existed from the First Dynasty to Cleopatra, when it ended some 3,200 years later. Like That's our interpretation of it. But it's like, if you listen to what they say, like, all of this stuff fits that context. Like, yeah, they inherited this stuff. They probably inherited. Look, I think that the iconic look of the ancient Egyptians, the way the pharaohs depict themselves as these, with the headdress and the crowns and they're always amongst the gods, all their tombs. This is consistent across the entire civilization. I think they inherited that look, that culture. I think that they inherited more than just architecture and artifacts. I think they had a connect. You can't separate them from this builder culture. I think they inherited culture and iconography from them, because I think some of these statues, like these 1,000-ton statues that are in some cases standing, some cases seated, that have that that look. Can you imagine rising up to a civilization and you find these you would think these are statues of the gods, and you would, if you're a king, like, I'm gonna look like that. I want you to make a statue of me looking like that guy, and all of these on my tomb and in my temples. I want you to draw me on the screen, on the walls, as looking like that, having the same iconography, and that iconography stayed consistent across the different kingdoms of ancient Egypt. I mean, it really didn't shift much. Lots of other things shifted. They stopped building pyramids eventually, because they were building mud brick pyramids, and then they shifted to these underground tombs. Other aspects of their culture changed. They developed the wheel and they got more sophisticated. But the iconography of how they showed their kings as being god kings and existing amongst the gods, it never changed. And I think they inherited that. It's like, some people say, well, if you think the statues are so old, how come they look like ancient Egyptians? I think it's the other way around. I think it's the ancient Egyptians look like the statues and the iconography that they probably inherited. It's like the world's most sophisticated cargo cult. I think they took more than just a few boxes and pyramids or whatever from this culture. I think they were coupled to them.
That's a great way of putting it. A cargo cult.
Yeah.
I was just looking into the end of the Egyptian dynasty, and one thing that I found so interesting is that Egyptian culture is so strong that anybody who took it over by force would become Egyptian. So it's kind of like who conquered who.
Yeah.
If you conquer Egypt, but then you become Egypt and you worship all their gods and start building their temples.
Yeah. I mean,
did you get conquered, or did they?
Yeah, that's been said of Egypt a lot. Yes, their culture was so strong that once you came in and you conquered. And this happened to Hyksos. There's all sorts of the Romans, even the Greeks. They became Egyptian, like and eventually their gods got renamed and transferred into the other sets of the other pantheons of different ancient gods, and even right down to our day today. I mean, there's a lot of people draw similarities between the figure of Jesus and of Horus. I mean, a lot of these myths and legends that are now in our books and our cultures come from those times. I mean, a lot of our language comes from them. I think in the same way you can't really separate the dynastic Egyptians from this builder culture, you can't really separate us either, because it's one of those things that my friend Yusuf Awan in Egypt is very deep on some of this knowledge. And it's amazing to sort of understand how many concepts and social structures and other aspects of our normal daily life actually originate from Egypt. I mean, it was a powerful culture, and people give the Greeks a lot of credit. The ancient Greeks and their philosophers, their mathematicians, and their wise men. But people also forget that they were educated in Egypt. They'd go to Egypt and spend 10 or 15 years with the priesthoods, which were the repositories of all this sacred knowledge, this astronomical data. I think a lot of this information, they get it from Egypt. The story of Atlantis comes from Egypt. I mean, that's where they would learn these things that then they later get credit for.
Yeah, I think the Romans were on a lunar calendar, and then they went to Egypt, and they were like, okay, these people have it right. Let's switch to a solar calendar.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. It was pervasive, and a credible civilization. I mean, they probably reached their height in the New Kingdom. They were really powerful and very, very wealthy at that point, around the 19th dynasty, like kings like Ramses II, which is why he gets credited with so much of the work. He had the resources to do a lot of work. He was also notorious for renaming stuff and rebranding stuff. He would have his name chiseled on lots of older stuff. He also didn't really respect some of the older monuments. He was quarrying stone from the pyramids and stuff to build his sites. And eventually, technically it ended with Cleopatra who exists in time closer to us than she does to even the Orthodox date for the building of the Great Pyramid. And then after, she was the last kind of Egyptian ruler, and then it was
That's mind
officially
blowing.
a Roman territory after that. And then they continued to worship and use those sites. I mean, the Romans renovated the Sphinx, they repaired it. They built a big amphitheater around it, a staircase, and all of that stuff was discovered and then removed when Salim Hassan dug that up and found the Sphinx temple. All of that stuff was built on top of a lost and forgotten structure known as the Sphinx temple, which we had the chance to go into. I think very rare opportunity to visit that structure. It keeps going back. And what's crazy to me about ancient Egypt is that even the archaeologists and Egyptologists will tell you this, that there's got to be something like 70 to 80% of the rest of it is still under the sand. Like, we've only discovered maybe 20 to 30% of what is likely there. And even with that much, I mean, Luxor itself, the region of Luxor in Upper Egypt has something like 1/3 of the world's antiquities in it. Like, it has 1/3 of the world's treasures from the ancient past right there. It's insane how much and how powerful and large that civilization was.
That really blows my mind that we are closer to Cleopatra than she was to the construction of the pyramids. I mean, that just that gives you some perspective about how long the Egyptian dynasty lasted.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it to our civilization, I mean, I don't know what the starting point is, but we basically zeroed out the year. Let's call it, at year zero. I mean, their civilization ran a full 1,000 years longer than we have. I mean, it's at least 3,000 years. I can show you the timeline if you like, but they,
sure.
let me share that again. So I mean, it's good to sort of get a bit of grounding in this, but this, it goes back to 3,000 plus BC, and of course, that's not to say that it was purely Stone Age before then either. There are pre-dynastic cities that they also find granite in, which is likely inherited and reused granite in these pre-dynastic cities. But technically, it all starts with Menes and the dynasty itself, like what you would call ancient Egypt or the first dynasty. It was the first time to really unite Upper and Lower Egypt. So they were always separate territories and kingdoms, and then Menes was the first guy, as far as we know, to sort of unify it and become like the first king or ruler or pharaoh of Egypt, and that happened around 3150 BC. And it's those dynasties of kings ran for nearly 500 odd years in those first two dynasties before you get into what's known as the Old Kingdom, which is sort of the very famous part of the Egyptian civilization, dynasties 3 through 6, to which the massive stone pyramids are generally all attributed. Typically the fourth dynasty, although they do go back to the third, with Sneferu and Djoser. Djoser being supposedly the builder of the step pyramid, the first proto-pyramid. It's worth noting that there are a lot of these artifacts that we've talked about, the vases and other things that show this incredible precision, actually predate the beginning of this. In fact, some of these are there's evidence for sites that go back as far as 13, 14, 15,000 years, where some of these artifacts have been found that match kind of the stuff that comes either from the early pre-dynastic, the Nadak culture, and then the early dynastic period. The majority of vases and those artifacts were found beneath that step pyramid. You and I went down there. There's like 40 to 50,000 of them were found, or fragments of them, and some whole. You can still find fragments of them down there today. All of that stuff peaked really early on. Same thing with the pyramids, right? Very interesting to think about that. This is also a period of time where the Orthodox, I guess, mainstream model doesn't attribute the capability to quarry granite, which is ridiculous when you look at structures like the Valley Temple and what's inside the Great Pyramid with these 70, 80-ton beams of granite. I mean, you've got stones at Giza that are 450 to 500 tons, limestone blocks, and you've got 80 to 100-ton blocks of granite. I mean, it's crazy to think that they couldn't quarry granite. Obviously, whoever built those things could quarry granite. You then break it up into these intermediate periods, and this is essentially like civil strife. The upper and lower portions of Egypt are disconnected. They have different rulers. It's not a unified area. or a unified country. And then you have the Middle Kingdom, dynasties 11 through 14, running up to nearly 1500 BC. A longer or a second intermediate period, followed by the New Kingdom. Now, this is what I mentioned earlier, where probably the power of the civilization probably hit its peak. Dynasties 18 through 20, 19 being kind of one of the infamous dynasties, Seti I, Merenptah, Ramses II, and these guys had a lot of power and wealth, and they constructed a lot of the work that you see at places like Karnak and Luxor. Again, I think they built that around pre-existing older structures. There's plenty of evidence for that. And after that, you have a much longer third intermediate period. You get into the late period up around 500 BC. The Ptolemaic period, which is the Greek-Roman time when there was a lot of influence and coming from the Greeks and the Romans coming into Egypt, and obviously they were getting influenced by it as well. But then, 30 BC, 2,050 years ago, Cleopatra, that's when she committed suicide, and that is kind of the official end of the Egyptian civilization as we know it. So, it's, what is it, 50 years, 2,050 years-ish to Cleopatra, but Cleopatra is like 3,100 or over 3,100 years from this early part of the period, and certainly just under 3,000 years after the established or orthodox date for the building of the Great Pyramid. So, yep, she's closer to us than she is to the building of those pyramids, or at least even when they say they were built. I think there's a chance there was something there before that.
Wow, that was a phenomenal summary. And I didn't know Cleopatra committed suicide.
Famously,
How
yeah.
did
So
do
she was
that?
by snake bite, asp. She,
Oh, wow.
she stuck her hand in and stirred up a snake and was bit by a snake and died. At least that's the story.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah, it's a story. There's some old
Yeah.
old movies that get into it that are kind of cool. Some of
Why did she want to
I
commit
can't
suicide?
remember. I don't know. It was something to do with capitulation or being. I don't know. I can't remember. There is a story attached to it though. It's been a long time since I've looked at it. That's not my.
I'll have to watch that new Netflix documentary to get the
I'm
answers.
sure it'll give you the truth. Yeah, Netflix is known
Yeah.
for accurately depicting historical events.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you
No.
watched it?
No.
Okay,
wouldn't.
good. I haven't watched it
No.
either.
No.
I'll have to consult a nerd rodder.
Yeah. Get Gary onto it. He'll tell you about. I think Gary did talk about it. Yeah, I love Gary. We kind of.
Yeah, he's a big fan of your channel, and I'm gonna have him on
awesome.
soon.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yes, he is going to come to Egypt with me at some point for sure. He's down. He's very interested. I've been on his Forbidden Frontier show. We talk a bit. I was a massive fan of his channel back when it had like it was just getting started. I was subbed like a couple thousand subs. I was on board. So yeah, I quite enjoy his work, and I share a lot of his opinions about the state of kind of modern culture in Hollywood. And
Yeah.
I'm a child of the '70s, so I grew up on Star Wars, and I'm just they've ruined that for me. So not to divert into those topics, but yeah, I'm a big fan of Gary's.
Well, yeah, there's something so satisfying about his channel where you're kind of like, you're watching the downfall of things that you love, and you're wondering, okay, am I the only one seeing reality this way? And then he has this take, and clearly millions of other people are seeing it like him. So
No, it's our fault though. It's we're just toxic and
yeah, it's funny when worlds collide, because I know your channel has quite a few big fans, like Danica Patrick.
Oh, really?
Right? I think she watches
Oh,
your
that's
channel.
cool. I didn't know that. Well,
yeah,
no, she's
I
had
don't know,
Jimmy,
like all sorts
she had
of people.
Jimmy on, and I know she's interested in the topic, but that's cool. Yeah.
Are you going on Rogan anytime
I
soon?
don't know. I haven't reached out. I haven't heard. I mean, he did say at the time that he wanted to do it again, and it certainly seems like a good topic. I kind of wish that I'd done it a little later in the year, because I think I would have been able to talk about the vases a little bit more articulately than I did at the time. But it was fine. I was happy with it. I have been intending and trying to force myself to reach out at some point to see if we can do that again. I think maybe this year I might reach out. I have no idea if it's actually going to happen. He did.
Well, I bet he'd love to go on one of your tours.
Oh, dude, I've seeded
Yeah.
that idea actually with Andrew. I did mention to Andrew Schultz, because we DM him with him occasionally, And I said, look, if ever you guys want to go, I said, look, I can hook it up. Like I wouldn't imagine he'd want to go on a tour, but I could definitely make a full private tour happen. Like I have the connections to make it, like him and his buddies or whatever, if they wanted to do like a private access only kind of tour where he wasn't going to be bothered by.
I could see him going on a tour.
You could see him going on a tour.
Yeah. I mean, he's not like one of those guys that's like, I need my own special space.
Maybe, I don't know.
Like when I went to a UFC event and he was like walking through the crowd right next to me.
Cool. Yeah.
I didn't say hi to him.
I don't know. We didn't. Honestly, that experience was so surreal. He's a busy guy. I fully understand that. We didn't. It was maybe 15, 20 minutes of talking outside of the actual podcast. So he came and he had stuff to do, and afterwards he got out of there pretty quick. But yeah, I don't know. The offer would, if ever he's interested in some reason he hears this, then I can definitely connect it and make that happen in any way, shape or form he's interested. I just have the right connections in Egypt to pull that off, where it'd be whatever shape of tour that would be, like whether he wants a private thing or whatever, we could do it. Because I imagine he's popular enough of a figure where even in the sites on Egypt, he stands the chance of like having a crowd kind of attracted to him. Oh, there's a famous guy here, you know. But you can visit these sites at times of day and do things in a private fashion. Like one of the things I love to do now on these tours, and I like to go early, like particularly to the Giza Plateau. That place fills up so quick by about 10 o'clock in the morning, but it opens at 7:30, and no one wants to go there at 7:30. And our first day on the tour is Giza. Generally, I like to start and end at Giza, and I tell people, it's like, I'm sorry, but I know you guys are all arrived, you're tired, but we are getting up early on this first day. We want to get there for opening, because you basically have it to yourself, and it's wonderful. It's much better than just, going through just a horde of people. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'd love to go back on that show. I have to kind of force myself to reach out at some point. I'm not the best at self promotion, and I'm just like, I'd rather happy to stay here. But one of these days, I might reach out.
Well, I think that's why your channel is so lovable, is because you're not really pushing things down our throats, and you're not really into like self promotion. It seems like.
No, if there was a way to do this without me actually appearing on the screen, I probably would have gone that route. But it's just, at the end of the day, I think it's my footage. It's my little story. I'm in a lot of it, and I'm giving you my opinion. So I was like, well, I might as well put myself in it a little bit. But I minimize my own time on screen. And I know you have a similar philosophy about doing stuff. But I am really glad to see you doing
my
the podcast.
philosophy is slightly changing.
Yeah, I can tell. That's you're ready.
Slightly changing, because like, I used to be all about being behind the camera, and I do feel like it's important to be able to step in front just a little bit. Not, it's not I don't ever want it to be about me,
same.
But it's a good tool to have in your arsenal to be able to like introduce something.
Absolutely, yeah. And at the end of the day, I also think that people do connect a little bit more with a person. Look, there's plenty of examples of successful faceless YouTube channels out there. What's Exurba, EXURB1A, one of my favorite channels out there. He does that completely faceless. There's a few others like that. And you can do it, but it's much more difficult. I think people connect a bit more with a person. But yeah, the whole being known or whatever that's the last thing I kind of wanted. And it's just very strange when you get recognized, which has happened to me the odd time. And yeah, that's a bizarre experience. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't get that, because people don't recognize my face, but I'm sure that's kind of an interesting experience.
If they connect the dots at some point, it'll definitely happen.
Yeah. The weirdest thing, I've gotten recognized one time at the post office. When I was writing something, somebody looked over my shoulder and said, "That handwriting's just like that after-school channel." And I was like, "Huh,
funny."
Yeah,
I did actually at my local grocery store. Is like a guy looked at me and goes, "Man, you look like a guy that was on Rogan." And I was just like, "Oh, do I?" That's interesting. I didn't own up to it, but yeah, it's happened.
You didn't own up to it?
Not that time. No, I was like, "Oh, that's funny."
That's funny.
Do I really? Who was that? And I just was like, "Yeah, he might have figured it out," but I don't know. It's happened in airports. My local pub here happens a lot in Egypt. Funnily, obviously, I think people that are Western tourists that are going there might have researched and seen some of my stuff. It happened a lot. It happens like randomly in hotels. I was really excited to like a local Egyptian guy at one point who was at a wedding at one of the hotels we were at recognized me and came over and said hi. But in airports a fair few times. London airport, like local airports here. in the States. Even at a local pub here, some guy goes, "Hey, you're that Kirk Wiki guy or whatever," and yeah, I think the Rogan interview probably did a lot to help that. I mean, just having your face out there, but
yeah, but all your videos do really well. Like everyone gets several hundreds of thousands of views.
It's up and down. I've noticed there's trends and things go up and some things hit, some things don't. I like it. I mean, I just at the end of the day, my philosophy with that stuff has always been and continues to be to kind of just to please myself. I don't want to cave to any pressures about what's popular and what's not. I'm going to investigate the things that I find interesting, and I'm very, very grateful and lucky that other people also find it interesting and enough to watch it and support me and all that type of thing. And I couldn't do it without that support, but I try to stay true to that. Like I want to follow kind of the things that are interesting to me, and I'm just grateful other people find it interesting as well.
That's an awesome philosophy. Reminds me of what's happening with the NBA right now. Is like a lot of people aren't watching the NBA, and players are complaining. But it's like you're taking nights off. If you don't care, how do you expect us to care? And it's like a good philosophy of just like if you really care about the thing, other people are going to care. And like who would have known that tube drills and vases would have captured so much attention?
Yeah,
you know?
the vase stuff this year's been insane. That came out of left field for me, but it definitely consumed my year in 23. It was huge, and I genuinely think we're on like it's the beginning of what I hope will amount to some significant change, because I don't share everything that's going on, and I will get to another update on that topic soon. But we are the thing I'm most pleased about. Well, a couple things. One is we found more. We've got more vases for analysis. We found actually examples of vases that are even slightly better than the best examples we've found so far. And what I'm most excited about, though, is that we are in the process of working with Egyptian educational institutions who have access to museums, and in these teams that they're forming with us, that they have engineers and Egyptologists, and it looks likely that we will be getting access to some of these artifacts in these museums and putting them through the same analysis that we've done on privately owned artifacts so far. And I think that's the step that's required. I'd love to see this really get taken on by the Egyptians themselves, because I think this is the point that Chris Dunn's been making very effectively, I think, which is the Egyptians, if you look at dynastic Egyptian history, it's almost something that in a little way this is colonial thing of them being told it by a lot of Western Egyptologists, a lot of guys that come from Europe, America, and elsewhere, that have come in and made these discoveries, and they've laid down their own history. But there are a lot of Egyptians that are interested in these topics. I mean, Ahmed Adli, Egyptian engineers, other people that see the same things, Chris Dunn is seeing or I'm seeing, and they're questioning it. And I think it's an opportunity for the Egyptians themselves to take hold of their own history, and it's an opportunity for them to just kind of rewrite some of it and talk a bit more about it. So my hope is that this sort of effort and these lines of investigation get picked up by the Egyptians themselves, and they run with it. I'd love to see that.
I think that's a great point, because unfortunately Graham Hancock got mixed up in some very inflammatory articles that said he was a white supremacist or something. Stupid. And I've never gotten that from him, but I can kind of see how people would throw that accusation at the wall, just because there is a certain look when a bunch of white guys come in and start doing research and saying, hey, this history isn't the way you think it is. Their identity is rooted in that history, so they're going to be very defensive of it.
Yeah, a little bit, and I understand. It's a false argument to make against someone like Graham. I mean, the argument that you somehow, by suggesting that it was a different culture or an older civilization, it's like some people perceive that as being, well, you're taking something away from this indigenous culture that's there, even though like Hancock and no one else, or me, anyone else, no one even mentions color. Like, it's like we're not saying there's a bunch of white guys that came in and did this or whatever. It's like the people that lived here. It's the same people that were there, probably just older, and they had more advanced technology. Like, it gets interpreted as this racial thing where it's not. Where he got mixed up, and this is the crazy thing about that is that particularly in South America, when you talk about Wirikosha and these civilizers, these stories that come from these South American cultures. I mean, they literally in that case, it's literally described as tall, sort of fair-skinned, yellow or orange-haired and orange-bearded people. And of course, facial hair and things like that aren't really a very prevalent genetic trait in a lot of those groups of people that live there. And that's literally the interpretation. He's reporting on the interpretation of the legends as they're said. And it's probably worth noting that he's the only one who gets attacked on that basis. There is quite literally established scholars in that anthropological and archaeological fields, and some of these guys are considered like the authorities on these topics, who say the exact same things. They're interpreting the exact same legends and stories, but nobody's throwing stones at them. They're not calling them white supremacists and Nazis and all this sort of nonsense. They're only going after Graham because he's challenging the mainstream, and it's the same set of these sort of dog whistle terms that they've been throwing at him for years. I mean, 2019, the Society of American Archaeology dedicated 27 pages of one of their journals to attacking him with exactly the same talking points, which are these generic logical fallacies that don't address any of the actual points he makes. They're just trying to discredit him. And, when Ancient Apocalypse came out, that whole discussion just got amplified. Like, it was that they literally were looking for the people that didn't like the things he was saying, or they didn't like the fact that Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan were involved in it. They went and looked for who are the dissenting voices. They found the same guys, John Hoops and crowd, Jason Covolito, and the same guys that have been making these same stupid arguments about Hancock that are just morally bankrupt arguments. They just found them and they amplified that argument, so now it's in newspapers and stuff, and it became a bigger deal. But yeah, it's a ridiculous argument to make if you know anything about Graham at all as well. But it's just, it's a silly argument, and it's not something that even gets mentioned in his show.
Yeah, Graham's a great guy. I'm working on a collaboration with him, 2 collaborations with him right now, and hopefully we don't get canceled.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, I caught up with Graham again myself at CPAC last year, and that was great. I hadn't seen him in a couple of years, and he actually came and found me, and we sat down and chatted for a while, which I was very pleased to have happen, because he's a superstar, right? He's like, he gets bothered by people endlessly at these conferences, and I'm not going to. I've had plenty of time with Graham on tours and stuff, and email exchanges, and we communicate, and I'm not going to compete for his attention. But it was really, I was touched that he came and found me and sat down and we chatted. I'm trying to write a book, and he gave me some advice on how to do with publishers and things. So I was very grateful for that, and I do intend to reach out to him. I'd love to do a collaboration with him as well. And I know I still owe you some more collaboration too. But
that's
yeah,
right.
I do. Yeah.
I mean,
I got to do that.
Well, this is a good step.
Good.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to our collaboration, our next collaboration. We've already got the outro filmed in front of the Sphinx.
We do. Yeah.
And yeah, that first one went huge. It has like a couple million views. So you got a lot of fans. I have a couple questions. Are the pyramids tombs? Or did they have some other purpose?
I think they had some other purpose. There's actually very little evidence that they're tombs. So particularly when we're talking about the giant stone pyramids that everybody knows about, Great Pyramid, Middle Pyramid, etc., no bodies ever found. No hieroglyphs like inside. Like we know what Old Kingdom tombs look like, and you can go to Giza and visit them. And in fact, they're commensurate, and they're all 4th dynasty. We know what tombs look like and how they were decorated, and you don't see any of that in these pyramids. People will talk about the Khufu glyph and things like that in the Great Pyramid that's in those chambers above the so-called King's Chamber. I'm very skeptical about that as well. There's been entire books written about that topic, but long story short, I do think that there's a very, very high likelihood that was put there by I think it was Howard Weiss, or who was it? It was one of the earlier explorers who needed to make a discovery in order to get funding, and he did that with that glyph. And the one thing I'd say about that glyph that they found up in that chamber that's on this rock is that it speaks volumes to me that that's never been dated. I mean, it's red ochre paint. You could date that. There's a painted glyph up there that supposedly, although it's actually a little incorrectly done. It doesn't spell it the right way. It's one of the other suspicious things about it. But it's this large thing that's painted in red ochre which has organic components in it, and I think it's one of those things that's where silence is actually speaking some volumes. It's like, why haven't you dated that? And we know that this sample's been taken from. Like, there's evidence, and Robert Boval has gone into this in great depth on his website and in his work. But there's evidence that there's been some paint chips removed from that. But we've just, trust me, if they dated that and it came back as 2800, 2700 BC or something, it would still be front page news for as far as Egyptology goes, but that's never happened. But we know it's been sampled, and it wasn't those German guys that got in there and Zahi was chased across the world and prosecuted in court, which is a whole other part of this. There's a long story involved with that particular glyph, and I've actually talked with those guys. I do intend to do an in-depth thing on it at some point. It's one of my in-process videos, but yeah, the long story short about pyramids too is I just do not think they were tombs. There's very little evidence that they were tombs. In fact, there's very little evidence that even associates those pyramids with the rulers that they're associated with. There's too much about them that seems functional. I would point out, where is it? So, Chris Dunn has just published his new book, Giza, the Tesla connection, and I'm lucky enough to be me and Graham are on the back with our endorsements. In this book, I kind of gave him some material, and we talked about this a lot while he was doing it. I did get the chance for an early copy, but he sent me a hard copy as well. Wonderful book. It actually ties together a lot of scientific advances in different fields, acoustics, harmonics, resonance, and updates his theory about it being a power plant. In fact, this is a very strong case for this thing being an electron harvester. It's very much worth a read, and it's I think the best and most comprehensive explanation for all the different aspects and elements of the pyramid, particularly the Great Pyramid. And I really think that not only the pyramids but probably this phenomena of these boxes in underground spaces, whether it's in pyramids or underground, and even the sites themselves, these Old Kingdom sites that have all this infrastructure layers beneath the ground, these channeled blocks that run everywhere beneath the floor. They all seem functional to me. So yeah, I don't think they're tombs. Certainly some of these boxes and these sites and even pyramids may have been later used as tombs. And we certainly see evidence for that, not just from the Egyptians, but like we found remains of humans from dates after the Egyptian civilization in some of these boxes. So they were certainly used as ceremonial spaces and necropolises over time. And these sites themselves were certainly turned into necropolises in ancient Egyptian times. But no, I don't think they were tombs. I think they were functional. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I think Chris Dunn has the best explanation so far on what it might have been.
Yeah, I remember we saw a giant quartz rock, I believe it was quartz, that was transported from hundreds of kilometers away. And it was it was embedded in the ground in a way where you wouldn't see it. And that really confused me, because I'm like, okay, if you're going to transport this thing so far, why not put it on display unless it had some function?
Yeah, that's what they say. There are many examples of these, what I would call these U-shaped channeled blocks, which are clearly infrastructure. You can, at Abu Sir, there's channels that run everywhere. They run underneath the causeway. We see the same thing at Giza. We see these channel blocks running underneath the causeway from the Valley Temple to the Mortuary Temple at the other end of this 900-meter causeway. And even the Egyptologists will tell you that, the ancient Egyptians valued either quartz or white calcite, which is for this very white stone, tough to get. You have yellow and brown calcite, but the white calcite comes from the core of ancient, like millions of years old natural springs, so it's a hard rock to quarry and get in any great volume. But they will tell you that, they prized that rock for its colouring, for its white, pure colour. And they would use that for display. So then why then are we finding blocks that are like these infrastructure blocks made from this material that are buried beneath floor tiles? You never see them. Like they're clearly, they're not on display. They're not being valued for their color. They're something else. And in these megalithic structures, you tend to see the same combination of stones being used, which I think also probably has some functional property to it. It's granite, basalt, limestone and white calcite are the most typical, and you see those across all of these Old Kingdom megalithic sites. Now, there's some, I've seen some interesting experiments showing potential different functionalities for these things. I'm not sure we have a full grasp on, or even a good understanding of what that function might be, and it's just because I think that some of these answers might be outside of our current understanding. And to get, it's a example I always like to give. It's like, imagine going back in time with a cell phone to, like, I don't know, 50, 100 years ago, 200, any time beyond that, and try to just a powered off cell phone, and you just show it to someone, and what are they going to tell you about it? They're going to look at it and go, well, this is like a shiny rock or a shiny piece of glass, and it's just, you don't know. I mean, but you and I can look at a cell phone, and because we have the context of understanding what touchscreens are, what wireless networking is, what a video camera is, a microphone, all of the concept of the internet, like, we can look at that thing, and we have the context to understand what it is and kind of how it works. And I think we might be having, it might be a similar case when we look at some of these ancient sites and these artifacts and these pieces of architecture. We just lack the context to really understand what they're doing, and to us it just looks like a pile of rocks in a weird arrangement, but there may well be other meanings to it. And the fact is that we're going to know more about technology 10 years from now, 50 years from now, 1,000 years from now, which also tells you that there are fields and aspects of science and the universe and technology that that haven't been discovered, that we don't know. We don't know everything. And I find it a little arrogant to assume that everything from the past, when we look at it, it has to be this subset of what we already know. Like, it has to be from within our capability. I think there's a strong chance that some of these answers and some of these mysteries, the answers to them, might lie in these other realms that are outside of our current perspective, which is also why I think the best way to approach these mysteries and these sites is with an open mind. Because if we're open to these ideas and these concepts, and we explore them and follow the evidence to where it leads, we might even stand to learn something. I don't know. I just don't think just simply dismissing everything as purely ceremonial and religious is the right approach.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. It's like, if people in the future looked back at what we're doing now, they'd probably think that we worshipped Marvel characters. Like, we have billboards, and we spend how much of our resources go towards creating these movies. They'd probably think that was like our gods, but
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we clearly worship the bull. They find that statue on Wall Street or whatever. They worship this bull. This was a god.
And then it also makes me think about, how just like, if we do have a cataclysm that wipes like a giant flood of our current civilization, what would be left? We would, all our plastic and glass and concrete buildings would be rubble.
Yep, you'd have,
the only things that would remain would be like Mount Rushmore and the
and
pyramids.
Hoover Dam. And then I like to think about the idea that eventually, say we go away, we're wiped out, and thousands of years in the future, there's these bunch of these internet conspiracy theories on the internet of the future that are trying to tell us that no, this canal, this Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, there's somebody actually dug a trench between the oceans. They're like, that's nonsense. No, they weren't capable of doing that. That's just a natural feature. There'd be all these arguments and some conspiracy theory that someone in the past had the capability to dig a canal and a trench between oceans. Like, no, that's just nonsense. That could never have happened. Yeah. Or they find they find one of the tombs of a rich vase collector who's got a bunch of stuff from ancient Egypt, and he wanted to be buried with it in our times. And then thousands of years in the future, they dig him up and they go, well, he clearly had these made. These were his. He must have had these things made, which is exactly what we do today. This guy was buried with this. He must have had it made. It's not possible that it's some inherited heirloom that they found precious. Like, I don't know, we do.
Well, hopefully they find a copy of Magicians of the Gods or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, should we get into Atlantis at all? Your thoughts on Atlantis?
If you like, sure. My thoughts on Atlantis. I mean, it's just like the A word a little bit to me. It has this baggage around it. I don't have any particular thoughts when it comes to things like, Plato's story, I think it's an interesting exercise to kind of follow that evidence and to suggest that maybe it's in the Azores Plateau. And Jimmy's out there talking about the Recat structure, which is also an interesting part of the world. But I generally group this idea of Atlantis, this idea of it as something that fits the concept of a lost ancient civilization that had significant capability. Also one that I do think that if such a civilization existed alongside other like primitive people around the world, much as we do to a much smaller extent today. Like there's uncontacted tribes and islands off India and Sri Lanka and in the Amazon, things like that. And I think that was probably going on to a much higher degree back when this may have been a reality. But I do like the story, and in fact you get correlation, and people forget that. Not always, but the story itself comes from Egypt, right? Like Plato's ancestor went to some priests on the Nile River, I think in Upper Egypt, who said that 9,000 years before your time, that's when Atlantis was sunk, which also correlates with the Younger Dryas, the end of the Younger Dryas. So there's some interesting correlation with that there. You also have the story of Atlantis being written on the walls of the Temple of Edfu, Temple of Horus, at Edfu, again in Upper Egypt, which talks about this primordial mound or this primordial, reed island that was sunk, and then the people were forced to leave it and go elsewhere, which is again telling you the story about this cataclysm that kind of came and sank things. But I just, my personal thing, Atlantis is like, it gets used as a weapon against a lot of people. I've seen it used recently. Obviously, it gets used against Graham Hancock all the time. But for example, the paper that just came out, I think in October of last year, from Danny Hillman Nadawajaja, dealing with Gunung Padang, this pyramid in Indonesia that he was working on for several years back in the early 2010s, and he's established, I think, pretty well that it's most likely to be a man-made structure, this pyramid-like structure that's got these different layers with different, construction styles. Obviously, the more sophisticated stuff being the deeper and older layers. And then he's carbon dated that, looking at the material that's associated with those layers as being potentially as far back as 27,000 years ago. So, not once in his paper does he mention Atlantis, not once in the paper does he mention Graham Hancock, but, all this visceral mainstream response that got used against his work, it all contains, it's all talking about Atlantis, and it's talking about Graham, and it gets used as kind of this bludgeoning tool that, anybody that thinks about Atlantis is just some, internet conspiracy theorist. It's kind of sad that it gained that reputation, because it didn't always have it, like back in the 60s and 70s, it was taken much more seriously. And there was legitimate science and research happening in places like the Azores Plateau, where they were doing geological subsurface research to try and find out, is there any truth to the possibility that there was a landmass that might have sank here. And it turns out there is. Randall Carlson, if you've watched his, I'm sure you have, his early series of Cosmographia has got like 7 or 8 hours of content going through the studies that were done, showing the possibility that this actually could have been an event that happened. And there's certainly, I think, a lot of scope for more investigation of that part of the ocean, that mid-Atlantic ridge, to go and look at that. But, at some point in that 60s or 70s, Atlantis became this dirty word. There was a couple of books published, and then everybody just, it was like this third rail of archaeology where you couldn't take it seriously, you couldn't touch it, or you'd just be ridiculed for it. And of course, there's all this correlation and all these other vectors of evidence that kind of support this idea, but it mostly these days gets used as a bludgeoning tool against anybody who's alternative or non-mainstream. Even on the Younger Dryas Wikipedia page, which of course guys like John Hoops, who's an anthropologist at Kansas State University, are writing. They talk about Ignatius Donnelly, these comet myths, Atlantis. It's used as some sort of attack tool against it. But I think there's a lot of possible truth to those stories, of grains of truth that are in them. I don't think you can take everything Plato said truthfully. He talks about the Atlanteans fighting a war against the Athenians, and this is like with vastly different parts of time. I'm not sure exactly what how much truth is in that, but I think it just fits in, and I would say it's an example of these are these cultural and historic echoes of these advanced civilizations that existed and were likely destroyed in cataclysm. I do think that's how any of these civilizations that might have existed likely ended. I'm not even convinced that it was the Younger Dryas that did it, because there were certainly cataclysmic times prior to that. The Bowling Alarod period, the Elder Dryas. I mean, it gets you lose resolution the further back you go, but again, if you look at that lengthening of the human timeline, like 800, 900,000 years, that's a lot of scope for civilizations to rise and fall. I mean, Egypt rose and fall within 3,000 years. I mean, we're at about 2,000 years-ish for our civilization. It certainly doesn't take hundreds of thousands of years to rise and fall. It can happen much more quickly than that. So, yeah, I mean, that's where I stand on it itself. It's not a huge topic of research for me, other than within the context of just lost ancient civilizations.
I think you do a great job of you're mostly in the camp of like, let's look at the hard evidence, but you're also willing to say, look, at some of this hard evidence falls way outside the mainstream, and we're going to look at that too. And I think it's great because you're an independent researcher. You're not like stuck under this university where you need to get funding every couple months and you have to say the right things.
Yeah, there's some freedom in that. I agree, and I do try to take that approach. I'm willing and able to speculate where possible. It's one of the reasons I want to write a book, is that I can't speculate that much, and I try not to go too far. I mean, people get crazy at me sometimes, like, what do you actually think happened and how did they do it? And I'm like, there's so much context to put around that answer that it would take you an hour in a video to probably explain it all adequately before you could then say, well, here's what I think happened. Because if you just come out and say, well, here's how I think they did it, or what I think might have happened, it just sounds crazy. But there is, I think, a context that you can build around that stuff which allows you to speculate, and I'm trying to do that with this book. I think that's the right format for that type of thing. But I'm certainly willing to speculate, and it's for that same reason that I have always tried to, even with the vase scan work that's happened this year or last year, I've tried to kind of maintain, I mean, I haven't always been successful at it, but to maintain something of an arm's length distance from the actual team doing the work. Like, I'm not a metrologist, and I'm not an engineer, computer scientist by trade, but I started with engineering, but I'm not the guy doing the primary research, and I'm taking the results that they have, and then I'm using that to speculate about how I think this fits in this broader picture. But those are my views. So I've always wanted to try and make sure that people understand that, my views and how I interpret this data, and these results that we're getting, what it means for the story of history. That's me. That shouldn't be on the engineers and the guys doing the vase scan project. And unfortunately, some of the criticism of that project has been directed at some of those guys, and I don't think it's warranted. I mean, it happens to me. It's all part of the game. Like, I've plenty of people make videos about me and ridicule me and all this sort of stuff, and that's just, I think that means you're over the target to some extent, that you're actually having an effect, and it's something you kind of get used to as a YouTuber. But yeah, it's not something that these guys deserve or need to have happen, because they're doing actual primary science, and nobody's arguing with the data. Like, the data is the data. What that data means is a whole different realm, and that's kind of where I come in. So yeah, I do try to keep it on the evidence as much as I can, but I think it does lead to speculation and conclusions that should be drawn.
Yeah, I think that book is going to be awesome. Can't wait for that. And yeah, it's going to take people that are outside of the structure to really point these things out. Because, like, the first time I saw Randall Carlson was on Joe Rogan, and he showed a graph from the ice core samples. That blew my mind. I think that's where this all started. Because once I saw that, I was like a huge Randall fan. He shows the temperature for the last couple thousand years, and he'll show like the mini ice age, and like the plague was here, and then these are the dark ages, and you're like, okay, yeah, I see a couple degrees of variation. And then he zooms out. I remember he zoomed out of that graph, and all of a sudden it's just like huge, just huge. And when he showed that, I've never been like so blown away by a graph. And I'm like, you couldn't even bring that up at a university, because that would go against the climate change narrative. I mean, even me just saying this word now is probably going to get some label slapped on the bottom of this video.
You might get a label. Yeah, I got some labels on a couple of mine for expressing similar thoughts. That whole Yeah, I love Randall too, and I think he's definitely widening out in some of his commentary and some of that stuff, which is a good thing because I do think.
Yeah.
Look, I think when it comes to climate change, not to divert too much into that, but it's anytime you have to, I think, preface, if you express any skepticism towards the sort of the narrative of like, oh, the world's on fire, global warming, and you automatically, you have to immediately preface that with, well, no, pollution is bad, yes. Like it's just that labeling that's come with this is like, you're a denier of this stuff. It's like, and you just want to pollute the world. Like, no, that's not, we should be stewards of the world, but we should also be able to put the reality of the situation into the correct context, which is, you can't look at the last 100 years or so and decide that's the only context we're going to look at. Not that they even do, because forget about the 1930s, right? The Dust Bowl and the heat wave. I mean, it was hotter then than it is now, but every year it's like, oh, this is the hottest on records, because numbers are being fudged and there's some issues happening, and unfortunately a huge political narrative that's driving this whole discussion, which is unfortunate, and I think it's also damaging an entire generation. But yeah, I mean, if you put this in a wider context and you look at the history of the planet itself, I mean, it's an extremely stable system. You have wild variations and swings, but we've never had a runaway climate on this planet. It's extremely stable. And it's difficult to kind of look at what we're struggling with and arguing and spending all this money about today, and then try and compare that to what Randall would term probably real climate change that happened 12 or 13,000 years ago, because that is significant, climate change, and a lot of those are cosmically driven events, like the things like the Younger Dryas, where, yeah, I mean that's a problem. Like that is a civilization ender. I'm not entirely.
Yeah, and Randall. Yeah, Randall does not deny at all that humans are affecting the climate. There's no doubt that we are, but to what degree, we have no idea.
Right.
Like we like to think that the sun is a stable force of energy that is always constant.
It's
not.
Like,
a slight variation in the sun could incinerate
That's
us.
right. Yeah, and I think it's telling that I think it's only been the most recent of these climate summits where they're actually starting to admit that, okay, solar cycles might have something to do with the climate. Yeah, and are we having an effect? Absolutely. Like we are, and can we do better and pollute less and all that? Yes, we can. We should be taking steps to not to mess with the planet and to be good stewards of it. But again, it's like at what cost? Because I've also heard him, say, and I agree with this. It's like if we burnt every last ounce of fossil fuel on this planet, and the only result was that, because we did that, we were able to avoid the next big cosmic impact as a result of all of that burning of fossil fuels, then that karmic debt is paid. Like that's, if you burnt all of the fossil fuels on the planet, and all you did with that was to somehow avert or avoid the next cosmic impact, then you're fine, because ain't no climate change like what happens when a mile-wide rock hits the planet, or a super volcano goes off, or something like that, right? Because the biggest extinction events and the biggest problems this planet's faced have always, they've come from mostly cosmic impacts. I mean, supervolcanoes and these earthquakes and other upheavals on the planet, it's these terrestrial problems, never seem to have quite the same scale as what happens with these cosmic events. And on a long enough time scale, I mean, we live in a cosmic shooting gallery, it's guaranteed to happen again. Now, that might not mean it might not happen for another 1,000,000 years, or maybe it's 10,000 years, or 5, whatever it is, but that's the risk. And that's why I think it's like, where our resources should be spent. And this is also why I think looking at history and this possibility of a different history of civilizations, a more cyclical approach to civilization that seems to oscillate between civilization and cataclysm, why I think that's important. And it's for the same reason as why I think we need to be a bit more mindful about where we spend our resources, is because in the long term, I mean, the only answer for our species, if we want to survive in the long term, is to explore space. It's to spread out a bit more. We need to have, I mean, that's the only answer, because on a long enough time frame, I mean, we're going to get knocked back to hunter-gatherers, if not wiped out altogether. And, we might do that to ourselves. That might be something that happens from a cosmic environment. But, honestly, this is the reason why I think this sort of work that I'm trying to do, why it's important to me at least, is that I think because most people think with history books and
what we're taught in school is like this, obviously this isn't quite the case, but we think of ourselves as going from the Stone Age to civilization to today, as this linear path, as the only time that's ever happened. It's like the only way civilization can look is how we did it. And it's like we're just on some preordained path, and we don't have to worry about it. Like, this is the only way it could happen, and we were all in the Stone Age a little while ago. But I think if people at a more fundamental level understood that, no, there's been this, like, a cyclical nature of civilization and cataclysm and being knocked down and having to start again, that might affect our long-term priorities. And it's funny that climate change is actually an example of how that can happen, like a change in the zeitgeist of humanity, right? It's like, whether you agree with it or not, or you think it's too politicized or it's not, or it's the truth or whatever, I think we can all agree that in the last 20 years, that whole term climate change, it's changed our behavior. It's been a shift in the global zeitgeist of humanity. It changes our investment decisions, how we interact with each other, with the planet, and everything. It changes our lives, and it changes a lot of things, and that's because it's been this, it's whatever, new knowledge, or it's a new understanding, a new way of looking at things that changes this behavior. And I genuinely think that if we could approach our own history and the history of humans on this planet in the same way, it might also have a long-term effect and change in our behavior, which I would hope would go along the lines of a little, less money on tanks and guns and fighting each other and all that nonsense, and a bit more money on our long-term future as a species, space exploration, etc.
Yeah, that's very well said. It's our cosmic destiny is to take the natural resources on this planet and get to a point where we can move our energy base off Earth. And if we see our progress as some sort of terrible thing and we halt our progress, we're not going to get to that level.
Right.
Like, we look at our trajectory of our progress in space travel. We went to the moon supposedly in 1969, and we kind of stopped after that for 50 years. We shut it down. But had we continued that trajectory, we would probably have bases. We'd definitely have a base on the moon. We'd probably be on Mars by now. So the transition period is always painful, and there's going to be people saying this needs to be shut down, but I think it is our cosmic destiny to think big.
Yeah.
And either I think Elon Musk said it, we either die here in diapers, adult diapers, or we get to other planets.
Yeah, he's right. Like, I 100% agree in that. We're either just going to be like an evolutionary stepping stone for whatever may or may not emerge off this planet one day, or we can embrace that future for ourselves in the long term. You and I probably aren't going to live to see it. I don't know, but I do think, in the long term for our species, that's the answer. Cosmic destiny is a great way to put it. That's we've got a ways to go, but we've got to get back to those days of I think that sort of a balance of budgetary spending and importance that we put on it in the late 1960s and 70s. Whether or not there's some shenanigans that may not have happened around that time. I'm pretty convinced we've been there, but it's an interesting thing. But that's the nature of it, right? It's like, how come we can't do it? Well, we just don't have. It's not as important as it was. We were in an arms race and a space race, spending a lot more of our money and resources in achieving those goals, and those goals just aren't as important to us anymore. We don't. It's sad that we don't. I remember back when I was a kid, you had these. There's a lot more futuristic visions about what does the future look like? Like, what is the wonderland of tomorrow, Futureland and stuff. And we were planning sort of further ahead, and internet's been a great tool, and modern media has evolved to take advantage of it. And I just think it also has the downside effect of just distracting the hell out of everybody. And it's just like, what are we getting spun up about today? This next election cycle, or this next quarterly result for a business, or whatever the latest thing is on the internet that I've got to change my Twitter icon to, or whatever. And it's just, it's a big it's huge distraction, and it gets away from a lot of what I think is the long-term planning that we should be doing, and the investment that it's going to take to get there.
Exactly. You just made me think that space travel is a good analogy for the pyramids. It's kind of like,
it is.
If I were to tell you I'm going to build a giant pyramid that's going to be comprised of millions of stones that weigh hundreds of tons each, you'd be like, why would you ever do that? But you could take that philosophy and apply it to space travel. Say, why would you want to go to space? Well, you got to do these things because they're there and you can do them. And it's kind of like when you look at the pyramids, you see something. You see that possibilities are endless. That's kind of what it inspires you. Like when I'm in a modern city, all the buildings seem very temporary to me. And it makes me feel kind of like this is like temporary materialistic thing that's just a cog in a machine. But when you see the pyramids, you're almost glimpsing at something that's like timeless.
It is.
And it makes you feel like you're part of something bigger,
I do. It's funny you mention that. That's what I mean. Egypt, you're going there, like I said, it does take you out of that. It takes you out of your world in a lot of ways, and you do see something that's timeless and eternal. Like these pyramids are just, they're mind-boggling. You don't see anything like that anywhere else. That type of effort, and it does have. I do often use the analogy of space travel to explain the pyramids, because when you ask guys like Zahi Hawass, I actually asked him this in 2015, or me or a friend of mine, and how did they do it? And this is always the answer you get back. Still to this day, the answer you get back is they'll tell you, how do they do these things? Well, it was a national project. They tried really hard. That's basically what it boils down. I call it the National Project Bro response, which is like, well, they tried really hard. They put all their resources behind it. They worked really hard at it, and they got it done. And it's the equivalent of looking at things like the Apollo program, which is the moon program, and saying that, well, it was a national project. We put lots of resources behind it. Everyone was supportive of it. But it wasn't simply the case of, everyone in the country coming together and collectively throwing some people at the moon. Like it takes technology. It takes, you couldn't have done that without technology. And I think the pyramids fit in that same bucket. It's like, was it probably a national? Yeah, it probably was. I actually think they were likely multi-generational long projects that may well have actually been finished or worked on during the dynastic period. I don't know. But I don't think it's achievable without significant technology at the same time. But that's certainly what they were. And yeah, we don't build stuff like that. Like that's, could we do the pyramids? We probably could. We could build one, but it would just cost us such a fortune, and nobody's willing to pay for that. Like nobody's willing to put the time and investment into it to make it happen. Like, people that say, oh, we couldn't do it today. I think we could do it today. Like we could, but it would require someone of like Elon Musk's financial resources to really make it happen. And I'm not sure he's going to do that anytime soon, unfortunately.
Well, you never know.
Man, I hope he does.
He is crazy.
I know
enough.
he's interested. I know he kind of flirts with these topics at times. So you never know.
He's pretty into this stuff. I've heard him talk about floods and catastrophes and things like that. So I'm sure he's watched some of these videos on the topic.
I hope so. Yeah, he's an interesting dude.
Well, anyways, man, thanks for taking the time.
It's great to catch up. It was a fantastic conversation, Mark. Thank you for thanks for offering to have me on. I was happy to do it.
Yeah, I got to say, this is probably the best podcast I've done thus far. Because just like technically everything seemed to work perfectly. We'll see when I download this, but yeah, and the conversation, the share screen worked. So I'm super grateful for you, and I will definitely be on another one of your tours.
Excellent. Yeah, I look forward to that. Yeah, I look forward to catching up at some point. Because we've done Scablands, we've done Egypt. Yeah, and let's get you to South America at some point. I'd love to. I think you'll dig that.
And 2024 will be the year that we collaborate.
And it will.
On something.
Yes, it will. Yeah, yes, it will. Other than this, yes, I will write you that damn script.
I'm so excited about that one.
Yeah, I'll get to it.
All right. Well, I'm going to end this transmission here.
Cheers.
Welcome back, Ben. This is your homecoming.
Good to be back, Denny. Cheers, man. Thanks for the invite.
It was about a year ago I had you in here. And then since then, you've been on Joe Rogan, you've been on Flagrant. What other podcasts have you been on?
There have been a few. I think those were mostly the big in-studio ones.
Yeah.
Was Rogan and Andrew Schultz's Flagrant, which was hilarious, actually. That was a lot of fun. And I was on Rogan with Jimmy. That was a great opportunity. I enjoyed that, although it's a bit of a blur in my head at this point. But I've been on a few others, just on like Zoom and the remote style ones. So yeah, but you were the first guy to the first in studio podcast. So.
Well, cool, man. I'm happy to inspire those guys to discover you. I mean, I'm sure they already. I know Rogan already knew about you. He'd already seen videos of your stuff.
I think so. Yeah.
But you've been all over the place too. You just got back from Turkey, I think, recently.
England, Turkey earlier this year, and then England. I came back from England a couple of weeks back. First chance to visit sort of the megalithic structures there, the stone circles, the museums, things like that. You could spend months in the British Isles. There's so much to see there. I definitely want to go back.
Yeah.
But Turkey earlier in the year.
So what were you doing in Turkey? Where'd you go? You went to Göbekli Tepe?
We did. So we did. I did a couple of weeks in southeastern Turkey. So in that Göbekli Tepe region, it's all centered around the city of Şanlıurfa, which is the biblical Edessa. It's the city of prophets. It's a city that goes back thousands of years. I mean, there's been occupation there since Neolithic times. It's a really interesting city. It's sort of Abrahamic traditions there. A lot of the legends from books of the faith that now are like Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. A lot of the events that happen in those religions are all centered in that area. It's it was part of like the Silk Road, the northern-ish end of what was Mesopotamia back in the day. So it's an ancient place. Really interesting city. A lot of fun. I wasn't sure what to expect. It was my first time in Turkey, and different to Egypt, I'd say. It was a really nice place, and the timing. I don't know what happens with me in travel, man. Trying to even get over here, we had we had the hurricane, but man, I have the worst luck with travel because they had the earthquakes earlier in this year. Those big earthquakes that shook down
a lot of people.
Like at least, I think the government estimates they said something like 50,000 people. The guys that I knew on the ground there who were out like. My guy there, Ramazan, who we did the tour with, lost his home. Like his home fell down. He was living out of his car, but within the next day or two, he was out helping in the villages, trying to help people to sort of recover from it. But he said it was probably more like 250,000 people that might have died in that, just from, if you include Syria, because it's right next to the Syrian border, and there was a lot of Syria that was affected as well. But yeah, so that happened, and they're like, man, so. The city itself of Şanlıurfa wasn't the infrastructure was still up, the roads were okay, a few buildings fell down. Some of the other cities were impacted much more. And then they had these rains, they had these floods, which were almost unprecedented floods in that region. It just poured down, and there were people that died in Şanlıurfa purely because they didn't have anywhere to live, and they were in these tents, and they got sort of washed into these alcoves and carried away in these floods, and a bunch of people died. So I was like, man, and all this happened within the couple of weeks, and I guess around the month leading up to it. So we were like, geez, are we going to do it? And he was like, yeah, we can do it. And we sort of reassured the people that were coming with us, we can make it happen, and we did. Unfortunately, obviously places like the museum, they have this wonderful museum in Şanlıurfa where a lot of the artifacts from Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, like all of the recent archaeological finds there are housed in this museum, but they had to evacuate it because of the floods. They basically boxed up, I don't know, like 100,000 artifacts or something and shipped them off, so we couldn't get into the museum. But
you are
also as
thanks,
a consequence,
man.
it
buddy.
did make the place green. Like normally,
Big
if you see
success
pictures
eating.
of that region, it's
We're
brown.
back.
But we were there. It was just
We're in a little
breathtaking.
deep, and I
Beautiful.
might
Like
have to make a phone call.
these limestone hills were just breaking out in wildflowers.
Thanks
and
for being
grass,
patient.
and everywhere we went, it was just gorgeous. And of course, the sites there are just incredible. They go back forever. There's Göbekli Tepe, which was everyone I think who is interested in this field should know something about Göbekli Tepe. It's the site that was, it was originally discovered in the 1950s. I think there were some farmers, or they saw the tops of what had turned out to be these big T-pillars sticking out of the ground on this side of a hill. I think it translates to pot-bellied hill in that language, and they sort of dismissed it as being, they thought, well, no, this is a relatively modern cemetery or something. Like it's not the stonework was too good to be considered very ancient. And it wasn't until the mid-1990s when the German Archaeological Institute and Klaus Schmidt, who sadly has passed away since then, began to excavate at Göbekli Tepe. And that's when they found, so this is actually tremendously ancient. It does have some very unique stonework, including megalithic work. You've got, T-pillars that are 18 feet tall and 20 plus tons. And it's a very large site. It's all of these stone circles, these pillars that are encompassed by more of a loose or a rough stone walls, and it spreads out. It's quite large. There's a number of them. They've only excavated maybe 10% of that site, and it shook the world up because they based on some of the material that they found in that dig, they pretty much conclusively dated that thing to about 11,000 years old, which is much older than any previously recorded evidence of civilization or of this type of occupation. So going there was a really interesting experience. People have said for a long time that it was deliberately buried. The work and the research and the science on this is slowly changing. They're starting to move away from this idea that it was deliberately buried. It may just have been layers of sediment that have built up over time. There might have been some periods of burying it. In fact, if you tried to bury it deliberately, it would have taken years and years and years. It's a huge site. But what was interesting to me, researching this site, is that if you look at the picture of it, this is a good picture of it. I have some photos too, but this works. Is that you have two styles of architecture here. You have the megalithic work, the T-pillars, and it's not just the pillars here. They would actually cut down to the bedrock. You see that area around the T-pillars. It's when you go there, it looks like cement. It's not cement. It's actually I believe limestone bedrock that they've lapped down to be flat. So you have these huge, big flat areas, and they inset these stones into them, or some of them are set up on pedestals like that central one. And these T-pillars are, a lot of them, they're not all complete. They're some of them are broken. They have the most amazing high relief artwork on them. By that, it means you're carving away the negative space to make the figures and the symbols pop out at you. Like
Right.
Yeah. And and that's a good example of that image there of that one stone. Yeah, if you look at that, so you see how the walls around it kind of encompass those stones, like they actually cover up some of the features, and you can clearly tell the walls seem like they've been built to reinforce these stone circles, to sort of preserve them almost. And looking at the walls, and this is also true at another site we'll talk about, Karahan Tepe. Inside the walls, there's actually pieces of broken pillars have been used as material in the building of the walls. And the material, or the organic matter that they've used to date the site to give it that 11,000-year-old age, came from inside these walls. So it's like, to me, I look at that, it's two different architectural styles. I think it is a potentially indicative of two entirely different periods of occupation and building, because these walls are quite primitive. It's local stone, and they're actually using pieces of broken pillars, which means that those pillars could have been there for who knows how long, actually fallen over. Some of them might have broken, and they've been encompassed and used in these walls that were then used to sort of resurrect or renew or renovate the site and protect these pillars. So do we know if it's 11,000 year old? I think that's kind of the earliest date for it. It's the youngest date. It could be vastly older than that. We really don't know.
And you said there's a bunch of this that's still under the ground?
Heaps of it, yeah. So they've kind of excavated on one side of a hill, and that's where the UNESCO, like the World Heritage Site, is now. They've put a big cover over the top of it. It's actually great. Like, yeah, see the walkway there? There's this big. They want to keep the rain off it. I think when it does rain, if they left it out in the weather, it'd just get really muddy, and it'd just wash away a lot of the sediment. It's a great way to view the site. It'd be lovely to get down in there, but they get a lot of traffic. Like, this has become a major tourist attraction for that part of Turkey now. A lot of people want to see this, and they've built a big visitor center, and so it's a nice way to view the site. And if you have a camera with a zoom lens, you can kind of see a lot of the detail.
Oh wow, that's incredible! That negative relief.
Yeah, the high relief. And there's, lots of interesting studies that have been done on Göbekli Tepe. Martin Sweatman, who I've talked about, he was presenting at the Cosmic Summit recently as well. I've talked with him on my channel. He wrote a book called Prehistory Decoded, and he contends that Göbekli Tepe is something of a celestial calendar. He uses a method of statistical analysis that shows that it's extremely likely that's what it is. He's looking at the figures relating to precession and constellations in the sky, and that it, when looked at through his analysis, it seems to mark interesting events that we know sort of happened, like periods like the Younger Dryas, because this site dates back to the Younger Dryas. And had there been, this comet or these impacts or these fragments of things coming from the sky, that's probably something they would have noticed. He wrote a whole book on this. It's a very interesting theory. He gets attacked pretty hard on the basis of it, I think, from a lot of people that don't really understand the nature of statistics and how that works. He actually wrote there's a peer-reviewed paper that you can read if you're interested in kind of diving into his research or his detail. There's other studies that have been done also that are interesting on the geometry of the site. So there's not only do you have you have these stone circles, which the circles themselves, and this is true also at Karahan Tepe, have interesting alignment. So they align to, a lot of them may well have been used as solar observatories or potentially lunar observatories. So there's alignments on the site that point to significant periods like solstices, equinoxes, lunar events. But there's actually a geometric arrangement between the circles themselves at Göbekli Tepe. So they form like equilateral triangles, I think. There's been some studies done that shows that there was a very deliberate layout planned of how these stone circles were formed. So it was fascinating. And so Göbekli Tepe was obviously a highlight, but what I didn't know on this trip was the fact that, okay, I knew about Karahan Tepe, so that's another site that's nearby. It's actually pretty close. There was a site that was very recently discovered. It's an active archaeological site now. I believe the University of Istanbul is excavating there. It's another stone circle site. It's similar architecture to Göbekli Tepe. You have huge T-pillars, but it's something like 10 times larger than Göbekli Tepe. And they've only just sort of scratched the surface at Karahan. They're still digging, and we had special permission to go in there and look around the site. And you can literally look at these beautiful hills with flowers on them, and just poking up everywhere are the tops of T-pillars. You just see this tiny little top of it, and you can clearly see it's a T-pillar, and there's something buried under here. And there might be as many as 1,000 T-pillars on this site. It's at least 5 times or more, I think, larger than Göbekli Tepe, and it's at least 500 years older based on the dating of material that they found so far. Which, it's kind of funny because when they built a visitor center at Göbekli Tepe, they called it like the 0 point in history. This was the brand name that it gave you. You go in these big light shows and these big wall-to-wall sort of cinematic experiences to look at the site, but it's like, well, I guess that makes Karahan Tepe 0 point minus 500 or something like this.
Wow.
Right, it's even older. And I actually was out there like 3-4 times during the 2 weeks. It's a wonderful site. I could probably even pull up images if we want to see them, but it's they're just starting to excavate, and you see a similar thing. In fact, at Karahan, there's evidence of domiciles. So one of the controversies about Göbekli Tepe is this civilization, right? Because technically, if you go look at, and I guess this is more along the orthodox line of thinking, the date for civilization hasn't really changed. We're still saying, well, 6,000 years ago, Sumerians and Mesopotamia, that was the start. But when I look at a place like Göbekli Tepe or Karahan Tepe, that screams civilization to me. The theory is, it's purely ceremonial. It was what happened, and this sort of came out with the Michael Shermer, Graham Hancock, and Randall Carlson podcast on JRE. It's a well-known one. I mean, they've essentially just changed the definition of hunter-gatherers to now not just be, well,
I'm
no, this
sorry,
is not just,
that
not
was
just about
like
hunter
3
and
hours.
gathering,
I'm
but on
sorry.
the weekends, I guess, when the men want to get away from the women and the kids or something, they like to, participate in a little bit of megalithic stone building and things like this, and, building these 20-ton T-pillars. It's insane. But, there's infrastructure on these sites. They're massive. There's cisterns, there's quarries, there are other structures at Karahan Tepe. There's actually evidence for domiciles and permanent housing,
Like 300 minutes.
which is
yeah,
another
dude, that was like a
indication
long
of sort of
time.
settlement
Sorry,
and civilization.
bro. Like really.
And I just look at the scale and scope of what is on these sites, and it's like that's not something you do on the side. Like this requires specialization, right? So for people to be able to specialize in doing this type of stonework, this type of a logistical endeavor, the artwork that's required to carve these things, you need to have infrastructure around you that means there's other people collecting food, there's other people doing things. Like it's that organization that essentially defines civilization. I think just the scale and scope of the work requires that. So I think it's kind of ridiculous that we don't consider this civilization. And the nail in the coffin for me, and this is something I learned on that trip, is that it's not only is there Karahan and Göbekli Tepe, but there's between 40 and 80 more sites that they've discovered just like that.
Around that area?
Around that area in southeastern Turkey, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of other well-known sites, Sogmatar and other places, but these tepes and these T-pillared stone circles, they're doing a lot of ground penetrating radar and that type of thing, and they've discovered somewhere between 40 and 80, and I think they want to open up like 15 of them for tourism. And that's like, at that point, you know, it's a huge civilization. It requires a big population of people, and it's civilization. I mean, it's like a lost chapter of human civilization that we really know nothing about. Like we've got some artifacts and we've got some indication, but it's to me, it's just a whole lost chapter of our history in this region.
Who are the organizations involved in doing some of this ground penetrating radar and like discovering more of these sites?
Well, a lot of it is happening locally with the universities in Turkey.
Oh, okay.
Istanbul, I mean, they're excavating, I believe it's the University of Istanbul is excavating at Karahan. Who was doing Göbekli? Well, German Archaeological Institute was the one working at Göbekli Tepe. It's, you know, the way these projects get dealt out and the way that digs happen and sort of institutions get involved there's no regular process. It's like a negotiation process. I assume it's, you know, some academic institution somewhere in the world wants to go and dig somewhere, and it's a negotiation with the government to get the permissions, and then they kind of get to run the site. And then at places like Göbekli Tepe, when UNESCO gets involved, that's a whole other set of things. You see the same thing in Egypt. Like there's various. You have the British in one area, you have, you know, the French in another area, you have the Germans in another area, you have the Egyptians themselves doing a lot of work in different areas. So it's a case-by-case basis almost about who actually does the work and then publishes. Certainly in Egypt, any publishing of findings has to be done in close concert with the Department of Antiquities, formerly the Supreme Council of Antiquities. So they essentially control the release of information. So people that have seen things like the recent, you know, Scan Pyramids project and that sort of data, when they found that new chamber in the Great Pyramid and stuck a little camera in there to take a look, that was all released by the Department of Antiquities in Egypt in partnership with the people that were actually doing the work.
When did they find a new chamber in the Great Pyramid?
Oh, you haven't heard this? So, well, it's been going on for a couple of years now. There's been the Scan Pyramids project is what it's called. They're essentially using muon cosmology, or it's basically cosmic ray detection. So they put all these sensors, and I've seen them a bunch of times because I've been into the pyramid over this period of time several times. And down in the subterranean chamber, there's like a rack full of gear, and there's these boxes up on the Grand Gallery and in the Queen's Chamber, like the parts that you can't normally get to, that average tourist won't be able to get to. You need to book a special permission to see. There's a lot of this infrastructure, and so what they're doing is there's these cosmic rays and muons in this case are passing through. They pass through material, they pass through stone and everything like that. But there is a sort of a very slight difference when they pass through material versus a void. So they put these detectors in there and they leave them for a couple of years, and they've got them on the outside as well. So they're measuring it kind of from all these different angles, and putting all that data together and crunching it has let them kind of put together a rough picture of where they think there are voids inside the pyramid. Right, so these are like empty spaces, and one of them was a small empty space above the main entrance. So the main entrance is above where we go in today. So today, when you visit the pyramid, you go up on that north side, and you enter in through what's known as Al Mamun's Hole, or Mamun's Hole. It's supposedly been hammered by the Caliph Al Mamun, and he sort of hammered through the limestone superstructure of the pyramid, and he hit the junction between the ascending and descending passageway.
Okay.
But up above that, and you can see that in those chevron blocks. So the descending passageway actually goes all the way up to a doorway that's below those two triangle-shaped chevron blocks in that center top picture. Yeah, that one. So there's a doorway there. That's considered the original main entrance to the pyramid. Now, this was all, in antiquity, still cased over, so this wasn't visible. At some point, it was certainly opened in antiquity. It was, El Mamoon wasn't the first one in there. But it's actually, where the void is above that, sort of behind those chevrons. There's a small chamber, and they either drilled a hole or they found a space where they could stick a little tube in and then put one of those, little snake cameras in there, and they had a look around, and sure enough, there's this space, and it was a big, this scientist revealed hidden corridor. I mean, this is this little chamber, and it's got these chevron blocks. It's like those chevron blocks keep going back into the superstructure of the pyramid, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. But we don't know that, because often some of these passages would be blocked up. That was certainly the case with the ascending passageway that comes off. The descending passageway has these big granite plug blocks in it. But the really interesting part of this Scan Pyramids project is that they found a massive void in the pyramid. A really large void. Like, this is a tiny little space that they've looked at, but if you've seen the layout of the pyramid in the area above the Grand Gallery, it's kind of above and I think a little bit to the right. They've found indication for what is just a huge chamber. Now, it's something like 40 meters long.
Which one is the Grand Gallery there?
So it's that large angled piece on the right. See, it's the one that's just to the right of the King's Chamber. It's the angled down, like.
Oh, I see it. Okay, towards the top.
Yeah. So it connects so the descending passageway is the passageway that goes down to. That kind of isn't to scale, that picture. That's,
right. Okay.
Not even actually. I don't know. That's not the architecture for the pyramid. Mm-hmm. That's Pharaoh Osmos. That's a completely sort of different. Yeah, that's not the actual pyramid.
Okay.
That's like, there's a lot of chambers that aren't there on that map. But it's a huge. Yeah, that's probably.
That's a thick diagram.
Yeah, this is probably a little closer to reality. I probably have a picture to it. There you go.
Is it obvious to you when you go in the pyramids that these things were made for people to walk through?
No, not at all. It doesn't feel at all that way. I actually think it. I don't think they were made for humans, put it that way, and I don't think they were tombs either. They certainly. I mean, this would not have been an easy space to take some sort of formal procession of Pharaoh's body into these places. It's ridiculously difficult to move around in them today, and we've added steps and handrails. It's a difficult exercise for anyone. Just the passages are like 3.5 feet high and feet square, so you do this pyramid crouch thing. They're on a pretty steep angle, going up and down. The longest passage is like 300 feet or something. The descending passageway that goes down to the subterranean chamber, and it's quite an exercise getting out of there. And I can only imagine how difficult that might have been without the modern steps and handrails that we put in there to help people. It's not an easy task at all. And then you get into spaces like the Grand Gallery. I mean, that thing there's so many indications in there that had some sort of function. It's outrageous. There's all these slots on the side of the walls. It's as if there was a mechanism moving up and down. I know there's architects and proposals that suggest this was almost like a sliding lever room that they would use to haul blocks up and do things like this. I'm not convinced. Chris Dunn has his theories about that those slots might have been used to house like series of Helmholtz resonators that were part of this whole pyramid machine that he proposes. I'm interested in any functional take on it. I don't have one personally. I get the indication from being in there that it feels like a machine, man. It feels like you're walking around in the guts of a machine. It's just what it feels like. It doesn't feel like it's meant for humans. You can see the stairs and the handrails on this, but this is the Grand Gallery.
Oh, wow.
It's like...
How big is that?
It's huge. It's probably about 40 meters long and...
So small.
God, it must be 4 or 5 meters tall at the very top. It steps up. It has that stepped sort of, it narrows as it goes taller. And along the edges of the walls you have these slots. At the very bottom of it you go straight, and that goes to the chamber known as the Queen's Chamber. And at the top you go straight through an antechamber and then into the granite structure known as the King's Chamber. So the void that they found, however, is actually above this, and it's equivalent in size. So more or less equivalent. It's something like 40 meters long, 4 meters wide, and potentially 4 meters tall. They're not quite sure if it's angled or if it's straight, but they kind of proved their they proved their mechanism and their procedure with the first void. Like they did their scans and they said there's probably a void right here, and this one's right, you know, near the front entrance. And sure enough, they drill a hole in there. They stick their little camera in there, and like there it is. We've found this void. So there's a very, very high likelihood that there's a void there. There's undiscovered chambers inside the Great Pyramid. So who knows what that will reveal, and I very much hope that if it is explored or plumbed or they drill into it to take a look, that it's data that's shared with everybody, because it feels like this is, you know, everybody's history in this monument.
Now, when you were at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey and some of these other sites, Karahan Tepe, are there any rocks or stones that show any of these machining marks that you found in Egypt? For all the time that we have been alive, the US dollar has been the primary currency, but that may not be the case for much longer. China is set to dethrone the dollar, and possibly much sooner than you think. And even the world's biggest economies are already ditching the dollar for the yen, collapsing the US currency, causing unprecedented inflation and crashing markets. And if that wasn't enough, this paves the way for the government to take total control over all of your money with a new digital dollar. Now is the time to take total control of your money and not let your life savings become a casualty of the currency wars. And you can do it using the only precious metal dealer that I trust, American Hartford Gold. They will show you how to protect your savings and retirement accounts by diversifying your wealth portfolio into physical gold and silver. With the finest products, amazing customer service, and a buyback commitment. But you don't have to take my word for it. American Hartford Gold has a 5-star rating from thousands of reviews and an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. American Hartford Gold supports content like this that is committed to bringing you the truth. And if you tell them I sent you, they will give you $5,000 in free silver on your first order. So call them now. Click on the link in the description or call 855-679-1326. That's 855-679-1326, or text CONCRETE, KONCRETE, to 65532. Again, the phone number is 855-679-1326, or text CONCRETE to 65532. Now back to the show.
Not at those sites that I've seen. No,
Okay.
It's definitely. I mean, you don't see the same sort of advanced what I would term the signs of advanced technology that you see in places like Egypt and Peru, for that matter, and in other areas, Baalbek. But I didn't see that on these sites. There's certainly some very significant achievements, but it is in my estimation, all things that can be done with primitive methodologies. I mean, at Karahan Tepe, there's still a stone that's in a quarry. It's a T-pillar that's been cut out. It probably weighs around 30 tons. I mean, so that's doable. There's flint everywhere. Like, that's the other thing. You see when you're looking around on the ground, there's flint chips everywhere. I can probably pull up some pictures of it. Yeah, we would just, on the site, particularly at Karahan, you can find all of these chippings and like little like flint, either arrowheads or they're pieces that have come off, you know, flint chisels or blades, and it's all worked flint. You can tell it's all been knapped. Found dozens of them and just pick them up, take a photo, throw them down. But yeah, there's a big T-pillar still in a quarry that's attached. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do, but logistically, sure, you can move, 30-ton loads. That said, there are other sites in Turkey that do. I have not visited them yet. I think there's one called, it's Zanaki Tepe. It's kind of hard to say, but it looks very much classical, sort of megalithic, matches the stuff in Egypt. I've seen photos of tube drills and other indications, and it would take more investigation to see, well, is this specifically something that needs, some sort of advanced tech to do? I'm pretty careful about specifically what I say is like, well, this can or can't be done, with primitive methodologies.
Yeah.
It's very specific signatures in stone. It's particular achievements, and it's things like precision that we've measured, not just eyeballed, stuff like that. And I also classify like the massive logistical challenges over, like, say 250, 400, 1,000 tons. I don't think we've answered the question or satisfied the statement that can all be done with primitive methods. Like I think you can do that, and people have demonstrated moving large loads. Up to 100, 150 tons, maybe even 200 tons. I don't know, but at some point to me, there's a line. I don't know if it's at like 300 or 400. I mean, anything above 400 tons. I'm really starting to question that this can be done with purely primitive methodologies, particularly those attributed to the dynastic Egyptians in this case, because you know the Romans could do a lot of things, but the Romans used pulleys and capstans, and they had metal, they had steel, they had a lot more capability than what we know the dynastic Egyptians had. Remember, in the Old Kingdom, and for a lot of that civilization, they had no use of the wheel. There's no evidence for pulleys use. They didn't use capstans. They didn't use force multipliers. They literally had like wooden levers, sleds, ropes, and human horsepower. There's no evidence they even used animals to haul stuff around. So that's a very much a different challenge when you're talking about gigantic, you know, single-piece objects that weigh 1,000 tons or more, of which there is evidence for many. And in fact, I think there's evidence that stones of this size were even being removed from quarries prior to the pre-dynastic civilization. I think there's strong evidence for that at the Aswan Quarry. It's a new area of it that I.
When was the pre-dynastic? When was pre-dynastic?
So the
yeah, give us like the rough timeline.
Well, here I can actually show it to you.
Okay, perfect. And Cleopatra was in the most recent.
She was the last.
She was the last, right?
Last, yeah.
And I don't remember where I saw this, but Cleopatra is actually closer to us than to
Indeed, the building of the Great Pyramid.
the building of the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, so this here gives you an idea. So, you know, you're talking about a little earlier than 3000 BC. So around 3150 is more or less the date where you have Menes, the first pharaoh of the first dynasty.
So like 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, a little more even. That was, so anything prior to that is what you would call pre-dynastic times.
Okay.
And there's a few cultures that we associate with that, the Nadak culture, several others. It's a very interesting time because we get a lot of very interesting artifacts that come from that time. Things like, you know, precision-made stone vases, which we can talk about.
Yeah.
But that's the early, it's what's known as the early period, the first couple of dynasties. You know, then, you know, sort of 2700 BC or thereabouts, we get into what's known as the Old Kingdom. This is the famous period. I love studying this period, probably my favorite period. This is where the mega pyramids come in. This is the huge granite works of, you know, the Valley Temple, the Sphinx is in here. All of this stuff, it happens in the Old Kingdom.
This is where mainstream archaeologists believe that this is when they believe the pyramids and the Sphinx were made.
Yeah, they date this. So the pyramids are all dated to a reign of or a family. In fact, the people don't realize this. It's like the stone pyramids, the massive stone pyramids, all of them. I mean, just in Giza alone, those three pyramids supposedly were built in a period less than 100 years together, like with success, because you had this is the Orthodox time frame. You had Khufu, then you had his son, possibly his brother, I think, Khafre built the middle pyramid, and then Menkaure, who might have been his son. So you got these successive generations that apparently built these pyramids. And if you go back a little bit to include the other massive stone pyramids that are attributed to one guy, Sneferu, who was the first pharaoh, I think, of the 4th dynasty. You know, he has 3 pyramids. He has the massive pyramid. There's at Maidum, which is just a huge structure. There's the Bent Pyramid, which is, I mean, it's probably the best preserved, at least the exterior structure is the Bent Pyramid. The casing stones are all locked together, and then most of them are still in place. And then the Red Pyramid. So the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid are at a place called Dashur, and they're about the same size as the Middle Pyramid. So very these are the same sort of achievements. So if you take all of those stone pyramids, they were all supposedly built in just like a 150-year period, according to the Orthodox timeline. It's kind of silly. And if you in Sneferu alone, I have a video on Sneferu. I mean, there's so many questions. Like, they never found him. They didn't find any burials. This is the same story, right? No inscriptions, no burials, no remains in these pyramids. And why does a pharaoh need 3 pyramids? They kind of say, well, you know, he kind of stuffed up on the Bent Pyramid and he didn't get it right, so, you know, it has this angle change to it, which was a mistake, which is complete nonsense. You don't make, you know, these things aren't made up as they go along. And then they go, well, then he did the Red Pyramid. He was probably buried in the Red Pyramid. It's like, why does he need 3 pyramids? And if he did build all 3 pyramids, I did the math at one point. It's in the video. I think it was like over a 25 or even 40-year period. I think you had to have cut and installed more than 350 tons of stone every day for that entire period to build those 3. That's finished. Like,
in 40 years.
Look at
In
this
40
game,
years,
man.
something like that. And you have the similar logistical challenges with the Great Pyramid, right? And in a period of 25 years, because you have to, this explanation for how these things were built is constrained by the fact that they have a rough idea of how long the kings they associate to them lived or ruled. And of course, you want to build your pyramid while you're alive. You want to be buried in it. The next guy to come along may not finish that for you. He might take it off you. Who knows what, right? So they go for Khufu, for example, the Great Pyramid, roughly 25 years. The math works out with that thing with, 2.5 million stones, more or less making it up, and it's something like, 5 to 6 million tons. It's one block, quarried, cut, transported, dressed, finished, put in place, complete every 5 minutes. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year.
What's the average weight of those blocks?
About 2.5 tons. With blocks ranging up to like 60, 70 plus tons, like the granite blocks in its core. A good example, I love this story. I use it in one of the videos that I have on looking at this sort of this absurd timeline of these pyramids. So in France, there's a well-known article. This was shown in the Revelations of the Pyramids, a documentary made by a good friend of mine, Patrice Poyard. Fantastic film. But there was a quarry in France. They dug a hole, basically. They quarried out a stone or something like this big pit, and it was roughly the same volume as the Great Pyramid of Giza. And they used it as this big hole in the ground. And they're like, all right, well, we finished quarrying or we finished doing this, so we just use this for a dump, for like material, like rock or whatever from these building sites. So they would literally just dump truck, they'd just back up with this, dirt, digging material from other sites and just dump into it. 24 hours a day, it was just this one operation when all these construction projects, they just drive trucks up and just dump into it. It took them 12 years to fill
Grenade
it.
lag.
By dumping into it with modern dump trucks, 24 hours a day, all the time, 12 years just to fill that space. And you're trying to tell me that in 25 years you're building what is still one of the most precisely made structures on the planet in terms of alignment, the incredible precision that is exhibited in the stonework on the inside, the orientation of the entire structure you've got. And not included in that figure, by the way, and not for nothing, is the bedrock. I mean, you've probably got years of planning, right, just to survey it and plan and design this thing. Then they actually had to level the bedrock, and they had to get down to a point. They didn't level it entirely. There is a primordial mound sort of thing in the middle, which is another interesting fact that relates to a lot of other sites. But it sits on tiles. There are foundation tiles around this pyramid, some of them weighing 200 to 250 tons. So a lot of people walk up and look at the pyramid, but make sure you look down at your feet. You're walking on something that was constructed before they ever laid the first stone down to build the pyramid. So all of that's probably taken years as well, and then you've got to go through this process of actually constructing the thing and finishing it, because the inside, they definitely use mortar, and there's it's not you wouldn't call it super precise, most of the superstructure, but the exterior casing stones were incredibly well made, as was a lot of the structures on the inside. The whole massive granite structure that's in the center that is the King's Chamber is part of, and is what is above it. There's 5 or 6 chambers above it, all made out of granite. So yeah, all of this happens in the Old Kingdom. So you go from there, you have these intermediate periods. They're essentially periods when there's civil unrest, or there's a disconnection between Upper and Lower Egypt. There's something happens to disrupt the unity of Egypt. The Middle Kingdom runs from dynasties 11 to 14. Another intermediate period, the New Kingdom. That's a relatively famous period. You have guys like Ramses II, Meron Patar, Seti
come
I,
on, what?
notorious pharaohs. And this is actually an age of great power for the dynastic Egyptian civilization. They were very rich, very powerful during this period. Another third intermediate period, you have a late period. Then you have what's called the Ptolemaic period, which is essentially the Greek-Roman period. And then the civilization, as we know it, comes to an end with Cleopatra, who famously commits suicide around 30 BCE. So, yeah, that statement that she's closer to us than to the building of the Great Pyramids is true. It's just under 2,000 years since Cleopatra killed herself, but you have to go back, 2.5 plus 2,700 years almost to the building of the pyramids. So
To the official building.
And that's the official date of the pyramid.
Right. Which people have speculated, you've speculated that it was a lot earlier than that, right? I question the dating of the pyramids. I think, it's a difficult thing to say, purely because you're looking at the skeletal remains of something that's probably been worked on and
and renovated and reused and just I mean, I'm sure the dynastic Egyptians were working on these things. They did things to them. They used them. They became part of their culture. My problem with the pyramid, particularly the Great Pyramid, because that's the one we studied the most, but actually most of them, obviously you have the logistical issues with the timeline that I talked about. I think these were multi-generational projects. They almost have to be. We've got tons of examples of that type of thing in our own time. How long it takes us to build, the Panama Canal, or these giant projects. They're infrastructure projects. They take a long time. The problem I have with them is the precision and the knowledge that's encoded in them. Like, I think any honest analysis of the pyramids leaves you in a position where you have no choice but to reevaluate and rewrite history. You either end up, if you go, okay, the dynastic Egyptians built them, right? Fine. In that case, they had far more capability,
Right.
and far more knowledge than we've ever attributed to them, right? I think I've talked before about the fact that you have the dimensions of the Earth encoded into the pyramid, right? It's essentially a scale model of the northern hemisphere. There seems to be specific information about the fact that the Earth's an oblate spheroid, that it's longer around the equatorial circumference than it is the polar circumference.
Right.
The grid of latitude and longitude, like that ratio, of the fact that we're slightly longer east to west than we are north to south. That ratio, if you knock it out on like a grid of latitude and longitude, those squares, they're not really squares, they're rectangular.
Because of the way the Earth's shaped, the latitude lines are shorter than the longitude lines.
Right.
So if you take a square unit, basically out of the Earth, starting at the equator, it would be wider than it is tall. And
That's
if
right.
you scale it down, it is like within inches, the exact size.
I have it here.
Yo.
Let me grab it.
What up, Colby?
Here, pyramids. This is it here. So it's
What's up?
so it,
Yeah,
it kind of,
I love
it
this
kind
game.
of starts here. This
What's
is where
up?
this is
Welcome.
where that ratio is encoded. It's
I
inside.
love
that
this
great
level and
socle,
difficulty too.
Yes.
which is essentially a cubit high. It's like a little think of it as like a little platform the pyramid sits on, which gives you two ways to measure its perimeter, right? You can measure the perimeter based on the perimeter of the socle or the perimeter of the actual pyramid, and then so this is exactly what you were talking about. So 1/4 of 1 minute of latitude at the equator on the Earth is 3,022.9 feet.
Going for a top
1/4 of
20
a minute
time.
of longitude is slightly longer at 43.5 feet.
My
And
time
then,
is
so the perimeter
tied
length of the pyramid
22nd
without
place.
The socle is
140.
It's like, 0.2 of a foot off, and this is 0.1 of a foot off, being exactly that same ratio. So you have latitude and longitude. You have the dimensionality of the planet. Which is Randall mentioned this the other day. It's we didn't really get an accurate understanding of that until we had satellite surveys and we did space observations in the 1980s. And it turns out, because we had a much different idea of this before that time, and the more accurate we became, the closer we got to the pyramid numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like we started to learn actually the pyramid very accurately encodes this data. You have some other things on the pyramid, like it has that ratio of 4:3:2. This is one of those cosmically significant numbers that's in that pantheon of very interesting astronomical numbers, and it's at a scale of 43,200. It essentially replicates the Earth. You multiply the height of the Great Pyramid by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. You multiply the base perimeter of it by 42,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth.
This was coming up a lot yesterday with Randall, and
Yeah.
he was explaining this plasmoid generator type thing and how the dimensions of the tubes and the sphere and the Thunderbolt generator are. It starts at 4 inches, then it goes to 3, then it goes to 2.
2, yeah.
That is used like throughout that whole mechanism, which is
Yeah, there's a lot of these numbers tend to repeat in lots of different ways, and Randall's a complete master at showing it all. But that's why I say that I think.
No, man.
And other people.
That's
go,
not
"Oh,
me,
there's a
man.
of lights
Not
encoded
yet.
in it," and there's obviously
What up,
all this
broski?
precision stonework in the pyramid. So, it's a logistical achievement like no other that wasn't equaled until relatively modern times.
I'm honored, but no,
So, I
not
think-
yet, man.
Under either case, so either the dynastic Egyptians built it, or they didn't, right? So you have to. It's either one or the other. But if you go with they did, then we need to reevaluate and rewrite history based on what it means and what information they have and their
I have,
capabilities.
my
And
friend.
we vastly underestimated the dynastic Egyptians. They were far more
check
capable. And
the.
where do they get
I
this data
I
from?
have
How do they know it? Like, that's
141
rewriting
on
history.
on
And if
Switch.
they didn't make it, like they for sure worked on it, but
I
if
have
there was something
141 on
else here and this
Switch.
inspired them,
If you go to the Switch,
then that's another picture. Like,
records,
who did then? Like, so that's where you get to this concept of inheritance. And
it's there on
and This is why
speedrun.com.
I'm a supporter of the lost ancient civilization hypothesis.
Cool,
is that I think the
that's
vast
awesome.
majority of
That's
evidence
awesome, Master
favors
Chief.
that answer. Like, I just think there is so much evidence of renovation and reuse and imitation. It's like I'd look at dynastic Egypt, and I think this idea of them being basically a giant cargo cult, the world's most advanced cargo cult, makes a lot of sense, because you've got to imagine the other problem with the pyramids is that, you know, these are the first pyramids that were ever made.
Nice,
right?
man.
They're like that's at the very pointy end. Like, it's
The
With
first ones were
the-
the best ones.
the
and
first
most
ones were the
accurate
best.
ones.
The
Yeah, you
mainframe,
the step pyramid's another
The
story. I
guy
think that
stuck
is
in the
dynastic, but
mainframe strat.
then immediately after
That's
the step
cool,
pyramid,
man.
you have these mighty, gigantic stone pyramids that were supposedly constructed. But they kept making pyramids after that. I mean, take a look at this. Like, so, you know, it's to me, it's why I get this term, a tale of two industries. You have the earliest pyramids of these giant stone structures that are still standing today. They kept building pyramids right through the Middle
Yeah.
Kingdom. But they were making them from mud brick, and they were much smaller, and they were much less sophisticated. And they're today eroding away slowly because this is how they were made. It's like this technology just disappeared if they had it. And then they were trying to imitate these other pieces of these other works with mud bricks. And in fact, this is also supported, this primitive methodology is supported by scenes on the wall. Like, there is a scene of pyramid building, like, but it's mud bricks.
It's
literally, it's
amazing.
in the Tomb of the Nobles on the west bank of the Nile.
How do they make the mud
Doesn't
bricks?
work that
Well, they'd
often.
put together these mud, they'd bake them in the sun, or they might
Yeah, a
bake them in
little
ovens, and
finicky.
they'd make these big mud bricks, and then they transport them to, you know, it's like straw or hay and mud, and you know, you bake it, you stick it in a mold, and you cook it. Geopolymer, people, it's probably what it is. It's a form of geopolymer. And then they'd stack them up, and they'd build it that way. And it's a process that continues to this day, people doing stuff that way. But that's how they built them. And so what's interesting to me is that this concept that, you know, there's an advanced version of a particular thing, pyramids is one of them, and a primitive version of a particular thing that matches the tools and techniques that we know about, right? We know that they were relatively primitive. They didn't use the wheel. They used manpower. They used primitive tools like flint chisels and pounding stones and, you know, wooden implements for this sort of stuff.
I will watch you run
That
off stream.
and there's scenes on the wall that support it, right? So we have,
I'll watch you
they
run
showed us how they did it.
tonight,
That exact
later.
set of circumstances exists not only for pyramids, but it exists for vases, for columns, for boxes, for slabs. There's an advanced and then there's a primitive version of that. And I've been slowly trying to document that in detail over the last couple of years and
Did you
look at
submit
each
it?
category of these and say, okay, so what matches what the
Cool,
tools
yeah,
that we
for
know
sure.
they could use and the techniques that we know
For
that
sure,
they
bro.
used and the stuff they drew on the walls that showed us how they did it versus the stuff that isn't explainable via those mechanisms. And so
I'll
that's
see
why I
why,
think
because
there's-
it is pretty
when
consistent.
you look at these advanced things and you look at what the dynastic Egyptians
the
were doing
mainframe door,
and you look at their own history and what they say about their past, all of a sudden
should
this
be
idea
consistent.
of inheritance, you know, and a longer timeline, the fact that maybe they got a kickstart, you know, when they
I wonder if
finally
you're not standing in the
came
right
out of
spot or whatever.
that Neolithic or Mesolithic Stone Age, and they
It's pretty
began
precise.
They had enough people and they could organize, and they started.
As you
They
know.
might have started with all of these artifacts and objects, and yeah, and that's actually what they say too. Like, they trace their own history back some 36,000 years. Like, their origin stories with the time of Zep Tepi, when the gods walked the earth. They talk about the time of the Shemsu Hor, these mythical, you know, demigod-like people with magical powers. All of these rulers, they have a king's list that goes back nearly, like I said, over 36,000 years, I think. And then it gets to the dynastic civilization at the end.
Who came up with the king's list?
Well, there's a couple different sources. There was an Egyptian priest called Menaeus that talked about it. The primary source for that is something called the Turin Papyrus. There's also a Sumerian king's list that's different. It goes like back 400,000 years or something. But there's a Turin Papyrus, which is where this is written, and it's in, I think it's even in Turin. But they deciphered it on the back of a piece of parchment. So we're lucky we've got that much of it, because it's quite a long story about how that thing came to be. It was falling apart, and they managed to put most of it back together. But there's a couple different sources for that King's List. You know, and not only that, they have cataclysm origin stories. Like the story of Atlantis comes to us from Egypt. That's entirely, the source for that is all in Egypt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean that's where so Plato, in roughly 200 or 300 BC or thereabouts, you know, he talks about it in the Timaeus and Critias dialogues. That's how we get the story. That's probably the best account we have of Atlantis. That comes from his ancestor Solon, who lived around 600 BC, and he tells the story of when he was in Egypt at a temple up in the Delta. This temple doesn't exist anymore, but it was a priest, an Egyptian priest, at one of these structures at this temple in the Delta, that told him the story of Atlantis and said this happened 9,000 years ago, so Solomon's 600 BC, 9600 BC, 11,600 years ago. That's the end of the Younger Dryas. It locks right in with meltwater pulse 1b when we know the sea levels rose. So this is the correlation. I think Graham Hancock made it. I don't know if he was the only one or he was the first. I'm not sure who, but you know, this relates to Atlantis. And it comes from Egypt, and not only that, but it's also written on the walls of the Edfu Temple, the primeval Djiba story. It doesn't specifically say Atlantis, but it tells a story with Thoth, who it's one of the few sort of Thoth passages. I've got photographs of it actually. And they talk about the primeval land being an island that sank, and then they had to go to the homeland and build these primeval mounds that was where all the temples would be, and beneath these pyramids and a lot of these other structures you have primeval mounds. You know, there's a lot of correlation to this concept of a lost civilization. Call it Atlantis, call it whatever you want, but that's why I think all of this evidence makes sense. So, you know, the Egyptians are connected to it. We've got the evidence of the artifacts for it. And then I think you're also, with the Egyptian iconography, you're looking at that as well, because I do believe there is plenty of evidence that suggests a lot of these statues, not a lot, but certainly several of them, and certainly the very large ones, required significant technology and were beyond the capabilities of what we know about the dynastic Egyptians. So when I make the case for symmetry and precision in these statues, it's a question I sometimes get. It's like, well, how come, if you think these statues are so old, how come they look like Egyptians or dynastic Egyptians? And I think it's the other way around. I really do. I think the dynastic Egyptians modeled themselves and their culture
Like how?
after the stuff they inherited. It's that classic iconography of what we look at and we go, that's a pharaoh. You know, that's if you had inherited that. There's the poem Ozymandias.
We're warmed up though.
Versus
We're
Shelley.
feeling good. We're warmed up.
It talks about a story of a desert traveler who comes across these two vast and trunkless legs of stone standing in the desert, and nearby he sees a giant visage that's half buried with a sneer of cold command. Like, you imagine coming along in a desert and seeing these legs and the head of this statue that was probably 1,200 tons and 90 feet tall, just broken down, and it's looking at you, and you're like, what the hell is this? I mean, if you had inherited this iconography, you would, and particularly if your culture was connected to it, like the Egyptians say they were, these are your gods, man. Like, these are your gods. And one thing that doesn't really change is in the actual tombs.
I just jinxed
with all
myself.
the beautiful artwork. And you see how the pharaohs depict themselves. That iconography of what they look like doesn't really change over the whole
Oh
civilization.
man,
It's
I gotta
very similar.
anti-jinx myself.
And they always depict themselves as being amongst the gods. The pharaohs were considered god kings, right? So it's, and then generation after generation after generation, they get more powerful and more arrogant, and the hubris of it. So they would start to believe it, I guess, or start to claim these statues. Now, this is me. I'm going to write my name on this statue. I'm going to carve my name into it. And then, you know, this is kind of what happens. These artifacts and the iconography becomes part of that culture and exists for 3,000 years. It becomes tightly integrated into it. These places probably became ceremonial places. So whether or not places like Giza or Saqqara had a functional purpose, Abu Sir for that matter, potentially had a functional purpose that had something to do with an advanced civilization, I think that's a possibility. I think it's worth investigating. But they would have become ceremonial because the dynastic Egyptians might have had a cultural memory of it, but they had no ability to do anything with it. So it becomes ceremonial. And again, you can make it a correlation of that. So imagine the Younger Dryas happens tomorrow. You know, touch wood, it doesn't. But if it happens tomorrow, within a couple generations, wipes out our civilization. Within a couple generations, I mean, we're going to be dancing around campfires, like with black pieces of stone that look like a cell phone, like we're trying to like, oh yeah, if we dance around the right way around this fire, this black piece of stone is going to tell me everything. I'll be able to talk to my ancestors. I can get all of the data. Like the technology of yesterday becomes the myth and legend and magic, and you try to capture it through ceremony. I mean, it's plasma TVs are a story you tell around a fire at some point.
Right.
So long-winded explanation for how I do think it's a viable lens through which to try and view our past, like in particularly places like Egypt. I think there's a longer time frame involved here.
And then going back to some of the inscriptions that are made on some of this stuff, like especially on the boxes that are inside the pyramids, it's very clear that the hieroglyphs that are carved into those things are much newer than the actual boxes themselves. And the boxes are perfect precision. The lines are straight, the angles are perfect. And then you have these sort of roughly cut, roughly chiseled hieroglyphics, or
Dude, that
it looks like
rolls
they've been
sucks
vandalized
so
by a
much.
much later civilization.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think's happened in a few cases. And you know, here's an example. Like this is
This is a great example.
Yeah, Yusuf and I in the Serapeum with these, which is a site with, you know, these 100-ton thereabouts, giant granite boxes, 24 of them or thereabouts housed in these underground galleries. Wonderful site. But you know, these boxes, I mean, I've looked at them in great detail. A number of them are pretty perfect. Like they've got 90-degree corners, they're flat surfaces, there's straight lines, all these things. You know, I love this image of it because,
and then another thing to point out is it's not the high relief.
Yeah, it's carved in.
It's carved in.
Although the Egyptians did do high relief carving eventually.
Okay.
They did good carving as well. But this is a good demonstration of kind of the point that you're making, and that I absolutely agree with. Is,
Please.
you know, I love this image because on the corner, it's tough to see with the light there, but on that corner on the right-hand side, you can see it's actually reflecting the light from the hallway in the stone. Like it's
so smooth.
It's what's smooth and it's polished, and this isn't a natural property of granite. Right? You got to work pretty hard to get a mirror finish on it. And then, you know, obviously the people who make it, they can make straight lines, they can make clean corners. But when you get to look at the writing, it's, you know, there's no straight lines. It's obviously the work of some dude with a chisel and a hammer.
If you made this box, why would you put this on it?
Yeah, if you were the maker of the box, you'd be pissed.
Yes.
You would be upset. And so to me, it's like, it's two different technologies. Right? So the technology used to make the writing is primitive. It's totally achievable with hand tools. You can knock this out with a hammer and a chisel onto granite, and in places it's even the granite's too smooth where it's skipped over. There's no straight lines. And this illustrates one of the issues with
stupid
a lot of modern or contemporary sort of Egyptology, which is that the writing is the bedrock of Egyptology. Once we translated hieroglyphs, that, you know, the Rosetta Stone, and we were able to sort of start to translate, and that's been a huge science. It's wonderful, actually. It becomes the bedrock of how we date and relate objects and artifacts, because it's whatever was written on them it's not the only way, but whatever's written on these things becomes the primary methodology for how we date them. So if it is written on them, so you have the name of a guy on an artifact, it's just like, well, the inference is therefore that he probably had this thing made for him, and therefore he might have even made the whole site. It's not the only method that's used, but it is a primary one. It's probably the first one they'd go to for dating stuff. And what's interesting, even on this box here, is one of the other issues with this idea is that you actually have an empty shannon on this box, a cartouche, which doesn't have a name in it. So it's all carved up, and there's an empty shenring in here, and all you have to do is imagine that there's the name of a pharaoh in this shenring, and then the history books would say that it was this guy that made this box and probably this whole site, and that's how the whole story of it, that's what ends up in a history textbook. Yeah. But it's empty, and we don't know whose name was going in here. I suspect it was whoever was going to pay the priests that ran the place the most, because this box was probably being sold for dedication. Right? This is the priests ran this site. We know they were all over the Serapeum. There's, you know, there's little indentations on the walls that have
You know, they were these little limestone or granite steles that you would put in there and have a dedication to yourself, and this was a service was being sold by the priests that were running the place. Like, it's one of the issues with it. And, you know, it goes further. Once you start to see this dichotomy of technology between the artifacts themselves and, you know, and the writing, you start to see it in a lot of places. And this is a great example I like to show people. Yeah, it's a Hyksos Sphinx. But you can see the ribs are kind of being shown up by the light almost being used, to the reflection to show that the rib line on this thing. But then you take a close look at the hieroglyphs and they're just crudely chiseled. Like, it's, you know, you see the hammer marks, you see the fact that it's done by hand. And here's another key indicator for me: the hieroglyphs are never polished. Right, so the rest of the stone is polished, and there's obviously, it's not all flat surfaces and easy polishing. There's lots of interesting and tight sort of parts of the stonework that were polished, but the hieroglyphs are never polished. So, you know, for example, if you look at some of these incredible statues that come from the Old Kingdom, you know, you have the top of the chest, the clavicle here is all beautifully done. You have the fingernails, the cuticles, the insides of the fingernails. All of that stonework's polished, right? This isn't flat surfaces. So they were capable of polishing stone. Whoever built this statue could polish stone in whatever form they wanted to. There's dust all over this statue, but it is polished. And, you know, you get these beautiful examples of knees. Like, this is one of the best knees in, I mean, this is granodiorite, not for nothing, but incredible musculature and bone structure.
Diorite?
Granodiorite.
Granodiorite. How hard is that stone?
Slightly harder than granite. It's like a mixture between granite and diorite.
And what is the hardest stone on Earth?
Diamond.
And diorite's how far?
Diorite's like a 7.5. So diamond's a 10 on the Mohs scale of hardness. You know, things like hardened steel might be a 6.5, and granite can be a 6.5 to a 7. Some are diorite and flint, and some of the other harder stones, you know, either porphyry or dolerite can go up to like 7.5, 8.
Okay.
Corundum, topaz, things like this are a 9, and we have artifacts made from things like corundum that they were shaping with a 9. I mean, and copper and bronze are like 3 and 4. You know, these are marble's like a 3. Calcite's like a 3. This is why a lot of sculpture's done in marble these days.
So the statue of David, is that marble?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, marble. It's much softer than this stuff. Like, incredibly. Yeah, if you're a modern sculptor, you ain't working in granite just because. Like, it's not a good choice. Like, you're going to burn your tools out. It's going to be a nightmare. And modern sculptors will know this. But yeah, the point is that, again, even with decent hieroglyphs like this, you know, it's not polished, right? Even in the good hieroglyphs that are on the side of this statue, like this, the interior of the bird, not polished. The shen ring around the king's cartouche there, not straight and not polished. The lotus flower motif below it is polished. Like, so it's like, when this was done with a different technology, potentially done at an entirely different time. So it's difficult to say then that the writing is how we can date and relate this artifact into the story of history. It's entirely possible that this was inherited, we don't know how old it is, and then somebody wrote their name on it later and claimed it. And in fact, we have evidence of that very thing. In fact, here's one more good example of the polish. I like this shot because it shows you the polished stone, and then you can see the chisel marks. This is all of this. These hieroglyphs, they're good, but they're all done by hand. You know, and we know that the practice of writings of somebody usurping an artifact, Flinders Petrie called Ramses II the Great Usurper. He's one of the people think about him as one of the most powerful kings of ancient Egypt. But he was notorious for writing his name on stuff. This is an example here I can show you real quick. It's like, that's the cartouche of Ramses II right here. This big guy here, it's carved in very deeply into, and I actually love this photograph. He's carved it deeply into what is a reused section of an obelisk. But look closely at the end here.
Oh yeah, that bird?
He's carving over the top of a pre-existing inscription. So you can see it here where he's blending in. They got quite good at like writing over the top and like blending in his stuff into a pre-existing inscription.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, there's artifacts with 2 or 3 or 4 even different pharaohs' names on them. And Ramses became notorious. He would carve his stuff really deeply because he didn't want other people doing to him what he was doing to others. But you know what I love about this particular picture is you're actually looking at 2 or 3 different reuses of a particular artifact, right? So this piece of stone was originally probably part of an obelisk, right? It's a broken piece of an obelisk. They had a place called Tanis, which is literally was forested with obelisks and columns. And if you've seen obelisks, the ones that have writing on them, the writing's vertical, right? It's not horizontal. It's vertical.
Yes, when the obelisk's just standing up.
right?
Yeah.
So the writing on so this isn't original writing. So not only did this obelisk break,
This thing was originally standing up vertically.
yeah, it's a piece of an obelisk, most likely.
Yeah.
And so it was and they were reused. There's even like these walls that they built at Tanis. I mean, there's a foot from a 1,000-ton statue that's been repurposed into a block in a wall. So they were reusing broken pieces of stones in walls. So not only did they reused it once as a block in a wall, then someone wrote something on it the first time, and then later on, who knows how long later, Ramses II comes along and writes over it again. So this thing's been inherited, renovated, and reused like 2 or 3 different times, and it's written on horizontally. So
And all the vertical obelisks are written on vertically.
the ones that have writing on them, yes. So it's hard to say, how can you take this cartouche and say, well, Ramses had this block of stone quarried and shipped to the side, and you know, we don't know that. You can't date the stonework. So it's a great example of inheritance and reuse.
What are the people saying that push back against this? It's football season, baby, and you know what time it is. Time to gamble all that hard-earned money on some sports. As a bettor, you demand perfection, and that's where MyBookie delivers. NFL, college football, and a brand new cash-out system give you the options to bet and win all season long. First 2 legs of your parlay already hit. You can cash it out early and place another bet, or sweat it out and let it ride for a chance at an even bigger payday. Join the MyBookie family for an entire season filled with daily odds boosts, same-day parlays, and super contests. And this season, MyBookie has a no-strings-attached cash bonus that lets you deposit and withdraw quick. Use the promo code DJP on a deposit of $50 or more, and you can receive up to $200 cash instantly into your MyBookie account. Bet your deposit amount once, and you're ready to withdraw at any time. Again, that's promo code DJP to claim your cash deposit bonus. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie. Like, how do they defend this when confronted with some of this stuff?
Well, I mean, with the inheritance, I mean, the reuse of stuff, it's not really defended. It's not like trumpeted as a common thing, but it's acknowledged that, yeah, Ramses would reuse stuff, but it's kind of a weird. It's only in certain cases where they have very specific. Oh, okay, we've got 3 names of rulers on this artifact, so therefore this is probably older. He might have renovated this, but they don't. Yeah, they don't really acknowledge it as a possibility for a lot of the stuff, and I think it is. Even the statues, like there's the big statues at Luxor have the names of 2 or 3 different pharaohs on some of them. They just don't. I mean, one of the problems with. I mean, I hate to use the term, but it's just like mainstream or orthodox Egyptology is that they don't really consider the engineering aspects of the stonework. They don't care about precision or symmetry. They don't care about, you know, the vase scan work, for example, that we've been doing. It's not really factoring into the decision making. You know, they look at who's written on it. They look at what scenes are on the wall. They look at the other data they can do to support and say that's where it is. I genuinely don't know how they think about this. I mean, for sure they'd probably point to the fact, well, you know, you get the same sort of questions like where are the tools and, you know, where's all the structures and all of that stuff. I think we're looking at some of the structures. I think we're looking through the lens of thousands and thousands of years of renovation, reuse, remodeling, and then thousands and thousands of years of destruction and quarrying, and you know, it's a really difficult picture to put together, particularly in Egypt, because it's, you know, the people, even within their own civilization, they were reusing stuff that who knows when it started, but they kept reusing and rebuilding and changing the sites, and then for thousands and thousands of years after, they've been used as quarries for stone. People take the stone and they chop it up, and it's all a great source for granite, you know. Even during the Egyptian civilization, this was happening. Ramses II was quarrying granite from the Middle Pyramid at Giza to go use in some of his other structures at like Lisht and a couple of other places. And it's written on the wall at the pyramid. It's like, I am the quarry master for Ramses II, and we were taking the stone from here because he's the boss, you know.
What was the original stone that was casing like the very outer shell of the pyramids? It was like a very white, shiny stone.
Yeah, so it depends. the Great Pyramid and most of the Middle Pyramid was something called Tura limestone. Yeah. In fact, there's, Mount Nemrut in Turkey is also made from Tura. It's a very hard form of limestone, and yeah, it's very white and pure. So it's not a local stone. They had to get it from a quarry a distance away.
And who stripped all that off?
Well, a lot of it was probably done started really with the Persian occupation, but everybody,
right?
Anyone that could. It wasn't so the pyramid. The story goes is that there was the pyramid had its casing stones, and they're locked. Like you couldn't get a bar in there to pry, and they're huge. They're like 3-4. Some of the casing stones are bigger than the other blocks, so some of those might have been 4 or 5 tons. Funnily enough, the Middle Pyramid actually has giant blocks in its construction too, even on the outside, like 50, 60-ton blocks. But the story goes that I think there was an earthquake, and I'm probably going to get the date wrong.
What up, Total Bro? Oh my god.
400-ish.
Sounds like
AD,
rations.
There was a big earthquake. It might have been even earlier.
Sounds like military
but it
rations,
shook
bro.
loose a couple of these cases.
No, I'm
either
not being
tilted
an
them or
ass.
it busted one out. And a big
That does
shake-up
what it
and some stuff
reminds
fell
me
off.
of.
And then that gave people purchase to like scaffold their way up there and scurry up there and then start prying these things out and then just like letting them fall.
Cool, bro.
And then it went from there. And it's
all
a
about the
valuable
technology.
stone. It's obviously useful for all sorts of purposes, but one of its main purposes was you could grind it up
That's
and
great
make like a
price.
plaster out of it. You grind it up, mix it with water, and you make a fine plaster that you can plaster over things and carve into. And I mean, literally the only reason we have a few casing stones still left on the pyramid is because of the piles of quarry rubble. Like there was 50, 60 feet of quarry rubble pushed up against the base of the pyramid from all of the quarrying activity that covered up the few remaining casing stones that were still at the bottom. Yeah, Flinders Petrie
Cool, man.
always decried this, and he was always admonishing people to this because he'd said and this is literally like 100 to 130, 40 years ago. At all of these places, he said, does everyone who's anybody has a headstone made from the stuff, like the stone from the pyramid, and every day there's just camel trains and camel trains of people taking stone all the time. And he actually excavated through the rubble, he found the casing stones, he documented them, and then he reburied them. He's like, if I leave this open, it's gonna be gone, no question. So he reburied it and was like, they'll have to work to get to that. So, yeah, I mean, it's just people don't care. Most people are just interested in enriching themselves. They're not that worried about taking the stone. But it's human. It's a human nature thing. But you get to the Middle Pyramid, the bottom 2 courses, maybe the first, maybe also the second. For sure, the first was cased in granite. Like literally, all of those casing stones were granite. The bottom layers, like the bottom 2 layers, it's really cool. In fact, I probably have a picture of it here. Yeah, so this is the bottom pyramid here. So these casing stones are like the same shape as the ones on the other pyramid, but these are granite, and they're huge and they're perfect. If you walk around the Middle Pyramid, it's littered with these amazing casing stones, and you see this dashed line that's in this.
Yeah, that's
an attempt to quarry it. In fact, they were looking to split this whole face off it and get to this square block behind it. So this is you see this everywhere on these sites, and people are like, what are those dashed lines? It's quarrying. It's called a wedge and chisel. So you'd use like steel chisels, you'd just hammer away at it, you'd create these divots, and then you'd get wood or something, or you can sometimes use stone too, like flint. But wood was good because you'd pound wood into it and then you'd wet it, and when wood gets wet, it swells. So it would provide pressure on the stone, and then you would get a lot of these flint chisels or steel chisel and just hammer into these gaps, and what you're trying to do is crack the stone along that line.
Yep.
Yeah, I am curious, buddy.
And yeah, I mean, these
do
things
report
were
back.
perfect. These
looks pretty good though.
These casing stones were
I was pretty
perfect with
skeptical,
their
but I don't
angle,
know.
and
It looks alright.
they're all polished on the outside, and there's tons of it just from quarry rubble.
Talking about the boxes, it's funny. I was reading Chris's book this morning, his first one.
The Earth does have rich ingredients.
And he was saying how
Milk,
he interviewed he talked to
cocoa bean.
like the guy who ran the
And what
biggest
else?
granite manufacturing
rice?
company in the U.S. And he asked them what it would take, what the resources would be to reproduce one of those massive granite blocks that were basically hollowed out on the inside. And the guy said it would take at least $2,000 just to quarry it.
No, more than it was 200,000.
That's what I meant. 200,000. Yeah, $200,000 just to quarry it.
And there's no
like
soy, which is really
$50,000
interesting.
to transport it.
Easy.
That's
And
pretty
then
pure.
he was like, it would make no sense for us to
very
hollow out a single piece. We would just take
The no soy is
4 or 5 pieces and we would bolt them all together.
huge.
He's like, we would never just hollow it out.
They couldn't. Well, you'd need to develop the tool. Like modern granite processing, we cut slabs. You know,
Right.
we quarry them out of the quarry in like big
Right.
blocks, and then we cut them into slabs for kitchen counters or what other use. You know, when you talk about doing granite sculpture, which happens, people do like complex shapes in granite. It takes very specific tools. And man,
Makes
hollowing
sense.
out a single piece of granite like that would cost a bomb in the tooling to make that happen. You burn out.
I guess it is a meal
tools trying to do
replacement.
That's a big volume of space. But yeah, and remember these prices are like, I mean, when did you write that book? The 90s? I mean,
Right.
you know, so that's prices probably double that easy since then to
And
do
then the
this.
saw cuts too, like the saw cuts, then the errors in the saw cuts. Like if you take a skill saw and you're trying to cut something and you
But what
go
about like
into it, you realize,
greens,
oh, you got
man?
the
What
angle
about
wrong. You pull it out real
friggin' like
quick,
lettuce
and
and
then you go back in
spinach
and make
and
another cut.
tomatoes?
There's evidence for this.
Yeah.
But if you're doing
Like
it
salads,
slowly,
I would-
with
I would
whatever
not
methods they
skip
have,
on salads,
they
my
claim
dude.
they had to cut those stones. You
Soy
wouldn't be
boy, yeah, I'm a soy
going the
boy.
wrong
I
way,
am.
then pull back out and then start going the right way. You would obviously be going
My
so
protein
slow
has soy in it, I
that you would
think.
be able to make adjustments
Pretty
along
sure.
the way.
That's right, and there's
it's fine.
plenty of evidence for overcuts and exactly
It's
that
fine.
type of thing is one of the reasons why I think, look, that we're seeing evidence for, call them power tools, call them just powerful tools that were cutting incredibly hard stone, and that's one of the best. I have we can look at some of those images if you like of tooling. I mean, you know, not just cuts. You see these cuts all over the place. I don't know if this is all broken up stone now, but you know, there's these types of things you see all over it at this is on the basalt pavement. But one of my favourite ones is actually, I really like the edge of this thing. It's a slab at Abu Sir. It's this beautiful slab, and if you look along the edge, it's been like just finely touched with some sort of powerful tool that's sort of been backed out. It's got, you know, this thing's got markings all over. You have these giant circular saw depressions here and here.
Lord.
You know, and you can look at how many times this thing's been touched on.
What is this made of?
You know, I think it's schist. I think
Okay.
it's schist, or it's blue quartzite maybe. It's a very unique piece. I'm amazed it's still there, because a couple of people could probably move it. And it's just a remarkable piece of stone. Let's see where else you got there. So Juice is pointing out that the big circular saw indentation. All the colours come out of it when you wet it. We usually wet this one and show people. And it was actually, so it was cut right through here at the end and then snapped off. You can see that on the end here. Cut straight through. You know, here's some other looks at the circular saw marks on this thing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's
tooling.
pretty significant.
Perfectly straight.
Yeah, and you have, let me look, I think it's in statues. I want to show you the overcuts. Yeah, I mean, you have stuff like this, right? So this is at Karnak Temple. I just did a video on this. This is in an obelisk, and you literally have circular saw overcuts, and you know, you see them on statues too, but you can literally see on this one here where it was exactly what you were talking about. Like,
Oh yeah, you see right there, yeah.
it was reset. Like the angle of the cut was reset.
Yep.
And it was some sort of giant circular saw, because they start narrow, you know, they start here and they penetrate and they get deeper, and then they peter out at the bottom. Like the profile fits a big circular saw. And in fact, there's some more of these at Karnak, and I do this in the video, but I've plumbed them with like a key card where you know, you can show the depth increasing, show the profile of a circular saw cut.
Oh really?
Yeah, I mean, it's
So the depth varies from the
Yeah.
middle being the deepest and then it gets shallower towards the end.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
what's
this is a
going on?
classic example of a
So
circular saw
terrible.
cut. You see this here, right? I mean, it's just, it's hard to. They had straight saws too. There's I should say that it's not all circular saws. There was absolutely straight saws too. This piece is very interesting. This is at a place called Abu Rawash.
Sorry,
Chris Dunn
man.
does talk about this in his book. A lot of people have talked about this.
I did a weightlifting stream today
about it.
and
But you
yesterday.
see how it's you clearly can see the
Stop
orientation
Crying
of the
Poser
saw, right?
podcast yesterday. Tuned
Here's
in.
the crazy thing to think about this piece. It's concave.
been
It's
alright.
see this line in the
Played
center
Breath of the
here.
Wild last night.
You can actually see it here. See this curve?
Yes.
So it's shaped like this. It's concave. So it's cut this way, and it seems to have been cut
It's
this
supposed
way.
to be
So
warmer
it's
next
not
week,
straight.
next Monday. It's
So
supposed to be
what I
pretty
think
warm.
you're looking at is a two-stage machining
In Ottawa,
process
I don't
here,
know
where
about
they cut,
Montreal, but
and this is where that concavity ends here. Like you can see, it gets deeper and then shallows out.
Yep.
So they cut it sideways through this, and then it's almost as if they ran a circular saw this way, and they just pushed the block through like this, so it was digging out that profile as it went through. But there's this, it's hard to see in the photos, but it's entirely there. And again, you see the striations in the stone from the cutting.
oh,
mechanism.
Toad, we have a
Right,
new
right,
thing where you can ask
This is in very
literally
sophisticated
anybody now
machining in stone.
with this.
Like, I don't know
with-
what
with
the
this
purpose was for
symbol,
this,
The Satoshi
Whether
symbol.
this was, it could have been part of a box. They didn't cut all the way through the stone. I don't know. Here's another good. That's just good stuff like this. Yeah, like I mean.
We're blowing Steven's mind right now.
I mean, I've got endless examples of this, and I mean, I like this one too. Like, but you can see it's just been, and you actually look close to, you can actually see the striations, like the individual cut lines. So it gets really interesting with this because, a lot of these saw marks, the basalt ones, and again, basalt being kind of as hard, if not a little harder than granite, are in what's this basalt pavement that's to the east of the Great Pyramid, and it's on the sides because they would finish the top and it was perfectly flat. In fact, it's a wondrous application of stonework. But over the years and millennia, it's been falling apart. In fact, they even built back in the day.
It's getting a bit
they had a
finicky.
road over. Like they literally put down a road over the top.
Try
of the basalt
again.
pavement.
Try again.
They've taken the road
before-
away now. But at the sides of this thing where it's falling apart, you can see where they were rough shaping the blocks, right? There was different types of tools, it seems to me. The quarry, there was like the scoop marks in the quarry. They were looking to remove stone quickly, and they didn't care. It wasn't precise. They're like scooping stuff out to get out as much material as possible so they can get the block out. Then they had the rough shaping of stone, where they were cutting out the kind of the general dimensions of the block, and we might be looking at that with this, where they're just cutting on the side, and okay, we want to get this down to this point. And then there was a capability to just perfectly finish the stone, like fine polishing, fine machining, doing those fine little touches to get those precision surfaces, and then a polish to make it kind of like that mirror finish. So there's different levels, and these were done in different places. And what's interesting with the stone cutting is that we don't have a good explanation for this. There's tube drilling kind of falls under this too, but the stone cutting is like the explanation is that it was grinding with like a copper drag saw, you'd call it. Like it's like a V-shaped copper bar. You put sand and water and you grind and grind and grind. So you just sit there and grind and grind and grind. And the problem with that is that it doesn't leave.
There's videos of this, right?
Yeah.
Trying to do this.
Mark Lehner and it's I mean it's a good experiment. There's nothing wrong with the experiment. So Mark Lehner and a guy named Dennis Stocks. Mark Lehner's a famous Egyptologist. Dennis Stocks is an experimental Egyptologist who does actually do these sort of experiments, and it's great because we get some data from his work. But there's a few problems with it. One is it doesn't leave the same signature. Secondly, you don't get overcuts. You don't get these narrow cuts like these. Like you're not going to get this sort of stuff with that because it's V-shaped, right? And based on that data, though, from Dennis and other people, we have data on how long it takes to do this, and it's something like let's round it off and say this thing is a little tiny bit over, but about 2 millimeters per hour, right?
With that grinding technique.
Yeah, and that varies based on the length of the cut. Obviously, the longer the cut, the slower you go. So 2 millimeters, roughly 2.5 or whatever millimeters per hour. It's very, very slow is the takeaway. And at the same time, you lose copper. Like the grinding, because it's the quartz sand that's doing the cutting, the copper's kind of, you could use horn or potentially even wood, but even using copper, you lose copper at a tremendous rate. So you lose almost as much, if not more copper than you're actually getting from cutting the stone. And it's a very slow rate. So with that slow rate, you'd have to grind away for hours to get these sort of overcuts that we see, for starters. So it's and again, as you said, you're probably not gonna make that mistake and sit there and keep doing that mistake for hours and hours to get an overcut. Like, all right, Johnson, you're in trouble. Like, And secondly, I have yet to do the math, but I plan on. I'd love to do this. I've said it a few times now, but I want to scale this up to see what is at an industrial scale. Can the stuff, because we know you can kind of calculate how many blocks, how much granite was cut. You can probably get to a rough figure of how much tonnage of granite, say just at Giza, or maybe just on the Middle Pyramid complex. I don't know.
Okay.
But Chris Dunn kind of calculated it. Just to give you an example, there's a box inside the Middle Pyramid, right? There's a box in the room, kind of like the box in the King's Chamber. It's a little bigger, a little longer, like maybe 8 feet long and 3 or 4 feet wide. And based on Dennis Stocks' experiments, purely to make the primary cuts on that block of granite, so assume you quarry the granite, takes God knows how long, but just to make like the north, south, east, west, top and bottom cuts, right, to shape the box, using the data that we've got from guys like Dennis Stocks, would take something like 267 days of continuous grinding, 24 hours a day, just to shape that one box. And that doesn't include hollowing it out, because again, it's a single piece box, right? It's been hollowed out, it's been finished perfectly, you've got tube drills in it, it's all shaped and decorated, and there's who knows how much work in doing that as well. So it's just like, you really think you could scale up and do like hundreds of thousands of tons worth of granite work using this? And where's all the copper dust? Where is it? Like there's tons and tons and tons and tons of copper must have been used to do this. And yeah, so
didn't they analyze that famous core, Petrie's core? And I think in Chris's book, I think I read this also, where they took a modern day tube drill and they basically estimated based on the rings going around the outer edge of the tube, the core that came out, that they estimated that the drill would have been 500 times more powerful than any modern drills. So
based on, so in fact, this is Petrie's core, where I've got another image of it here. Let's see, where's the other one? No, that's not it. This one will do, it's fine, same thing. Let's go to computer. Okay, so, yeah, that's Petrie's core number 7 there. So so Petrie, and it's called Petrie's core number 7 because Flinders Petrie discovered it, and it's exhibit number 7 on his, and this is the one that's been studied. So he looked at it, and he determined that this spiral groove that's on the stone has what you'd call a 1 in 60 penetration rate, right? So if you take that, if you unwind that spiral travel, you stick it out in a straight line, for every 60 inches of horizontal travel, you're getting an inch of vertical travel, 1 in 60.
Right, okay.
Chris Dunn has since, I think, refined that a bit. It's not quite as deep, it's a little less than 1 in 60, it's in the ballpark. And yeah, so based, and then when you compare that to our modern tools, that's it essentially rounds out to being about 500 times greater penetration rate into stone than we can achieve. And that's not to say that it may have moved very slowly doing this, or our stuff spins really fast, so it's not penetrating it as fast per, you don't get a 1 in 60 penetration rate, but our stuff can still maybe cut the stone pretty quickly, but the actual penetration rate based on the motion of the drill isn't anything like what we're seeing in the stone here, which is crazy. And there are a number of these cores. I've talked a lot about this core, as is Chris, and I'm sure when you get Chris in, he'll talk about it too. But I consider the case is closed, bro. Like they did a latex mold.
It's not funny.
He has proven without any doubt
laughing,
that it's a
funny.
spiral groove. The problem has always been the claim that it's a spiral groove. That's the one thing that no one in, I guess, mainstream Egyptology will admit, and they go to great lengths to try and obfuscate this idea that it's a spiral groove. But it has been definitively proved by the Petrie Museum, no less, and Chris Dunn, who were both responsible for the latex core experiment, which is this one. So they made they made a latex core of it, right? So this is this latex mold. Chris stamped the latex mold with these notches, cut it open with these notches, and then here's just showing you the notch detail and these blow-ups next to these little arrows, right? So you can draw a straight line between these notches, which is the horizontal line, okay? The straight lines are the horizontal line between the notches, same spot. So it goes to the
Can you
bottom of the
imagine
notch,
playing
goes to
this
the bottom
level
of the
off
same
stream? Oh, that would be the most degen thing.
What you're seeing is these dotted lines are
ever.
tracing the individual spiral or individual grooves.
Not
And
judging.
in every case that we look at here, it starts above the line and it ends up below the line. So it is spiral, right?
That would be so
it's higher
degen,
here,
man.
it's lower here.
Playing
it's
this
higher
level
here,
off
it's lower
stream,
here,
holy
et
shit.
cetera, et cetera. It's
Say what's
geometrically
degen? What's that?
proves this is a spiral groove. That said,
Oh yeah,
and the
buddy.
length between each
That's
groove is
awesome. That
exactly
puts a
the same,
smile on my
right?
face.
The
So you're
width?
Oh, that's
hibernating.
what I meant. Yeah, the width.
not really. That it seems
You're like a
well.
hibernating
it's
bear.
Petrie described it as a drunken screw. There are some
Congratulations,
crossover.
bro.
It seems to have been more than one cutting point.
Yeah.
So there was multiple cutting points. So there might have been some crossover. And
Congrats,
you know,
man.
people speculate all day about this. It is, and the other thing to note about this is that it's actually tapered.
Living
so
the
it's
dream,
tough
man.
to
It's
see.
a dream, buddy.
You can kind of see it. See how
That
it's
is a
tapered?
dream.
Right. Yep.
Right. So it
Nice,
narrows down, and this thing's
congratulations, man.
upside down. So this is probably where it's fatter at the bottom. It's upside down. It snaps off here. And so you got to imagine the holes
Yeah,
that they come
really.
out of are straight, right? And it's tapered. So it tells us that the tool itself was probably tapered,
Right.
which means that it's shaped like this. So as it goes down, it's cutting down, it's cutting down, it's cutting down. It's cutting on all surfaces. And then, so a lot of, this is where people say, well, this groove could have been made when they retracted the tool, like it unscrewed itself. I'm like, that isn't how it would work if it was tapered. So if it's tapered, it's going to conform, the granite's conforming to the shape of the tool, and the second you move it up at all, it loses contact with the stone because it's the angle changes, right? It's narrower at the top and it's wider at the bottom. So once you get down and you're finished, you lift it up a bit, and then all of a sudden the tool's going to be wider right at that point when you lift it up. So it's not actually touching the stone. It doesn't unscrew. It just lifts out. It can't. I don't think unscrewing it or removing the tool will give you the spiral groove. Plus, look, it takes quite a lot of force to cut into granite like this. It's not just a simple. You're not scratching granite and leaving a deep groove like we see in these tubes. It's not just in the. It's not just in the drills, but we see it in these holes too. You have these deep grooves in the holes, and you see this all over the place with as many.
Now, is that an example of like them doing a core drill used to split a piece of stone?
Well, I don't think it's used to split a piece of stone so
Load
much as
the
they were
vape.
sought out to then split stone. You know what I'm saying?
Load the vape right now.
They
Take like
were,
a
I think the people that were
3 to 4
quarrying,
minute break and then play again.
the blocks were looking for these, and then they would try and split them along the angle of the tube drill. You know, so along the axis of the tube drill. You see it all. There's lots of complete holes like that haven't been split, and in fact, you see on the back of the stones, you see that dashed line, which is a. I mean, that's a technique that started. I mean, they were the earliest. We know they were using it in like the New Kingdom, but these tube drill holes go back way further, and the oldest types. We don't see that quarrying method way back in the day. It's like the oldest quarrying method seems to be the scoop method at the quarry, which is kind
Like
of
an
weird.
ice cream scoop.
Yeah. But I think they were looking for them. Like, for example, here's a giant tube drill, right? This is a 9-inch one at Karnak. And this stone's been split along its axis.
Right. So later civilizations found these things and used that to try to.
Yeah, because it's a natural weakness in the stone, and you
Yeah.
can split them. So you see a lot of tube drills that are in fact split, but you see plenty that are whole as well. And we know they're whole originally because we have the drill cores.
Can we look at some pictures of these scoop marks?
Yeah. Actually, this is a good point. Yeah, I think I have. Let's just go straight to that.
And also, I forgot to ask you, what do you speculate that these saw blades could have been made of?
It's less maybe what they were made of than what technology they were using. I mean, you know, Petrie speculated that it could have been. He's like, diamond would fit the bill, you know, like it's because he was looking. It's a bronze embedded with gemstones or something. But he's like, there's no evidence for diamond use, and he's right. There's no evidence for diamond use in Egypt. We see no diamonds. It's not written about.
Would there be leftover fragments of diamonds?
Yeah, but you find something. There's literally been zero. And as far as gemstones go, the dynastic Egyptians sort of prized coloured stones. So diamonds wouldn't have been precious from that perspective. I mean, who knows? Maybe they did use them. We just don't have any evidence for it. But I don't know what it was using. It could have any corundum hardened substance, but it could have. Like I look at the stuff. I don't think there was pure mechanical force involved. I think there's something else going on.
Like how?
Well, that's the
Could they have
speculation.
softened the
Right?
stones?
There's who knows? Were they changing the molecular properties of the stone? Were they using ultrasonics? Were they? I mean, you have to go back to the legends.
Plasmoids?
Have you ever heard of? Well, it could have been plasmoids. I don't know. I mean, this is where we speculate. That's why I think it's interesting to be open-minded about what we see on these sites and research it as best we can. Let's use our best tools. Let's microscopically analyze the rock. Let's look at it with being open-minded to any possibility, because we might learn something. You know, I think you go back in time, the legend of the Shamir is very interesting. You ever heard this story?
No.
Like the Solomon's Temple and Shamir and all this. So it's, well, the Shamir, I'm not that well versed in this. You should really have, Russ and Kyle,
Those guys.
Snake Bros. Like,
Oh,
I
the
got
Snake
to-
Bros. Yeah,
they
I've
would
been
be
meaning- I've
great
been meaning
guests.
to reach out to those guys.
Fantastic. And Russ really knows this stuff inside out. But so there's stories in, I think it's associated with King Solomon, about the stories of something called a Shamir, which it essentially, think of it as like a lightsaber that just cuts through stone. Lets people cut through very hard stone. It's sometimes described as a worm. But there's this consistent story of this artifact called a Shamir that is like, allegedly would let you, I like to think of it as like this lightsaber that just cuts through stone, and people cut really hard stone. It comes out of history. So it's like, was this left over from these times? I don't know. And I try not.
Thinking about it in terms of diamond blades, though, is like, it's like thinking about it, looking in the mirror, like we can't assume that they did shit the way that we do shit, right? This is what we've been talking about with Randall for the past few days.
Yeah, it is, and I think that's the right approach. Like, it's a tempting and natural thing to look at a problem. We look at these challenges and we go, this is how we would do it, fit it into our box. And again, I just think that there's avenues of technology that we are yet to learn about, that we will know more about in time. And I think it's hard to do, but it's like, here's our perspective and here's everything we know, but some of the answers might be out here. Like, it's just, and that's what being open-minded about it and not just dismissing stuff
Right.
and scoffing at it, and then researching it with some of those possibilities in mind, we might even learn something eventually from it. That's what I want to do. People always like, well, what is it, and what's the speculation and of how it does it? You can speculate all over the place. Chris Dunn's new book, if you've got to it, the Serapeum chapter.
Yeah, I'm like a quarter of the way through it. I gotta finish it. Like, yeah.
He does some amazing speculation. I'm not going to spoil it.
Really?
Oh, God, I love it. He sent me the Serapeum chapter because I'd helped him with some stuff for it before he wrote it, and I'm writing a recommendation for it. So I've got the book too. It comes out early next New Year.
Right.
New Year,
January or something?
January 24th. Yeah, for people.
Dip them salts, baby.
And then and he does. I love where he goes with it. But it's with speculation. The world. It's an imagination at that point.
Does he talk about these lightsabers?
I haven't seen him mention specifically the Shamir. He's talking more about a potential technological application for the boxes.
Oh, a technological application.
Yeah,
So that's something I've always thought about too. Yeah.
So here's another way to think of it, and I like this idea too, is that, and because this relates to, he does talk about this, and this isn't giving the game away here, but it's like, if you consider the idea, you heard of like the concept of an assembler? Like
An assembler?
Assembler. Like, this is, imagine we get nanotech down to the point. And this is entirely plausible if you just project technology forward, where you create these microscopic machines that can essentially assemble themselves, or they're almost like a von Neumann probe or something like that, but at the tiniest level, where you can use molecular Yeah, it's like a self-replicating probe. Imagine there's some interesting books been written on that topic. Yeah, it's like you send a probe out into space, but it has the capability to replicate itself.
Okay.
And just by using the material that it finds, and then project forward 1,000 years and see what happens. But imagine you get to the point where we have these microscopic machines they're assemblers that can take molecular material even at the atomic level and assemble things and even replicate themselves. So you could build anything, but it's being done with technology that's so small you can't see it. Right? That's this concept. It's been proposed by a number of sci-fi authors and people that have thought about technology.
Yeah.
And it's like that's one scale of things, and the other scale of things to think about as well. If you go out and you think about Dyson spheres and things like that that are almost galactic in scope, or the size of a solar system in terms of a machine that does a particular thing. It's just an interesting way of thinking and looking at technology. We look at it and we go, here's a box, and how would we cut this box and make this box? But it's possible, whether it's plausible or not, I don't know, but it's possible that the answers to some of these questions could be so small we can't see them, or so large we can't comprehend them. Like, that's just the nature of technology. Like, we just don't, you can throw simulation theory into that too, the idea that we're all just part of some simulation running on the computers of the future. But it's just projections of technology. This is all pure speculation. So that's one of the challenges with speculation, is that it becomes this just endless imagination of possibilities. But I do try to focus on sort of following the evidence and looking at what some of the answers might be based on the evidence that we have in front of us, and it's fun to speculate. And I'm in the process of writing a book too, and I will speculate and give my speculation in there as well about what it might be. But I always try to be real clear about when I'm speculating. Because as soon as you speculate, people are like, look, it's crazy. You think the moon's a spaceship or something.
Oh yeah, we did our last podcast. We were talking about the moon, and somebody took a video and made some crazy reaction video.
Oh yeah, gotta love that React model.
I gotta pee real quick.
All right, they've really figured out. They're construction guys.
Is it two guys?
Russ and Kyle.
Okay.
Yeah. They've really figured out some really cool shit on how some of this architecture might have been made, because these blocks that go around the corners, how in like Gyges the blocks kind of go around the corner, like where they're cut and then they go around. They're not like cut and just bricks in the corner, they curve around. But they've sort of worked out how that was probably done, and they have a really good method for showing people. They've made some really astute observations on like how the pyramids were built and how these big granite structures were built.
And do those guys go out there a lot?
Go with me, yeah. They come with me next year, and I've taken them out twice. Yeah, the 2 times I've been to Egypt, they went with me. Yeah, so I like to tour with them because we also jam.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, we play. Those guys are fantastic. Well, particularly Kyle, amazing musician. I use some of it. If you watch that Karnak video, the song at the end. Did you get to the end of it? Like it's
Which video?
The most recent one, Karnak. Right at the end, there's like a music. There's like a song at the end.
Yeah, the last like 10 minutes of it is like a song. Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
That's Kyle's music.
Oh no shit!
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So, but we jam and they're good. And I'm not. They're more they help me to manage the group, and then also they're just more social and personable than me most of the time.
Yeah.
A bit more serious. I'm happy to have conversations, but those guys are funny and yeah. So it's great. We work together really well. It's fun.
Yeah, but one of the things, like getting back to those boxes, I wonder, like, was the technology just so hyper advanced that like making something that precise wasn't a big deal? Like if some culture came along a million years from now and be like, how did they make this bottle so perfect and smooth? Like, not because there was a purpose, just because it was easy. So like those boxes, was it just really fucking easy to do that? And the pyramid too, or was it for a specific function? Like, how can you make that box functional?
Well, there is a relation, and I have a long video on precision, and there is, and I said this the other day, I think to you as well, that there's a relationship between precision and function. You don't develop precision. Developing precision costs money. Like it costs resources. You only do that for a functional return. And when you look at the development of precision in the modern world, it kind of stems out of the need for like old naval cannons to shoot straight. The old days, you would cast a cannon and then fire it while it's hot and go, well, I guess that's the barrel, and hopefully that thing shoots straight now. And then they were like, well, we can make more accurate weapons if we actually, maybe cast it and then carve out and machine it, like slowly use a water wheel and turn out, a cannon barrel to make it shoot straighter. And they started to draw that relationship. Then we needed to make chronographers, accurate timepieces. That helped with navigation, like longitude. We talked about longitude earlier, but it's very difficult to measure. Latitude's okay, you can use the sun for that, but longitude, you need accurate timepieces to be able to know where you are on that east-west time frame. And in fact, the way we used to do it, it was you'd go to where you wanted, and we'd basically move in right angles. Like if people would sail to get somewhere based on navigational maps, it was called like running down a westing or running down an easting. You would get to where you wanted on a latitude and then go that way until you hit what you needed to, because you knew you could head east or west, but you weren't sure how far
Right.
you had gone. And it wasn't until the end of the 17th century, essentially, that we developed accurate enough timepieces to be able to navigate using longitude effectively. Then precision progresses into the industrial age and steam engines and the need to create containment vessels for pressure, and that's now in the modern world. We've got 7 Newton meter processes that we're developing silicon on, and you're packing millions and millions of transistors and complex logical circuitry into a tiny little footprint. But that costs billions of dollars to do, and we do it because there's a functional return on it. So a long way around of saying that you develop precision when you're chasing a particular functional return. And I think that's what is one of the indications to me when you look at some of these precision objects, particularly the more like the regular ones. The boxes are a good example. I think they were functional, and potentially some of the structures and even the sites were functional. And I think in order to get that functional return, they needed to make these things with precision. Now, in terms of the bottle that we looked at and industrial design, once you have a manufacturing system that supports precision, precision's what you get. Like today, buy a toaster. It's going to be industrial design on a computer, and it's going to be made in a manufacturing system that is just by its nature very precise. Like it's all there's no panel gaps on it. I mean, cars, look at the panel gaps between different panels on cars today versus in the 1960s. It's much better. Like you don't need it, but it's a result of the manufacturing system. So that's also an explanation that I like to use when it comes to the more abstract artifacts like statues that show tremendous precision, that look like they've been designed, and then they've been executed in a manufacturing system that gives you that precision. It gives you that perfect symmetry. It gives you these features that are like kind of hard to explain in isolation. But I do believe that they developed that capability to get some sort of function. What that function is, I don't know. Like that's where the speculation comes in. What was the function that the boxes did? This crazy correlation of these boxes in these pyramids or these boxes in these underground structures. The Serapeum is an example. The pyramids are an example. Even across the Giza Plateau, the Osiris shaft, you see these boxes underground and in these big structures. I don't know, but I get the sense they're functional. There's infrastructure on these sites. At Saqqara, at Abu Sir, at Dashur, at Giza, we have evidence for very complex systems of what I can only call channeled blocks, these U-shaped blocks that are below the floor level. So you have these floor tiles that might be a couple feet thick. In some cases, they're even cased on top of that. But right down beneath that stuff, you have this infrastructure of essentially piping. It runs all under these sites. It's all over the place at Abu Sir. We see evidence for it, Giza, Saqqara, like all these old kingdom sites. Not something you ever see on the later sites. These are what the oldest of sites have these very strange and complex. Essentially, either it could have been housing piping, it could have been housing cables, it could have been, we don't know, but and sometimes it's not all gravity fed, like sometimes they'll run all the way down beneath causeways to where there would have been water, and then it runs all over the site in complex patterns. At Abu Sir, it's probably the best example that there's Y joins and all these other things running beneath the floor, and sometimes using fairly exotic stone types like granite or white calcite or alabaster. And a lot of those stones show evidence for machining. There's a great example at Saqqara of machined alabaster U-shaped channeled blocks that are beneath the floor tiles. And it's a real mystery. We don't know why. I mean, it's like if you ask the explanation for what this white calcite or alabaster was used, it was prized for its white color. It's an expensive stone to try and use. It's difficult to obtain. Alabaster and calcite comes from, extinct and calcified natural springs. Like these are millions of years ago were natural springs that calcified over time. And to get white calcite, you actually have to dig all the way to the source of the natural spring. So it's wherever that was. It's not like an easy stone to get to. Further out from the source, you get sort of yellow calcite and brown calcite, but they were using white calcite. And Egyptologists say that they prize that stuff for its color, for its clean color, or sometimes it can be transparent. in that case, what is this stuff doing buried beneath the floor level where it's never going to be seen? Like, it's literally a stone type that gets used in this underground infrastructure that's never seen. So they must have been using it for some other purpose. Like, I think some of these stone types that you see, particularly in the really megalithic stone sites, might have had a functional purpose, like choosing particular types of stone, like basalt, granite, limestone, white calcite, even quartzite in some places, and in particular orders. And there's plenty of other indications that there was something else going on at these sites. I mean, my last video I did on Karnak Temple, there's some really interesting, there's an area of Karnak that it's normally off limits. Again, we know the right people to get in and see it, and I love showing people this stuff every year. Is there's a part of Karnak where the granite's literally crumbling apart. It's granite diorite. It's something's happened to the stone here, where it's like the inside of the stone has swelled, or it's like undergone a transformation and it's expanded. And it's almost around the edge of the stone. There's a couple of inches of where the stone is in good condition, but because the inside's like transformed and expanded, it's put this pressure on the outside, and it's cracked all of the outside. And in some places, it's like falling apart, like it's cracked it whole blocks apart, and then the inside of the blocks just crumbling
from the inside out.
Yeah, inside out, and
so wild.
And then we see that also at Abu Sir and other places where you have like crumbling basalt. And this happens in nature, right? But it takes literally millions of years of exposure. Basalt and these other igneous stones that are formed in the heat of like lava and formed over millions of years of compression and heat in the earth. I mean, you can expose them to millions of years of sunlight, and okay, they're going to erode and degrade over time, but we're talking about cut surfaces of stone that are doing that. And they're originally finished. And so at Abu Sir, for example, you have basalt that's been cut, and then it was cased in limestone. So it's like, you know, it was surrounded by limestone, but those mating surfaces are now crumbling and falling apart. Now, who knows? It's pure speculation, but was it heat cycling? Was there something going through it? I mean, I do have a video where we were playing with like a very high voltage electromagnetic sort of field generator device, and we were testing different types of stone, and they have different electromagnetic properties. Like granite doesn't do anything. You can get arcs coming off limestone, and then somewhat of an arc coming off basalt. So they do have different properties under different conditions. And you know, is it possible that those were some of these properties of the stone were things that were being chased by the builders for a functional purpose? I love these ideas, and I know Chris Dunn is exploring some of those in some of his theories and his work. He certainly knows a lot more about it than I do. Again, I'm trying to illustrate that there may be reasons for that type of stone, and some of those properties might have something to do with a possible purpose. So it's like, why would we not research that further? Why would we not apply ourselves and try and see, you know, is there anything here that could possibly provide an answer or provide a clue for why this was done this way?
Let's look at those scoop marks.
Okay. So you know what? Let me just give me a second. Hold on.
Now, when it comes to these scoop marks, is there any sort of idea or explanation on how they were made, either by the Egyptologists that are there, or by you?
I mean, yeah, the explanation for them is, you know, is that they were it's pounding stones. This is the pounding stone explanation. Here's the quote.
I love the part of one of your videos where you guys are filming that lady with the pounding stone and she's trying to pound the ground.
Yeah, he said, "Watch out, you'll break it." Yeah, let me pull up this, and then we'll go to. Yeah.
I also want to talk about Yusuf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that. That guy seems super interesting. In fact, they let him like run around there and do guide people and tour and explain all this stuff that goes counter to the narrative.
Yeah, Yusuf's great. I mean, I love Yusuf in just the fact that he has, he's such a knowledgeable guy, and he's the greatest. He's my brother. I sort of hit the jackpot when I met him, and he's a superstar for teaching people. It's what he does. It is absolutely what he does, and I will swear to God I will find these pictures here in a second.
You said Yusuf has lived right there his entire life since he was a kid.
He has. Yeah, Yusuf. So his dad, Yusuf's dad was Hakim El Ayawan. He's a really famous indigenous wisdom keeper and guide. He's unfortunately wested since then, or he's passed. He was the guide that was used by guys like Graham Hancock, Robert Bovall, John Anthony West. Hakim's well known. There's lectures you can find from him online. He's got, I mean, at Yusuf's shop, he's sort of got pictures of Hakim from all over the world. He met all sorts of interesting figures. He's kind of been really well known, as a guide, and really interesting guy. So Yusuf kind of followed in his father's footsteps. He doesn't believe everything that Hakim does. And there's if you're interested in Hakim's theories, there's an author named Stephen Mailer who wrote a book, Land of Osiris, I think it is, and he was Hakim's student. Hakim was the founder of this modern, I guess you'd call it chematology, this theory, chemet being the ancient word for Egypt. And he has a lot of interesting theories, but again, I wouldn't say that Yusuf subscribes to all of them. He has his own theories. He's done his own work. Yusuf's he's a practicing stonemason, so he works with this material. He's a very talented musician as well. Works with this material with his hands. He's very well versed in traditional Egyptology. Like, he knows all of the rules. He can read hieroglyphs. He grew up literally across the street from the Sphinx. In fact, it's still where his family store is. It's in Nazlet El Samam, which is a little village that's right near the entrance, the Sphinx entrance to the Giza Plateau. And the Aoun family store is right there, and his balcony up the top, you're looking straight at the Sphinx and the middle pyramid complex. It's really cool.
What are some of the theories of that guy came up with?
Hakim?
Yeah.
Hakim has, here we go. Hakim has one of the things I can talk about, he thinks there was acoustical properties to a lot of these sites, that there were, some of these were sound hospitals. In fact, he even ran one for quite a while. And they had, anecdotally at least, very good results. They would take people to these ancient places, into some specific areas that have, resonant properties, and they would, I don't know exactly what they were doing in there, but they had people that recovered from illnesses. And at least anecdotally, from what I've heard, it worked. And then, as the story goes, as it's been told to me, Zahi Hawass actually shut them down. He stopped them from doing it.
Who was Zahi Hawass again?
Well, Zahi Hawass was the long-term head of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, or the Department of Antiquities and Tourism, I think it's called now.
Okay.
He's notorious kind of figure he had that debate with Graham Hancock where he kind of lost the cool. He's probably the world's most famous Egyptologist, certainly Egyptian Egyptologist, world famous guy. Written a bunch of books. I talked about him a few times. I've met him a few times. In fact, with the last trip to Egypt, we ran into him like 4 times.
Really?
Yeah. He was just there. He was at.
Is he a nice guy?
He can be a charming guy. I suspect he probably. Look, I don't know him personally. I know he's treated a lot of people very fairly. He's probably been less fair to others. I had no problem with him. I was just on a tour, and this was the Graham Hancock tour where he was supposedly debating him, and we spent a day with him. And I think he's certainly had a history of being quite, in the past, it's strange, he really attacks a few of the alternative authors, Graham. In particular, Robert Bovall, he doesn't like. He's pretty fond of saying that, people are just charlatans trying to make money, and they're all pyramidiates and stuff like this. But back in the day, though, he was quite friendly. And in fact, I've seen a picture of like Zahi and John Anthony West and Robert Bovall and Graham Hancock kind of arm in arm at the Sphinx enclosure, and he certainly has enabled some interesting research to happen privately a few times. I had a video about the Sphinx temple that started to get into some of that with there's an interesting correlation, and at least these allegations of connection between him and the Edgar Cayce Foundation. Do you know who Edgar Cayce is? The American prophet. Okay, so this is an interesting story. So Cayce was a prophet, and a lot of people made a lot of money based on his predictions for the stock market back in the day, and he ended up he had these visions and wrote a couple of books, and one of his visions entailed you've probably heard of the Hall of Records, right?
Yes.
This idea. Okay, so a lot of that comes from Casey. He talks about the fact that there's a Hall of Records in one of the locations. There's 3 of them, I think, and one of them is under the paw of the Sphinx, and then there's another one that's supposedly under. I think it was. I mentioned it earlier. It's Mount Nemrut, like the Nemrut tumulus pile, which is an insane site that I also saw for the first time this year. But so he's that foundation. It's the ARE. I think it's the Association for Research and Enlightenment. Is essentially the Casey Foundation, and they've kind of been involved in private expeditions to Giza. They've been looking, right? They're trying to satisfy Casey's prediction about the Hall of Records, and they have been essentially digging and looking around at Giza and these other places since like the 1970s. Now, Zahi's very much against anything Atlantis related. He's like, there's no ancient civilization. So in publicly facing, he decries any of that type of thing. But he did also grant like the Casey Foundation like a 5-year permit to do unlimited, essentially digging and excavation on the Giza Plateau, including in the Great Pyramid. And so it's on one hand you're sort of decrying all of this anything lost civilization, and then on the other hand you're enabling essentially an organization whose stated goal is to prove out Atlantis and that there was a Hall of Records and everything like that. Not only that, but Edgar Casey's son, Hugh Lynn Casey, he wrote a book, and in that book he claims, and I will say that Zahi Hawass has denied this, he claims that the Edgar Casey Foundation funded his education. Like they paid for his education at Pennsylvania University. They found, like he literally says in the book, and this isn't me saying it, he found that they found Zahi, who was a site inspector at the time, like not like lower ranked kind of guy, but he was pliable and agreeable, and they thought he was someone they could work with, so they funded his education, along with Mark Lehner, who's been a long-term partner of Zahi Hawass, and that went through the Pennsylvania University. They got him his doctorate, and for sure, it's verified, like Zahi has had engagements with the ARE plenty of times. He's gone and spoken at their events. He's been part of it. He goes back there and lectures quite often. So, it's just strange to me that he's associated with an organization like the ARE, which has done these secretive digs, and there's strong evidence, as documented by Robert Boval, which might be one of the reasons that Zahi doesn't like him so much. He's documented the fact that Zahi's been enabling kind of secret expeditions, digging and drilling around the Sphinx since the 1970s. Like there's kind of one acknowledged drilling effort that they made to look under the Sphinx. I think it happened in the mid-90s, thereabouts, and they were drilling under the body of the Sphinx. And the stated goal was, we're checking the integrity of the limestone bedrock given the water tables rising, blah, blah, blah. But there's plenty of evidence for a bunch of other drilling that's happened, like as far back as the late 1970s. And there's pictures of Hugh Lynn Casey and Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass from those times, like a young Zahi. They're all together. And then in the mid to late 90s, he enabled something called the Shore Expedition, which was Dr. Joseph Shore, a couple other people, Boris Said was one of them, but they're all ARE members. They're all part of the Casey Foundation, and none of them are Egyptologists or archaeologists, but he gave them a 5-year permit, open permit, to do whatever they wanted up at the Giza Plateau. And they did a bunch of stuff. They did a bunch of excavations around the Sphinx, and Zahi was involved in it, and they even made a documentary that's never been seen. So Boris Said, who was a filmmaker, he's also since died. And I dug into like these old Art Bell radio episodes from the 90s where he was talking about it. He had a falling out with I think Joseph Shaw, the guy that was funding the experiment or the expedition. And just based on this fallout, the documentary kind of went into limbo and it's never been seen, but apparently it's part of it, and they had gone in under the Sphinx and looked at chambers. And Zahi at the time, Boris said they found chambers beneath the Sphinx. Like they 100% found chambers beneath the Sphinx. By the way, also a claim made by John Anthony West and Dr. Robert Schock when they analysed the area with ground penetrating radar. They found chambers beneath the Sphinx. And at the time when they were doing this experiment, Zahi said, we've got this incredible announcement and discovery. It's going to shake up the world's history. We're going to change what we know about the sort of the structure of the Giza Plateau and what's down below the ground. And he was teasing it. And then this documentary kind of went away, and he's never said anything about it since. And in fact, to this day, denies that there's any chambers or any structures or things beneath the Sphinx. If asked, he'll say, well, they found natural fissures in the rock, and there's nothing else, which is nonsense. I mean, Boris Said's on record saying, no, I've seen them. Like he's been down there and seen them. And
Been in them?
well, it's kind of what he says, yeah. But it's very secret. It's all privately organised and permitted by Gyges. And so there's an interesting history. I think if there are chambers down there, and if there's anything in them, or there was, it's long gone. I think it's been pilfered, or it's been taken, or it's not public. I mean, there's also a chance that if there was ever anything in there, the Egyptians or the dynastic Egyptians might have taken it. There's a couple of people with theories along those lines, like Manu Seyfezada wrote a book, I think, called Beneath the Sphinx, that talks about the idea that the Hall of Records may well have been there, but it was discovered by the Old Kingdom Egyptians, who took it, and then there's some evidence that they were replicating some of that information and knowledge through a particular cult that persisted through dynastic Egypt. And it's an interesting story that he puts together. It is new data, but it seems likely that they're indicating some really interesting information, like the spacing of planets, the relative distance of planets in the solar system, like all this cosmic information that it seems like they didn't really know what to do with, but it was information that they'd gotten from, this trove of data from a lost ancient civilization, and it's just they then were replicating it and kind of recording it down in their own way. And there's all these interpretations of this stuff that seems to match all of what we know about the solar system and the structure. So it kind of goes. There's all these different directions that stuff goes in. And I've been meaning to do a more dedicated sort of deep dive into that shore expedition and the history of secret digs around the Sphinx, because, the Sphinx and the Sphinx Temple, it is like it's described as a gateway. Like there is a lot of legitimate reasons to think that there's something below that structure in that part of the Giza Plateau. Like even the way it's historically depicted and talked about from ancient Egypt, like they often, when they draw out the Sphinx, I mean, they show it on a pedestal. Like the Sphinx is always depicted in these steles most of the time on top of a pedestal. And in many of those pedestals, there's a doorway. And then the Sphinx is often described as a doorway or as a guardian, guarding a doorway and into the underworld or something like this. And when you look at the Sphinx, it's obviously sitting on the bedrock, right? But you have to imagine there's a structure in front of it that's next to the Valley Temple's on like the left looking at the Sphinx. Then there's the Sphinx Temple in front of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx is behind it. Now the Sphinx Temple has been shut for public access for I don't know how long. Like Yusuf, I mean, he's in his 40s. He's never been in there until we got to go in there on one trip. We were probably one of the first groups to ever, and thanks again to the people I know in Egypt who arranged this through the Ministry of Antiquities to finally open up access to the Sphinx Temple as a special commission. We went in there. Very interesting structure. Amazing. There's amazing granite cornice blocks and all this stuff. But if you would imagine it back in the day with its cornice blocks, which are these curved blocks that would have been around the edge of it, and you'd looked at it from down in the valley towards the Sphinx, it would have looked as if the Sphinx was sitting on top of the temple, which makes the Sphinx Temple potentially the location for the pedestal of the Sphinx, which has the doorway to the underworld. Now, in the Sphinx Temple, when you go in there is indeed evidence for shafts that go down. There's these giant, there's like an 80-ton channeled granite block in the ground beneath the floor tiles that have since been removed, that terminates at a shaft that goes down to we don't know where, that hasn't been cleared, but it obviously goes underground. And I mean, not only that, but out the front of the Sphinx Temple, if you walk back, if you're standing there at Giza and you're looking at it, it's where the seats are for the sound and light show. Sort of off in the corner, about 30 or 40 feet in front of the Sphinx Temple, there's a little concrete pad, and there's a metal tube sticking out of it like this, just off the ground, just sort of unobtrusively in the corner. That's where Zahi Hawass himself did a drilling experiment. So they drilled down like 150 feet. This is a limestone plateau. And at like 150 feet or 130, something like that, they hit granite. This drill hit granite and returned these shards and flakes of red granite from 130 feet below the ground. And there's not natural granite there. So what the hell is down there that deep, and it's made of granite. Right?
Whoa.
I mean, it goes on and on. Like you go halfway up the causeway, like connects the Sphinx and the Valley Temple to the Middle Pyramid complex. Right? It's this big causeway. It goes up to the pyramid. Halfway up it is what's known as the Osiris shaft.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is 3 different levels that you can go into. Again, as a special permission, there's water at the bottom, but there's 3 chambers that go down to about 150 feet, and there's big granite boxes in them as you go down there. Right, and there's tunnels that literally lead off down the causeway that have never been explored at the bottom level. They're caved in and stuff, but they've never been explored. There's footage of when they did pump the water out back in the day when they were exploring it, and it was like a Fox, I think it was on the Fox channel, and Zahi was down there with a reporter and saying, oh, this was the tomb of Osiris or whatever, and she's like, well, what about these tunnels? Zahi's like, no, we've never explored them. We sent a boy in and he couldn't get very far, but we've never looked at as to where they go. So, like, there's definitely underground chambers and infrastructure down there, and we honestly don't know if they've been explored and if, you know, there's anything in there or if, you know, what's happened, which is...
What do you think his motivation would be to change his story on that and keep all this secret excavation secret and all this secret exploration and not to change the narrative? Like, what sort of motivations would he have?
I don't know. I mean, if you know, I think it's the typical. If there's any motivation, it's pure speculation. I'm not claiming this, or that I know it. And I'd probably reiterate that Zahi's denied that he has any connection to the ARE. For sure, he was involved in these expeditions. I mean, there's plenty of people who talk about him being involved in these expeditions. Mm-hmm. And again, all of this happened like, 30 years ago now. But yeah, I mean, what motivates people, right? It's money and it's power and it's all these sort of things. I don't know. I don't know. And it's I don't like any real conspiratorial angle on these things in terms of, they find stuff and is it hidden from us because it doesn't conform to the story? I don't know. I'd like to think not. I'd like to think that if they found stuff, they'd talk about it regardless of if it had a significant impact on the story of history. But
well, doesn't he make money quite literally from people visiting Egypt? And
yeah, I mean, he's made plenty of money. I mean, I don't know how directly. He's a very powerful figure in Egypt. I'd say this. He's also done a lot for Egyptology. I mean, he champions the returning of objects to Egypt, which I think is a great cause, particularly if they're in private hands and people can't see them. The stuff that gets, Egypt's been pilfered by everybody for so long.
Yeah, you were saying a bunch of the stuff's been found in Israel, right?
Oh, it's all over the place. Yeah, all over the place. There is stuff that you don't have to go back to just Israel, but you go back to the Americans, the French, the English. I mean, during all the periods of occupation of the last several hundred years, of anyone who's been involved in the governance of Egypt. I mean, I think Matt Simpson just did a video, Luke Cavins actually did a video talking about how the British Museum is essentially full of artifacts that were stolen from Egypt. I mean, one of the sticking points is that the original Rosetta Stone is in the British Museum. It's been there for like 200 years. But it's, I'm like, if it's in a museum somewhere and people can see it, they have, people don't understand the scope of artifacts that have been found here too. There are warehouses absolutely full of this stuff in Egypt. Like some of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings they fill them up with all the artifacts they find in other places and lock the doors because it's essentially climate controlled. And I hope, and I've yet to see it, but they're building a giant new museum, which should be just about done by now, the Grand Egyptian Museum. Biggest museum in the world from what I understand it's going to be. And I really hope that they have enough space and real estate to show us all of the artifacts they just haven't had the space to show. I mean, there's so much stuff in Egypt and that's been taken from Egypt. And even then, even despite all of this, even the Egyptologists, and Zahi will say this as well, is that it's like 70% of it is still underneath the sands. Like he thinks that we've only maybe uncovered 20 to 30% of what's out there. So there's a lot going on, and but yeah, look, I don't know. It's an interesting sort of story to dive into with the history of some of these excavations, and like I said, it kind of goes back to my point about the pyramid earlier, where I hope that whatever they do, and I'm sure somebody's planning it, that they're going to go and try and look for this chamber. I would very much hope that it gets shared with the world. That's all I know. That's all. Just like share that information, let everybody see it. I mean, it's part of everybody's history. You know, I don't care who makes money on it or doesn't, but it's just like, I think a lot of people would be interested.
What is this right here?
So this is the obelisk.
Okay.
This is the unfinished obelisk, and you talk about scoop marks. There's a few of them on top of it.
Oh wow.
And in fact, you see some of the the characteristic pounding stones there as well. And in fact, yeah, that's probably a better look. And there's some of these scoop marks are, you see on the right here, on the left of the thing as well, and then all the way down the what do you call it, what is this, man? Why am my brain not working?
Here.
Seriously, need some the trench. There you go.
Okay.
I just needed to look at this one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so this one was never actually pulled out of the quarry, right? This was started and never completed.
That's right. Yeah, it's not actually. In fact, it's not. The trench isn't quite deep enough. Actually, look at some scoop marks. See them on the right here as well, on the wall. So what's interesting about the scoop marks, and I don't know if I have other examples in this particular.
Is there any explanation, like of how this could happen naturally? Those scoop marks, like from degradation?
It's not natural. It's definitely not natural. It's not degradation. So the explanation for this is that this was the quarrying technique. You see this on the quarries. You see it around the artifacts where they've been quarrying things, and it's not a natural phenomenon. 100%. It's they say it's been made by these dolerite pounding stones, which honestly it's one of the silliest theories that's out there. So they found at the site, though, they found a lot of these dolerites are harder stone than granite. You know, you will eventually grind away and remove some granite if you pound away hard enough. And again, studies have been done on kind of the removal rate of stone using dolerite pounders. And I cover it in one of my videos about the quarry. There's a lot that doesn't make sense when it comes to this particular quarry. And in fact, if I take a look at where's the largest quarry space, I have videos here. I'm sure I've got some. Okay, so you can see a number of different quarrying techniques in play at the Aswan quarry. The oldest being.
Now, how far is that obelisk from the Giza Plateau?
About 500 miles.
Okay.
So that's generally the. So this is like the general characteristical layout of it. You see these scoop marks all over the place, right? They're all on the floor where they've been used to move stuff. You see those other forms of quarrying too. In higher layers, you'll see chiseling and you'll see wedge and chisel, but you also have these test pits. Now, this is probably not the best example, but so these test pits that go down, some of them 30, 40 feet, they're like cut straight down into the stone. They're like a, I don't know if I have a better example here. Most of my stuff on this is video, but, here's one. So here you go. So see, this is like I had to put a grate over the top of this, and this is done using those scoop marks as well, which sort of starts to belie the challenge. Like, how do you get in there and pound, crouch down, and it's barely wide enough or broad enough for a person to stand in there, let alone get down on their, crouch down and pound it on the floor and then remove the material out. These go straight down, and what they're probably for is they're probably for testing the quality of the granite. Right? When you're looking for a giant single piece of granite, you're not going to find that at the surface of any granite outcrop, because the granite's it's inferior up there. It's going to have cracks. It's going to have defects. When you cut down into the core of these quarries, this is where the highest quality stone is. It's got the large quartz crystal inclusions, and that's where you can find stone of a quality good enough to cut like a single piece block that isn't going to break on.
Right.
So these test pits would have been dug looking for like how deep do we have to go to get these blocks in, which opens up a whole bunch of other problems, because a lot of Egyptologists don't credit the Old Kingdom Egyptians with the ability to quarry granite. It's sort of ridiculous. And you see tons of. This is more of a test pit here. These are really cool, but you can see how it was done.
Good God, dude.
Yeah, it's the quarry's really, really interesting. Here's some good scoop marks, actually. This is you start to see stuff. So in some areas, there's really interesting particular block. I probably have it here. Okay, this is probably the best indication of it. So it's tough to see. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
So there's an unfinished piece that's not the big one, but there's one on the side. And so and it's sort of cut out, and it goes in underneath. It goes in underneath the.
What's your wildest guess on when this was all done?
Oh, so I think some of the stuff is done. Wildest guess is. I mean, I would open up the range from 50,000. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily just before the Younger Dryas Cataclysm, put it that way. Like it's a possibility that the civilization that might have done some of this might have been ended by the Younger Dryas. But I actually think, given the extension of the human timeline, given the possibility that it may not have been just us, it might have been other species of hominids potentially involved. I don't know. I open up that window to like potentially hundreds of thousands of years.
What do you mean other species of hominids?
Well, Denisovans, Neanderthals, we have a complex genetic history. So us ourselves, our species is now out potentially 800, 900,000 years old. That's based on teeth morphology, studies into teeth morphology, studies into like when we split from a common ancestor with the Neanderthals, like our DNA train. From a fossil record, the oldest human remains are like 300,000 years old, but a couple of recent studies looking at the rates of dental evolution and our DNA put the window much further, like towards 1 million years, but 800,000, 900,000 years. We're also finding that our history is more complex. We have, the discovery of the Denisovans or the Denisovans is a fairly recent thing that gets a whole other species of hominid. And there's some evidence of tool use and even sophisticated tool use. There's a jade bracelet that is a Denisovan artifact that has drill holes in it. And the one other thing that I've learned recently that I always thought that like Neanderthals couldn't talk. Like that was, I always thought, our studies and what we found in Neanderthals, the larynx and the structure of their throat meant that they couldn't talk. I think that's recently been reversed. I think now there's evidence that they could in fact talk. And we don't know anything about the Denisovans. We literally have a couple bones that we're working from, like a pinky bone and a couple other pieces, I think. So we don't know if they could talk. And you kind of need speech to organise for civilization.
Yeah.
At least we do it verbally. I mean, Graham Hancock might argue that maybe some of their methods of communications might have been some other mechanism. So it just, again, in speculation, I don't rule out when you consider the concept of a lost ancient civilization. I'm not saying aliens, but I think it could certainly have involved other types of humans. We've got all the elongated skulls as well in South America. That's a real interesting phenomena. Graham I've heard him talk about the fact that some of those people that they may have had other faculties that created or achieved some of the stonework. I prefer.
What does he say about that?
Well, he gets attacked for this endlessly, but he says that it's possible that they achieved some of the things they did through other mental faculties, not just telepathy, but telekinesis and stuff like that. I mean, there's stories that just seem to go along those lines. I prefer to take the technological angle, just given that we have the evidence for some of the tools and powerful tools being used and achievements being made, like these 1,000+ ton statues. I mean, God, I think I was telling you at dinner last night that, there's a quarry in Egypt that had they disconnected that one limestone block, it would have been 5,000 tons.
Right.
There's stuff up to that scale that seems like they were working on, and it's crazy that at the Minya quarry. But so I don't rule out the possibility for a lost ancient civilization that it could have involved other species of hominids. Like we're the last humans left. Right? There were other humans. We killed off the rest of us. We're the last humans left.
Are you aware of the evidence? I'm really fuzzy on this, but there's some sort of evidence that was found that basically says that our DNA or the telomere on our DNA, the telomeres have been like capped, or something happened where there's evidence that like a pre-civilization could have possibly had a lifespan that was like 10 times our lifespan or something.
Yeah, there's some really interesting.
It was like a very stark difference between our DNA and the DNA that was found in, what was it compared to, the DNA in what?
Probably in chimps and
chimps, yeah.
And other our closest relatives. Well, so there's, I'm not 100% familiar with the telomere thing. I've heard that, but I've always been fascinated by the work of guys like Lloyd Pye.
Lloyd Pye, that's the guy. That's how I heard about this.
Yeah, so Lloyd Pye is interesting. He he's a great lecture online called "Everything You Think You Know Is Wrong." He was probably more well known for being the keeper of the Star Child skull, which is this interesting artifact. But he was genuinely interested also.
Star Child.
Oh, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Okay, all right. Let's keep going. Let's not get you off track.
It's interesting, but he was interested in human origins and human evolution as well. He wrote a book called "Everything You Think You Know Is Wrong," and I will say that he does do the whole Anunnaki thing. Like he does go down the route of what's his name, who wrote 10th Planet, Sitchin. Sakurai Sitchin. So this is he sort of follows that. But I mean, I don't think Sitchin is correct, and I'm not really a believer in the Anunnaki stuff. But
Oh, really?
no, I think Sitchin was kind of pretty comprehensively kind of debunked with how he translated his deliberate mistranslations, and it's a long story with Sitchin. But not to say that you can like that possibility isn't ruled out. The work that Lloyd Pye did made it interesting from the perspective of a potential intervention theory, which means that he was sort of hinting at the fact that we might have been genetically engineered as a species. And there's some evidence that at least from he was looking at the evidence to support that. I think we have. I'm gonna get this wrong. we have a different number of chromosomes,
right,
than other species, than our closest relatives.
Right.
And when you look at the DNA structures, it almost looks like we've been engineered, they've been tied together and kind of engineered that way. There's a few genetic oddities about our species that Lloyd Pye was suggesting might be indications that we've been engineered. So it gets into that in detail. I'm not an expert. It's been a long time since I've read the book.
And this flies in the face of evolution.
It does in a lot of ways, but there are sort of other examples. I don't know if it's horses or something like that that have a similar chromosomal difference.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the only thing he points at. Like we're a weird kind of species with some of the diseases that we have. I mean, he talks about the fact that we're like one of the only species that dies of exposure. Like it's like we're not well engineered for the planet.
Right.
You ever seen a dog just looks at the sun? Like its eyeballs, they're just looking at the sun. Like, don't look at the nuclear explosion, you'll go blind. No, they're fine. We go blind if we look at the sun. We don't have very good night vision. We die from exposure if we're left out, without clothing and shelter and all those sort of things.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of really weird genetic diseases that other species don't seem to suffer from. I mean, there's even some deficiencies in our genome that
we're so far away from every other wild animal. It's insane.
It is. Well, and that's always been true. I mean, the missing gap idea is you'd actually need like a dozen missing links, or the missing link. The idea that there's a missing link in the chain of evolution to get to humans, and you'd need more than one. Like to go from our nearest ancestors and Neanderthals to us is a huge jump. I mean, and it's actually, he points out that in a lot of cases that gets obfuscated by the way they lay out skeletons, like by making skeletons of Neanderthals look more humanoid in terms of they space out the neck and they don't show it like it was where they had no neck and their shoulders were kind of much closer to their head. There's huge genetic and evolution gaps between us and our nearest relatives. Not, in a number of different areas. So he gets into that, and it's an interesting idea. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it one way or the other. I do rate the whole intervention theory as a possibility. So either the OG intervention theory, which is life itself, panspermia, like DNA itself coming to this world by intervention, or by just panspermia as an accident. Like comets could well be the progenitors of life in the universe. Like the fact we're learning more and more about the fact that there's, the amino acids and the building blocks of life could be contained in cometary material, in those icy cores, or even if they're radioactive, they could be liquid cores. Liquid water could be carried by these things, which could contain the building blocks of life. And it's really interesting to think that, this is the mystery that's at the origin of life altogether. And, we're definitely creatures of this planet, too, I'd say that. Like, we trace our DNA, we're part of the tree of life of this planet. But it's the one, as far as evolution's gone, from single-cell organisms through the dinosaurs to us, the one part of that that's never kind of changed, that's never evolved, is DNA itself. So the way that life gets expressed as a technology, the DNA, that's never really changed. Like DNA as a technology has not changed. It's changed its expression. Like it's the forms and the life that it creates has changed. And there's a real mystery at the point of origin of life, like how DNA came to be. You know, this is an ongoing field of research. There are people trying to figure this out. I personally think it's quite unlikely that it was a bunch of, proteins and amino acids and some warm water that got hit by lightning and boom, there's DNA. It's a very complex structure.
Yes.
And even by saying that, so life might have been seeded on this planet, either like Prometheus style, where the aliens came and said, sprinkled some DNA in the river and away we go, or it just arrived on a planet from somewhere else. All you're really doing is kicking the can down the road. Like it still had to start somewhere. But it's a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if panspermia was the origin of life on this planet. Could have been another civilization. I don't know. And I think there's some interesting lines of evidence and interesting thinking from people about the idea that it could have been a more direct intervention into evolution later on in time. Now, I'm not saying I believe that. I just think it's interesting. And it's tough to rule out some of those possibilities based on that.
Especially when you look at some of the stuff that we're looking at here and the stuff that you've discovered.
Oh.
I mean, I think with beyond a shadow of a doubt that we have proved that you and people like you have proved that we're not coming from off of a linear timeline.
No.
Of
I would agree.
at least technologically.
Yeah, I would agree. So let's see if I can show this to you. It's hard to see. I wish I had these photos. Maybe I can pull up a video or something, but.
Which one? So is this? Are you looking at? Has you looked at that new 5 million or 5,000 ton obelisk? Is that?
No,
okay.
no. If you want to see that, I do have a picture of that. I would just say that I would finish off the quarry discussion by saying that with the scoop marks. The one other thing I'd just like to point out to people is that these are regular lines. You actually see it here. That's not a bad example. They start, like these scoop marks start and they're consistent and linear and they go all the way down and they actually go up and underneath this stone. So this stone's being quarried out, the one in the foreground here. And they go all the way up and under. So it's like this one continuous tool mark. I have a long video on the scoop marks that gets into the details of why this isn't, the pounding stone hypothesis isn't a plausible example. And I think it's telling also that if you look at the quarrying methods that they will show you in the quarry, okay, there's pounding stones, which is literally with a stone or rubbing on it with a stone. And then you go up in sophistication to the wedge and chisel approach that I talked about, when you're hammering wood into, like you make these grooves and you hammer wood in. And then the other example is, well, you actually have straight chiseling where it's later in time and you've got hardened steel, you've got long steel chisels and you're banging it in and you're just like carving the rock and then splitting it.
Yeah.
So you can think of that as a sophistication goes up. But what they're extracting and the stones that they're taking out is the absolute opposite. They're using those other methods to take smaller pieces and little pieces off the sides of things. But the pounding stone method, the most primitive one, is also the one supposedly responsible for the biggest goddamn pieces you can find. Like it doesn't make any sense that the most primitive technology is the one supposedly responsible for the 1,000-ton artifacts, and there's a good example of how old that is. If I go back up to my podcast images, we go back to the quarry, is in this area here, right? So this is what's known as the harbour in the quarry. You can't normally get in here. I don't know. One time we wandered down here and we were in here, and so supposedly this is where they would park the boats, and they call this the harbour, and it's not a harbour. To me, what you're looking at is the remnants of a trench for a giant object, right? So look at this thing. So this is a piece of stone that was probably extracted from here. You see the scoop marks along the side. I think it's as big, if not bigger, than the unfinished obelisk. And it's in this lower area. I'm standing there, and it's called the harbour now. But I think you're looking at what is left after they've taken something out using this scooping technique. What's interesting about it is that it's got painting. It's got all these depictions of ostriches, or some people say they're flamingos, and there's all this painting on it. And what gets even more interesting about that stuff is when you look at this style of this artwork that's in this on this area. You see it keeps going down here, and all of these walls are gone. The closer wall to us has been quarried out entirely, but this was a big trench, and this huge piece of stone was removed. That type of artwork, and I've got many more examples than just this, it matches this stuff. Now, this stuff is a style of painting and artwork that is very much associated with pre-dynastic times, right? So like before the dynastic civilization ever started, the artwork that's on the wall in that quarry matches the pottery and diagrams and drawings that we see on pottery vessels that come from pre-dynastic times, that have been found in pre-dynastic burials. So what this infers to me is that artwork done in that quarry was probably done in pre-dynastic times. It was done using the same art style. They used a much different art style. There's other carvings in the quarry where the Egyptians did their thing, the more dynastic, typical kind of hieroglyphic and artwork. This red ochre paint with the style of carving, these birds on this thing match the birds in that. There's a bunch of other examples of it. It means that it was done I think it was done in pre-dynastic times, which also tells you that it was done on the wall that was left after they'd pulled that block out. So you had to have pulled that block out first to even expose that wall,
Right.
and then it gets painted on. So how long ago did they pull that block out of there? And yeah, it's crazy. So I just wanted to make that point about the quarry.
Yeah.
And I do have a video that dives into that giant block that's been extracted there and the connection to that artwork.
Let's talk about the vases. There's a lot of new shit going on with the vases that you've been looking at.
There is.
What we talked a lot about the vases on the first podcast we did, and the incredible symmetry involved in making those vases, and the fact that they're extremely thin. You can shine a light in them, and you can see through them. They're so goddamn thin, and they're made out of some of the hardest rocks
That's right.
on Earth. And they still say that these vases were made during those times with chisels and pounding stones and all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
even after you come out with some of your videos and some of this stuff, no one's acknowledged it officially.
Right. Yeah. I mean, nobody's looked at nobody's really said that. That the hypothesis for how they were made, at least in the mainstream, has remained the same, which is, it was people rubbing on them with rocks, and banging on them with flint, stuff like that. So made by hand. And again, to speed run the vases, it's like they go back to well and truly pre-dynastic times. In some cases, there's evidence of them going back to burials as far as 14,500 years ago. Right through pre-dynastic times, and then they've been found in times, basically during the Old Kingdom, up to about the 4th and 5th dynasty. Most of them, the majority of them were found beneath the step pyramid, like 40,000, 50,000 of them, which is a 3rd dynasty structure. Then they kind of peter out after that. Like there's a few examples of vases that come from later periods, but we identify them as coming from those periods because they have very poorly scratched hieroglyphs on them. So, we talked about that earlier. But these are incredible class and, category of artifacts, like made from all sorts of exotic types of stone. Like you said, we talked about them before. Perfect symmetry, extremely thin. Petrie found one that went down to 1/40th of an inch, which is the quote that I've got here from him. One of the other things I always like to point out is that they're often found. We talked about imitation earlier.
Painting them.
This is where you would find them, and they're ascribed to the same person because they're found in the same burial. But you have a hardstone vase here next to a hand-formed pottery vase that is painted to look like granite, and not even this is not a turned vase. This is hand-formed.
Right.
So a lot of people, even when you get into the details of arguing about this, the people are like, okay, they made them on a lathe, but it was just a simple lathe. Because the idea that you're turning the stone to get these results.
Right.
I'm like, okay, so if they had lathes, why didn't they have the pottery wheel? The pottery wheel was a much simpler application of the wheel than a lathe is. But it's just a facetious sort of argument to suggest that these came from the same people. I think they're inherited and they're old. But what's happened, and there's lots of evidence, they go way back into time, lots of them discovered, they were inscribed. They were definitely reused and inherited. There's a depiction of how they were made that was found at Saqqara. This is what they used to basically say, this is how they were made. It's basically like bent sticks with weights on the side and flint tips.
This guy's got his hand in the middle of it.
Yeah, he's rubbing at it with a hand. But what they're showing you here is the vase making industry that happened after the 3rd dynasty.
Right.
It's the alabaster vases. It's just white calcite. It's a 3 on the Mohs scale. It's much softer. And we have lots and lots of examples of beautiful alabaster vase work. but it's very simple. It's not simple. It's artful. It's not precise. You don't see the same symmetry. They're off balance. They don't, they don't have the same properties as the very hard stone vases that seem to come from earlier times. So what's happened though since I talked to you last was that we've finally been able to take this analysis to a new level. Like we've finally been able to get our hands on what is a privately owned pre-dynastic rose granite vase and subject it to structured light scanning. This was the first step we've taken. This happened at the start of this year of 23, and we've since we've come a long way since then. And structured light scanning is a process where you're basically 3D scanning it with lasers, and you can basically create a model of the artifact down to about the accuracy of about 1,000th of an inch. So take an inch, divide it up into 1,000 pieces. A human hair is between 2 and 3 thousandths of an inch thick. A sheet of printer paper, maybe 5 or 6, something like that, thousandths thick. So where accuracy is down to less than half the width of a human hair. So it creates an extremely accurate model of the vase. Now, once you've got that model, you can start to do some interesting analysis on it. You can start to look at, okay, how precisely was this thing made? And that's exactly what we did. So this is the vase. It's actually only about yay tall. It's like 6 inches tall, maybe, a little tiny thing. And that's it being scanned. And once we did that, there were a couple of professional metrologists, and these guys work in the aerospace industry. They make parts for jet engines and turbines and the space rocket ship stuff. These are professional engineers that they're professional metrologists, and metrology being the study of the science of measurement. So in those fields, you have to you use these techniques a lot in those fields, and it's very important, right? We want to make things precisely. And this is a good example of precision enabling function. It's like turbine blade manufacture and stuff like that, like efficiency of jet engines, all that sort of stuff. These guys work for one of those companies, and this is what they do on a day-to-day basis. So they analyze the scan and they ran it through a coordinate measurement system, and what they found was just astonishing. Like the results and looking at just how precisely this thing was made, absolutely astonishing. And in particular, it's not just the precise nature of the surfaces themselves, but it's the interrelation of one surface to another. So making the different parts of the vase be perpendicular or parallel or perfectly aligned with other parts of it. So the way this works, it's fairly complex, but we can sort of step through it. The first thing to know is the vase itself is an ellipsoid. You can't match it to a regular geometric shape, right? It's not a circle, it's not a sphere, it's not a cone, it's an ellipsoid. And what you want to be able to do is match geometric shapes or regular shapes to parts of the vase, so that then you can do geometry on them. You can calculate center lines and center points and how perpendicular or parallel are they to other parts of the vase. So things like this. So we essentially start by creating an XYZ three-dimensional grid, which helps us derive things like center lines, axes, and then we can start to compare the other parts of the vase. So the way you do this in a CMM system is you match geometric shapes to parts of the vase. Now, you could do that with you could say, like, all right, we're going to match a flat plane to the top of the vase, the lid, and we're going to use 5 points to do it. It's not going to be very accurate. It's not going to represent that surface very well. But if you do it with thousands and thousands of points, the more points you use of reference, the more accurately it's representing that surface. So you'll see in these slides the fact that we're using thousands and thousands of points. So in this example, there's nearly 4,000 points of reference has been used to match a flat plane to the top of the vase lip, to the top surface, and then the measurement we're doing is like how close to perfectly flat is this? It's within 3 thousandths of an inch. So it's very flat. Like that the flatness of that surface is within 3 thousandths of an inch of being perfectly flat, basically. So very close, very, very accurate.
Around the width of a piece of hair.
Yeah. That's just the top. So then you can go further from that. Now we can look at, all right, let's look at the vase mouth. So this is that round part on the inside of the neck of the vase, if you like. And so what we're doing here is we're measuring it with a cylinder. As you can see that on the left of the vase mouth there, there's a little cylinder icon, and we're using like 10,500 points to match it, which is a lot. I mean, this actually has got some damage on the inside of the neck too, this vase. And we can match it looking at the cylindricity, so how perfectly cylindrical is that? It's within 13 thousandths of an inch. of being cylindrical. But now that this is I'll speed up a bit on this, because now that we've got that top surface, you can think of that as like an x-axis.
Right.
And if you think of a cylinder sitting in the neck of this vase, we can now, because we've matched the cylinder to the surface, we can say, okay, how perpendicular is that cylinder to the top surface that we just managed? And we call that the top surface is control surface A, right? So you can see like the perpendicular measurement. How perpendicular is it to control surface A? And it's within 1/1000th of an inch.
1/1000th.
Yes, so it's basically perfectly perpendicular to the top surface. Now, top surface is A, and now we've got this vase neck, the cylinder in the vase neck, and the center line of that vase neck. We can call that the axis of the vase, and we can call that control surface B. So now we can measure every other part of the vase relative to the top and the neck, and that's what we do. So we go on to measure, like, all right, you can match a sphere to the lower part of the vase body. And we did that using like nearly 80,000 points of reference, so it's really accurate. And then what you can do is you can, with that sphere, this is worth talking about for a minute. This is the highest number we saw in the whole report. It's 17,000ths of an inch. So the center point of that sphere is basically within 17,000ths of an inch from the center line of the vase. So it's like a couple sheets of printer paper basically away from it. Now, it seems like a big number relative to the other numbers, but what this is telling you a lot more than just like how close is that center line of the sphere. What spheres are interesting, like if you took a sphere and you deformed it at all, like small on the bottom, or you pushed or whatever, it's going to shift that center point dramatically, right? Mm-hmm. So what this is telling you is not only is this 17,000ths is no joke, like that's extremely close. The exact center point of that sphere is really close to that center line of the vase. But it's also telling you just how regular that shape is. Because if it wasn't regular and that part of the vase that matches a sphere, if that was at all deformed, it would shift that center point all over the place. So it's telling you that it's not only is this very close to the center line, extremely close, it's almost perfectly spherical in this section. So it's a section of a sphere, that blue line, right? That's the matching of a sphere. It's very, very regular. It's regular to the point where you couldn't possibly achieve it with hand tools, by hand or by eye. Like, because you imagine you're carving on that. And again, they don't credit the Old Kingdom, or certainly not pre-dynastic times, with the use of the lathe. But even if they had a lathe, and even if you're using like a tool rest and you're trying to do this by hand, you're going to be a million miles away from this result. This is genuinely not achievable by hand. This incredibly regular shape. It's a phenomenal achievement, and even though that's the biggest number you see in this report, this represents something that would require some of the very best machinery we have today to replicate, even in other materials like acrylic or stainless steel or aluminium. And this is in rose granite, which isn't a regular material, right? The hardness changes microscopically as it goes through the material. We get other results with same thing. We're matching a cone at this point to the vase bottom, and this is the other end of the vase from the top and the center line, and we're within 5,000ths of an inch of being perfectly perpendicular with the top. We're within 9,000ths of an inch of being perfectly parallel with the center line, using 60,000 points of reference. Like, this is, it's infinitesimal. It's so ridiculously well made. It's not is what we're seeing, right? So. It gets interesting here even with the lug handles, and this gets into some of the details around how this might have been made, because you can imagine like turning this on a lathe, you can't really do the lug handles, right?
Right, exactly.
If this thing had lugs on it and you were spinning it this way, you can't, you're cutting it as it's spinning, you can't really create the lug handles.
Yeah. They add those after in modern times.
Well, yeah, you'd have to. Well, these aren't added; they're
part of one piece.
Part of one piece.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you'd probably have to leave a bull nose and come back with a different procedure to make them. But we can do things like compare the match a cylinder to the lug handles, compare them to A and B, which we're doing here, and we're within 1,000ths of an inch, like 1 and 3,000ths of an inch. So incredibly accurate relative to these axes of measurement that we're taking. And then we can compare them to each other. We can create like, all right, we can make one of these called reference surface F, and we can measure the other lug handle relative to it. And again, we're within, 5 or 6, I think it's 7,000ths of an inch of being perfectly aligned parallel with the other lug handle. Not only that, but it's like the tops of them. Like there's actually a video of us spinning this thing on a surface and having like like one of these precision tolerance gauges that measures in the thousandths of an inch, and you sort of zero it out on one lug handle, and you spin it around, and it just zeroes out on top of the other lug handle. Like they're perfectly the same height on the thing, and that also speaks to the flatness of the bottom, because it's turning relative to the flatness of the bottom of the base, which we didn't measure, but that's the fact that you're zeroing out this gauge. It's in some of the videos. It's manufacturers and it's hard to explain. And machinists and people that understand these sort of measurements will understand it better, and they'll get it. But it's interesting to think, all right, so assuming you've left a bull nose, right, to create these lug handles. You have to come back with a different tool, and you've got to carve away that area of the vase body between the lug handles. So what about that part of the vase? Because they can't be made on a lathe. It has to be made with a different process, right? And so we looked at that. We looked at the actual area of the vase between the two handles, and we found the same level of precision. And this is truly remarkable. It's 20,000 points of reference. We looked at we matched a cone to look at how close is the center line to the center line of B, like that center line of the neck of the vase. It's within 0.005 of an inch. This is really remarkable because in today's manufacturing processes, when you change tools or you change the process, it introduces errors. Like this is accounted for in our modern manufacturing processes, things like making turbine blades and stuff like that. We understand that tools and process changes introduces errors, and we don't see that sort of error here. We're not seeing. So it leads you to one of two conclusions. One, whoever made this was able to handle tool and process changes better than we can, right? So they could deal with changing the process and the tool and just not have the same degree of error that we'd see. Or it wasn't made on a lathe. It was made in a single pass, which means that you're talking about 5 axes of freedom. It's a mill. So think about those CNC mills as computerized mills that can carve like a complex object with one tooltip. It's one of those two things. It has to either be
Like 3D printing?
not print. As far as we know, this is reductive. As in, we're like taking it and carving it away.
Right. Okay. Yes. Obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, geopolymer. The idea.
I don't mean. Yeah. Right. That doesn't make sense.
Like print, but think about like a CNC mill.
Okay.
A complex 5 axes of freedom with an arm.
Yes.
That's computer guided. Like that's one of those two things that comes out of this analysis, and it's the fact that there's no perceivable lack of precision between the vase handles is amazing. So. And this is just the start of the rabbit hole kind of thing. Like it got crazy from here. This was a lot of fun because we made the STL file, like the model, available online, and sort of open sourced it. And there's a cryptographer from Denmark named Mark Kvist who runs this website called unsigned.io. Really interesting guy. I've spoken to him, and he undertook essentially a deep sort of mathematical and geometric analysis of the vase, and he found some just utterly remarkable aspects of it that I think have some extremely startling conclusions. And he kind of started by looking for, like, all right, what are there geometric patterns that we can see in this vase? So what can we see in it? And so, he kind of started, and he found that it actually does encompass some of the sacred geometry that we were talking about with Randall the other day. The things like the circle of life. There's actually 2 circle of life grids that are in here, and you can see them this way. So if you look at the blue circles that measure at point D, that's a grid based on the maximum internal diameter of the vase, and you can also see that grid matches the very top of the vase with the point A. So it's a circle of life grid that matches the internal diameter, it matches the top of the vase, and then you have another circle of life grid that matches it's based on the external maximum diameter of the vase that also matches other points of it. And this is kind of where he started, and he found that it created, not only were these geometric patterns in it, but there's a bunch of these mathematically significant ratios and even algorithms and interrelationships between the shapes in the vase, to the point where you could define it with a single algorithm. And And the overall point here is he's proving that this vase was designed. Like these degrees of interrelationship between these features in the vase aren't accidental. It had to have been designed and then somehow executed in granite with just astonishing precision. So one of the base principles that he found, he's taken the object, he's reverse engineering. Like we're looking at it and he's trying to find out what was used, what is the philosophy, mechanism, mathematics behind this vase. And the more you dig, the more you find. So one of the fundamental principles he found in the vase is the use of the radian, or particularly the 1 radian angle. So this is a little diagram showing you what a radian is. Mm-hmm. It's a simple way to express any angle, right? You take the radius of a circle, you apply it to the circumference of a circle, the angle that it forms when you draw lines to it. On the inside is 1 radian. So if there's a 2, you could call something a 2 radian angle. Half a circle is pi radians, or 3.14, etc. radians.
Right.
And there are 2 pi radians inside of a circle. So it's like just an elegant way to describe any angle. Mm-hmm. And you can see the use of the 1 radian angle expressed here. So the 1 radian angle kind of defines the curvature and the angle of the top of the vase. Based on that circle of life grid center point, you can see the 1 radian angles kind of defining the placement of the handles. There's a number of different uses of the 1 radian angle. And from that, he discovered something else. He discovered that not only are there radians in this thing, but the radian is the basis for an algorithm that can be used to describe all of the curvatures used in the vase. Now, this gets a little. You don't have to understand the maths to understand the significance of this. The most widely used shape in the vase is the circle. Like sections of circles are used to describe the curves on the vase, the little tiny curves on the insides of corners and stuff like that. Now, the radius of these circles, so the size of these circles, is very tightly interrelated with each other. And it's only these radiuses, like this, there's none of the size of these circles are accidental. They're all tightly related to each other, and they can be expressed with a single elegant equation that Mark was calling the radial traversal pattern. And that's the equation right there. But what this is telling you is that if there were circles or curves of a different radius, there's nothing here that doesn't fit this pattern. So it's only the circles of this size that fit this pattern. It's based on, it uses radians, but it fits this radial traversal pattern, right? So you can see it's up to there's 14 different, or 12 or 14 different circle radiuses, radii that he used. They're all related to each other. They're connected to each other through this algorithm.
There's that 432.
432 is here as well. And so this is the point to take home is that this isn't accidental. You might be able to find 1 or 2 degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object by accident, but to find 12 tightly coupled degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object like this is not accidental. Mark actually said in the article, it'd be more likely for you to wake up one morning and have an entire new universe, like quantum universe, sprouting out of your left nostril than it would be for this to be an accident. It's not accidental. It was designed. And in order to prove this, he went ahead and said, well, you know what? Let's make a model. We're going to go into CAD. We're going to build this vase using just this algorithm, using these circles with this algorithm, make it perfect. And then I'm going to compare the vase model to the CAD model that's built using just the math. And he did that, and the median radial deviation, so the difference from the actual model of the scanned vase to the model he built using the maths, was 9 micrometers, which is 0.3 of a thousandth of an inch. Like, that's the average deviation.
0.3 of a thousandth.
So like it's 3 10,000ths of an inch. Which is, at that point, we're talking about degrees where we don't know if it's an imperfection in the scan,
right,
or even in the vase. You can't tell.
Yes.
You're at the limit of resolution at this point.
We can measure.
Yeah, so you got to also remember here that some of these circles we're talking about, they range from about 42 millimeters in size down to 1.1 millimeter at the small end. So you have arcs of circles that fit this pattern that are 1.1 millimeters in radius, which is kind of crazy, right? Very small.
What was Randall saying when you pulled this up the other day? He was like kind of freaking out.
He was. Yeah, I don't think he's watched all of the videos. I'd love him to to sit. I want to talk. I haven't had the chance to take him through it yet, and I'll probably do that in Montana here. But
He was kind of losing his mind when he saw this because he saw something very similar with the radiuses of these circles compared to some of this plasmoid technology that he was talking about.
yeah, and I think he would. This other stuff was interesting too. The fact that other than the radial traversal pattern, we also see pi, golden ratio. We see other sacred geometry put in here. So the image on the left shows you pi to within 0.1 of a degree. The image on the right shows us the golden ratio squared to within less than 0.1%. I'm sorry, not degree percent. Less than 0.01% accuracy with the golden ratio. There's actually the golden ratio shows up in a number of places. I've just used a couple of examples here. It also has encodes pi to within, 0.1%.
Can you explain what the golden ratio is for people who might not know?
So people don't know, golden ratio is the aspect or the ratio of the universe. The golden ratio is a fundamental principle of the world. Like it seems to be an encoded ratio that it's encoded from DNA up to the formation of galaxies. It's 1.6, etc. I can't actually remember exactly what it is, but it's a ratio expressed by living things that also can be found by basic geometry. We went through it with the Randall Carlson podcast about how to define the ratio, but it can be expressed in the human body in terms of how it grows from the length of your hand down to the gap in the gap in your wrist here, and that's one part of the ratio. The other part of it is down to here. It's the ratio is a line that is dissected, where the ratio of the small to the large is exactly the same as the large to the whole, right? So it's hard to think about, but it's like take a line, the point where you dissect it, where the ratio of size is of the small piece where you've dissected it, the ratio of that to the larger piece is exactly the same as the ratio of the larger piece to the so it's like A and B, B to A is to A plus B. That's the equation for it. Right. And it's expressed in life, right? Everything that grows, organic material, the human body, conch shells is the famous one. It's the Fibonacci sequence is attached to this. It's you take a cross section of a DNA molecule, you find the golden ratio. It's in the spiral helix of the DNA molecule. It's in the structure of galaxies. It seems to be a fundamental constant of the universe, and that's why I think the fact that it gets expressed in these artifacts, and in fact this sort of geometry, even radians themselves, they're showing us, the builders of this are showing us that there's a language behind this. They're showing us their capabilities. This vase to me represents something of almost like a time capsule. It's like something that's sent through time to us that is expressing the degree of knowledge and understanding that its creators had of the universe and of their system, even their system of mathematics. I have a slide on this later, but there was I want to finish talking about the vase because there's some interesting implications about the maths that we've been going through. I'm not doing it just for the sake of maths, but come back to that time capsule idea in a minute. But so when you think about the design of the vase and how it's been made very precisely in rose granite, and there's a mathematical design that's behind it, right? We get to a point where we're like, all right, so the precision, the complexity, the depth of interrelation between the features really rules out random chance. This artifact was 100% designed. And it's like, okay, so how could you design this? Can you design it on paper? Remember that there are circles that have a radius of 1 millimeter, basically. Imagine if you're trying to draw that at scale. I'd challenge anyone, try and draw a circle with a compass that's got a radius of 1 millimeter and see how you go. And then be able to execute that down to the thousandths of an inch. Remember, it's made extremely precisely. You might be able to draw it out on a piece of paper that's as big as the room, but then you still have to scale it down somehow. It's got to find its way to an output somehow. You've got to be able to carve this thing in granite somehow. I think the best way, and Mark proved that the best way to design this is mathematically. It's designed with the maths. We can express it with an equation. Once you've got that equation, you've got that mathematical design, you have to then do the same thing. You've got to get it to output somehow. So how do you take it from a design to an output, and into an output of a system that is extremely accurate. Like this, just be able to make something like this in rose granite would require some of our very best precision lathes or precision mills. And you're talking about extremely sturdy and firm bearings and rods and turn screws, and it's a whole lot of capability in this, right? It's been made with astonishing precision. And the fact that we know that because of the area between the vase handles, right, it's extremely precise. Like they didn't lose positional calibration when they changed tools to make the vase handle, or it was made on a 5-axis mill in a single pass. And this is kind of where that evidence and logic all leads. And I like to use this. I like to quote directly from Mark's article where he wrote about this, and this is what he said. Quoting Mark, "As far as we know, no human beings, trained animals, or naturally occurring phenomena, modern or ancient, take mathematical formulae and equations as input and produce lathe operating motions as outputs. For all the knowledge and insights we've accumulated over the ages, we know of exactly one and only one category of things capable of such behavior. The kind of thing that we refer to as a Turing machine, a device capable of taking input, holding state, performing operations on held states, according to predetermined principles, and producing output." Now you can make Turing machines mechanically, pneumatically, electronically, hydraulically, but we call this class of device a computer, and no plausible way of representing, operating on, or manufacturing the design of this artifact exists without having access to one such. He's saying that you cannot have made this without the use of a Turing machine, aka a computer. Be able to take that design and produce the output to get the result that we see in this. It's a very interesting statement.
That's a mind fuck. That's what we like to call a mind fuck.
Yeah, and it did fuck with the mind of one of these engineers that did the original analysis of it. Remember we talked about the metrology at the start, one of these aerospace engineer guys?
Yes.
So Mark does this. And this guy's name's Nick, and he called me up. He's like, Mark puts out his article, and it took me, you got to read this article a few times and figure out the math and trying to really digest it and see what it means. And for me, this is validation. I'm like, this is magic. This is confirming some of the things that I've long suspected, and I've held this particular worldview for a while, that, all right, there was technology in the past. Nick, he was amazed by the metrology. He was like, this thing's incredibly precise, scratching his head, didn't know. But it wasn't until he really sort of chewed on Mark's article, he calls me up one day and he's like, dude, I have to talk to you about this. This thing it's keeping me up at night. It's like I wake up in a fucking sweat thinking about this vase, because it hit, you could tell it had kind of shattered his worldview. It had like changed his, like, I can't explain this or rationalize it without this type of technology. What the hell was going on in the past? And he said something to me that I was like, I put into a slide here, which I thought was really interesting. And some of the things that I've said, that I think this artifact is much more than just a simple vase, right? It's encoding sacred geometry, which is the very fabric of the universe. And I think it's telling us a tale of the creator's capabilities, their elegance, their knowledge systems, right? Even their mathematical systems, like they might have a base radian system rather than a base 10 like we use, which is an elegant mathematical system. But what Nick said to me is like, you know what this reminds me of? He said it reminds me of the golden records that are on the Voyager space probes. Right? So when the space probes went out in the 1970s, they had these golden records on them. And it wasn't like we wrote this information on there. We used mathematical principles, geometric principles. We even used the radioactive decay of I think, uranium atoms to provide a launch clock. We gave them all these clues based on different principles and maths on these vases to try and convey information about our species, about who we were, about what we knew. And we sent the goddamn things out into space. I think this vase, it seems to be something like that, but instead of going through space, it's been sent through time. It's like one of these golden records has been sent through time to us, and if we have the eyes to see it and the ability to decode it, there's all this information that we can glean from it, and we can learn something about the past from it. And that's what Nick was telling me. I was like, that's a fantastic analogy for it. And that's truly what it is. The deeper we look, the deeper this rabbit hole goes on this thing. And yeah, the crazy thing is too, this was the start of the year we did this, and we've been working through it, but it's not the only one.
You guys did more vases?
We're doing more vases. We have literally 20 or 30 more that we're working on now. Early results, we're seeing similar results for a lot of them, even better in terms of the pure metrology and precision. Like some of them are zeroing it out on like the 1,000th scale.
What?
We're also measuring stuff in CT machines now, which can go down to the micron. So even like, 25 times more accuracy than the structured light scanning. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Yeah.
So this dude you were hanging out with the other day, he has like a ton of these vases. Do you have that? Can you show that picture?
Yeah.
Of you with all these vases? Is that the first time you put your hands on one of them?
It's the first time that I've here's me holding one here. This one actually is translucent. You can see through
the light.
the light through it. But this is the collection that some of his that we're working on. I've been extremely fortunate, and I do want to. I'm not going to name names, but I'm very grateful to people that have been inspired by this vase work, and they have the means and the ability to go out and collect these things like this, because these are artifacts that can be bought on the antiquities market, and they cost a bomb. Obviously, I can't do it. But I'm extremely grateful. Well, some of you up to like $70,000, $80,000, $100,000. The more provenance, the better usually. Some of them as low as like a few $1,000s, but mostly the good ones. You're talking 5 figures, if not 6. And I'm very grateful too that they're willing to have them looked at and analyzed. Of course, the goal is to get into the museums and to look at some of those artifacts that are in there. We're working on creating a standardized process that we can then propose to museums, and we have some very good interactions happening, and we're very hopeful that in the very near future we'll be able to get into some museums that do allow this type of research. They're willing to work with us. Petrie Museum being one of them. They've got a number of artifacts that would totally fit within this. I think this technology and this technique is not. We don't just have to use it on vases. I'd love to see it done. We want to scan those drill cores that we looked at earlier and really define that spiral groove. We want to be able to. I'd love to see this used on boxes and statues, and be able to really do complex geometric modeling and analysis for those things. So I think we're just on the tip of the iceberg when it comes to learning more about
the statues of the Luxor, for example. Those things were analyzed similar, not obviously under those techniques, but Chris Dunn pointed out that those statues of the Luxor were perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah, perfectly symmetrical. Yeah, and it's and the way we've done that is with photographic and photogrammetry. But I even the smallest, the sort of relatively small statues, 6-foot statues, I think we could scan down to this level of precision, and we can define just how precise they are, how regular the curves are. I think there's tremendous things we can learn with this technology, and I think that's exactly what I think we should be doing. Because who knows what it'll turn out. I just think we should be following the evidence wherever it leads, no matter how much it kind of upsets the apple cart in terms of the established story of history. So, yeah, it's really interesting stuff, and this has been a huge project this year. And for people that are waiting for more vase file STLs, they're coming. The analysis takes time. Like, this stuff doesn't happen overnight. So the process is ongoing. I know there's some interest in writing a paper. We were looking for scientific papers probably coming. But for me, it's the first time I think we've genuinely got some very hard evidence now that is very hard to argue with about significant technology being deployed to make these things. Because the challenge is out there. I would love anyone to make one of these. Like, go make one. If you think you can do it by hand, go for it. If you think you can even machine it with a tool made out of acrylic, go for it. If you think you can get down to these numbers, and trust me, machinists and people that work in these tolerances understand just how well this thing is made. I want to see it. I would love to see people attempt to make it and even come close, because I just think that we're light years away from this idea that these things were done by hand at this point.
Right.
And again, remember, these go back to pre-dynastic.
Do you think there will be any sort of attempts to suppress the kind of stuff that you guys are looking at, or dismiss it, or?
Yeah, there's already people dismissing it.
What are they saying? What do they say about it?
Well, mostly it's been like, the vase is fake.
It's a fake vase.
Yeah. which you know, Alex Dunn in the. So one of the engineers is Chris Dunn's son. That he's in my videos about this, but he I mean, that's the only thing they can come up with that I've heard is, oh, the vase is fake. It's like, you think it was the vase on the provenance on this particular vase goes back to the 1980s. Some of these vases' provenance goes back to where they'll, in terms of they have a known history, go back to the 1800s. But even in the 1980s, I think you'd be challenged to make something that precise out of rose granite. And if you think you can make it today, that precise, with that much of all of that maths that's behind it and everything else, try and make it and try and see how much that costs you to make it, and then try and justify that by the cost it's going to, whatever you think you can sell it for on the antiquities market. It's actually damaged. It's the thing, it matches almost perfectly, in fact, to the eye exactly, lots of pre-dynastic vases that you find in the Cairo Museum. In my video, I show a bunch of them. Like it's like it is the same shape and size as many pre-dynastic vases. Obviously, there's a variety of shapes and sizes when it comes to these artifacts, but I mean, just calling it fake is about the best argument anybody's been able to come up with, because they can't handle.
Fake how?
Well, somebody manufactured it, and I mean, things do happen. Like people try and sell fake artifacts, but it's like it's ridiculous to think that you could do that cheaply, or it's not. Look, this is not something that's made in some like backyard workshop in China or India, and then mass produced and sold on the market. It's ridiculous. If you think it's fake, try and make one, see how hard, and see if you can get anywhere near it, and how much it costs you. I just think it's a facetious argument with nothing behind it more than the desire to dismiss this because it doesn't match their worldview. No one's arguing with the metrology. Like, nobody can challenge the metrology. The scan's out there and available. It's public information. You want to do it and you want to figure it out for yourself, the scan's right there. You can make the same calculations Mark made. You can measure it for yourself. You can stick it in a CMM and work out the data for yourself. So it's all repeatable. But the best people can come up with is, oh, it's fake, or sacred geometry is woo, is the other thing I've heard, which we talked about in detail with Randall. Like, sacred geometry is not woo. Sacred geometry is the universe. It is the fabric of the universe, and it's, knowledge of that is what essentially comprised the mystery schools, and this is like the way you see the world. Like the idea that sacred geometry is woo, that's the only other thing I've heard. It's like, oh, as soon as you see the flower of life, forget about it. It's crystal hippie nonsense. Like, it's just people that don't like what it means. Right. And they just are seeking any way to try and discredit it, or throw shade at me because, oh, the crazy ideas that guy has, or whatever. It's like, I don't care. And I think all these other vases are going to put proof to all of that nonsense too. Like, there's vases here that are being scanned that have provenance going back to the 1800s. In fact, funnily enough, one of these vases that happens to be on this table and is owned by this collector and is being scanned and analyzed happens to have been brought up in one of the videos that were made debunking this work as an example of a real vase. So we'll see what this real vase actually looks like, because the dude picked a silly example because turns out this guy owns that vase. Its provenance goes back to the 1800s, and we are going to scan it because it looks to me like it's going to show some similar.
Which one is it?
It's the back one on the right here, I believe.
That big one?
Yeah, the big one here. Yeah, this guy.
So the guy made the debunking video about that particular.
He used that
vase.
as an example as
a fake vase.
As a real vase.
As a real vase.
So assuming the first vase we scanned was fake. Oh, this is what a real vase is. I'm like, okay, bro, let's see. I don't know what results it's going to show. I will say that not every vase shows these properties. There are handmade vases. They did work on it, but there's often a visible difference between the ones that show these sort of precision properties versus the ones that don't. Most of the handmade stuff is alabaster, but there were still handmade hardstone vases as well, and you can usually pretty clearly tell the difference. But yeah, it's a fascinating space.
Now, are they all found in Egypt?
There is some actual artifacts from around the world that I'd love to see subjected to some of this process as well. But in general, yeah, a lot of this stuff. They got and I would like to scan other artifacts like Roman things, and typically there's not a lot of hard stone artifacts like this that seem to display those levels of precision that come from other cultures, and obviously the technologies that they were using were getting better too. But I'd love to scan them and compare them, because even primitive lathe made stuff I don't think is going to come anywhere near the precision of these. The best, I don't know of any particular examples outside of these things in Egypt. This seems to be a pretty common. Magna Fuente Bowl. There's maybe a few others that I'd love to see scanned. But yeah, I think this technology is applicable for lots of different artifacts.
Yeah, they're like time capsules from a previous civilization of aliens, trying to teach us something. But what are they trying to teach us, Ben?
They're telling us that they knew, man. I think a lot of it is an expression of. I mean, we're not trying to teach whoever the hell finds the Voyager probes anything. We're just trying to let them know that we were here.
We were here. Yeah, we had it figured out.
Yeah.
Well, bro, you got to catch a flight.
I do at some point, yes.
So in about 5 minutes, you got to get out of here.
Okay.
So thanks for coming, dude. We fucking killed it. We did a whole flurry of podcasts this weekend.
We did. And very enjoyable, man. Thanks for bringing me out again. Always great to see you.
Hell yeah. Where can people find out more about what you're doing? Keep up. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of people listening already know, but for people that don't, tell them where they can research you online, read, your book's not out yet, right?
No, yeah, I'm working on it. It's probably going to be a little while for the book, but yeah, Ben Van Kerkwick's the name if you want to look me up, but otherwise unchartedx.com or youtube.com/c/unchartedx. I'm also on Spotify, on Rumble. You can find all my videos on Spotify, like I said. On
Rumble, wow.
Yeah, no, I'm throwing stuff on Rumble too for now. But you can I'm on social media. I'm not super active on there, but yeah, Twitter, Instagram. That's linked on the website and pretty much in all of the videos. But yeah, YouTube's the main place.
Yeah, you engaging in some of the Twitter drama going on right
now? I don't play that. If I wouldn't be on social media if it wasn't for this stuff. But
yeah,
there was some. I did get some enjoyment out of some of the things I saw happen on Twitter yesterday.
It's so funny that there's people on Twitter just for that stuff, and there's people like you who are just on there just to show the stuff you're doing in the real world.
Yeah,
and it's so funny when you see those two worlds collide.
I ain't got no time for social media nonsense. Honestly, I don't care. I'm not spending time on social media looking at what people said about what, and I think Twitter's meant for arguments. It's literally engaged for conflict. It's so stupid. That's its nature. It's fun.
Cool, man. Well, I'll link everything below, and thanks again. We got to get you back. What are you working on? Anything new right now that's coming out soon, or what do you got? What do you got going on in the pipeline?
I am actually. I'm taking another look at the Serapeum here shortly. I've just got back from England. We didn't even talk about the Stone Circle stuff, but that's a lot of research involved in that for me as well. But yeah, new look at the Serapeum is coming up. Plus, I haven't really done a video talking about the Osiris shaft. There's some other structures up there in Giza that are interesting. South America, yeah, I'm always working on things. There's another Vase video coming about the recent scans, and some more data coming about those.
Were you filming when you were down there in Sarasota?
Yeah, a lot of pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. This was a chance for me to see these things in person, handle them in person. It was the first time, as we said, that I'd ever got to handle them like full units. You can find pieces of them in Egypt and like beneath the Step Pyramid, but yeah, the first time I actually can handle them. Yeah, it was a thrill. I'm really thankful to that guy for letting me play with his toys.
Tell him to at least put a seatbelt around him when he's driving around in his Porsche.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, one might have fallen off the front seat of his car. I wasn't there. But he said it's fine. It's made of granite. It's not going. I mean, the fat ones are probably okay, but there's one in here that's like translucently thin. You just kind of like that thing. You don't want to break it. That was an expensive one too.
Wild shit, bro. Well, we'll get you back in the next year. So
cool.
Thanks again, and goodbye, everybody.
to someone. Thanks for being here. We're signing off. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. The fuck?